Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride, in this world. Ryan murmured with a defeated air, there is no blue archive. Blue what? Rika tilted her head, confused. She really wanted to understand what Ryan was saying, but sometimes it seemed impossible to keep up with his ramblings. Blue archive? How can there be a world without a pinnacle of gacha games? He exclaimed, clenching his fists dramatically. Yuna rolled her eyes as she opened her iced tea. When I was hunting you down, I did a lot of research on your life. I saw that you were addicted to this game and spent 10% of your organization's profit on it. I decided to try it to understand, but honestly, I found the gameplay tedious. Bang. Ryan slammed his fists on the table, suddenly standing up. Take it back. Wash your mouth out for speaking of peak archive. A heretic like you would never understand the value of my students. He sat back down, now theatrical, almost with tears in his eyes. How can I live without my queens? Hina, Hoshino, the brain rot of Reisa. The twisted beauty Tsurugi. My favorite prejudiced Momoi. He began to list with a choked voice. Yuno interrupted him with an accusing look. I'm seeing a pattern in your tastes. Ryan crossed his arms, looking away. Evil is in the eye of the beholder. Rika, lost, was doing her best to follow the conversation. It was then that a translucent interface appeared before Ryan's eyes. Sensei, what about me? _Arona. He whispered, leaning in to read the message. His somber expression was replaced by a renewed glow. Arona-chan. You're back. Don't disappear like that again, you're the only student I have left in this dark world. Yuno, trying to maintain her composure, pulled her chair closer, speaking in a calm, but slightly hesitant voice. Arona, are you okay? After a few seconds, messages began to appear rapidly on the interface, as if typed by invisible hands. I'm fine, Yuno-sensei, ! Thank you for your concern. It's just a shame I can't materialize yet. It will take a while for me to fully recover. Ryan, now more serious, calmly asked, how long do you think it will take to fully recover? The screen blinked before a new message appeared. Technically, I could recover right now, but it would consume a lot of your energy, leaving you weak. So, for now, don't worry. I'll let you know as soon as you're stronger. Yuna looked away, murmuring almost inaudibly as she sucked on her tea. Is there any way to recover faster? The answer was delayed, but came in the form of a drawn emoji, like this, / Kamikama. So, we're back to the main goal, recovering the divine fortune, Yuno said, taking a quick sip of her tea with her eyes closed, as if wanting to end the subject definitely. Rika, curious as always, leaned slightly toward Ryan. Speaking of which, what did you actually achieve by expelling that strange goddess? Ryan gestured dismissively with his hands. Honestly, nothing to get excited about. He glanced at Yuno, clearly expecting her to compliment the answer. Yuno let out a heavy sigh before answering, well, I feel a little stronger. I can also use my teleport without getting so tired. Other than that, not much has changed. Ryan turned his gaze to Rika, assuming a more casual tone. In my case, I can now go back in time by mentally marking a point. It seems that this also consumes less energy. Rika raised an eyebrow, assessing the information. So, was it worth it? Ryan shook his head, more serious this time. We couldn't absorb all the energy from that crazy woman. And to make matters worse, we only delayed her. She's still coming back. Before he could continue, he grabbed the iced tea from Yuno's hand, who immediately reacted with a deadly look. Hey! She clenched her fists in irritation. You have no limits, do you? Ryan, unconcerned, took a sip directly from her straw, completely ignoring the complaint. What's wrong? Are you really going to make a fuss over an indirect kiss? Yuno rolled her eyes with an expression of pure disdain. You can have that damn tea, you idiot. She crossed her arms, visibly frustrated. Casually spinning the bottle in his hand, Ryan ignored Yuno's indignation and changed the subject. Anyway, we have to take advantage of the time we gained by expelling that goddess. We need to become stronger. Last time, we barely scratched that crazy woman. When she comes back, and she obviously will, we'll be dead if we're not prepared. He cast a determined look at Yuno and Rika, but also couldn't help but notice Ala and Yuki entering the cafeteria. A smile spread across his face as he concluded, I won't let the girls I love get hurt because of me. Rika turned completely red, letting out a soft miss. She looked away. As for Yuno, well, She looked like she was about to explode with anger, her eyes practically piercing Ryan. Meanwhile, a conversation at the next table caught his attention. A boy was speaking in a low voice to his friends, but loud enough for Ryan to pick up. Did you hear the latest? It seems there's a ghost in the girls' bathroom on the second floor. Some girls got sick there, and one even fell and hurt herself. Another boy responded with skepticism. Oh, come on. That's just a story to scare freshmen. Think what you want, retorted the first, but the teachers sealed off the bathroom. That's a fact. Ryan frowned, thoughtful. Ghost? He immediately remembered the girl he had seen earlier, Maiko Yatsuya. Was that what she was running from? Don't tell me you're taking this seriously, Yuno teased beside him, observing his concentrated expression. Ryan turned his head to face her, indignant. You heard my thoughts, you crook? She shrugged, completely uninterested. You're the gossip here, you imbecile. Rika, who was watching the interaction with an amused smile, decided to intervene. May you say that, but you forget about Hanyo. Ryan and Yuno stopped at the same time, turning to the side. Only then did they realize that the little dog goddess had been there all along. Woof 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 woof, she murmured in her typical shy voice. The two sighed, saying in unison, she's right. Ryan looked at the three of them with a playful glint in his eyes. How about we drop by there after class? After all. He gave a provocative smile. It has to be you guys. It's a girl's bathroom, after all. As he spoke, Ryan noticed a familiar figure in the cafeteria. It was a girl with black hair that went down to her waist, with bangs falling down her left side held by a delicate rabbit-shaped barrette. He stared at her for a few seconds, trying to remember where he knew her from, until the memory surfaced. Ah! Look, it's the bunny girl from that day. He pointed with his chin, drawing the attention of the girls beside him. Yuno and Rika looked at him with curious expressions before following his gaze. They soon spotted the girl trying unsuccessfully to buy something at the cafeteria counter. No matter how hard she tried to get the vendor's attention, it seemed the woman was simply ignoring her. Ryan frowned, a discomfort growing in his mind. Why do I feel like this girl only brings trouble? Before he could elaborate on the thought, the girl turned and met his gaze fixed on her. Without hesitation, she lowered her shoulders in a gesture of exasperation and pointed directly at him. Hey! Come here and help me. Chapter 69, Who is this girl with you? Ryan tried to play it cool, pretending not to see the girl calling him. However, his initial reaction gave him away effortlessly. The girl stomped her foot, clearly irritated. You're a terrible actor, you know. Her voice was loud, after all, they were considerable distance apart. Despite this, no one seemed to notice or react. Sighing deeply, Ryan spoke to the girls accompanying him. I'll be back, girls. Rika tilted her head, curious, in a cute tone. Are you going to get more food? He smiled smugly. Something like that. He walked calmly towards the girl, hands in his pockets, while saying provocatively, Come here, girl, who are you again? She crossed her arms, puffing out her cheeks slightly. You remember me, it's written in your face. Ryan shrugged, with a touch of sarcasm. Forget what you saw today. Besides, this has nothing to do with me. Under any circumstances. He finished with a cynical grin that stretched from ear to ear. She sighed, exhausted, as she stared at him. Oh, so you have a great memory, huh? He tilted his head, keeping the provocative tone. Certainly, but curiously, my brain doesn't hold your name. Masakorejima. She replied indifferently, closing her eyes. Ryan looked up at the ceiling, pretending to think deeply. After a few seconds, he murmured, Yeah, I don't know. Mai took a deep breath and pointed to a castella in the display case, frustrated. Buy it for me. He glanced briefly at the pastry, then at her, and replied automatically, Just because you're hot, you think I'm going to pay for you just like that? Mai blinked, incredulous, and then took a deep breath. She walked over to the attendant, completely ignoring Ryan's comment. I want some castella. She shouted, her voice echoing in the cafeteria, but the attendant didn't even look up at her. Ryan frowned, confused. He looked around, expecting some reaction, but no one seemed to notice the girl. Now I'm screwed. I've completely lost my mind. Mai, however, remained calm. They can't see me. She held up the money towards him, with a serious look. Please, buy the castella for me? He looked at the money in her hand, rolled his eyes, and walked to the counter without taking any. 4 castella, please. He pointed at the pastries indifferently. The attendant replied with a kind smile, taking the pastries and placing them on a tray. While Ryan paid with his own money, Mai commented lightly, but laden with irony, Going to pay for me just like that? Ryan handed the tray to her, looking directly into her eyes. You're lucky I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, I would eat these pastries in front of you, and you couldn't do anything about it. Mai hugged the pastries as if protecting them, responding with a subtle smile. Thank you for your kindness, then. Sir, who are you talking to? The attendant's embarrassed voice caught him by surprise. Ryan looked around, noticing that some people in line were staring at him with curious expressions. Aren't you going to order anything else? The attendant insisted, tilting her head slightly. He frowned. I just ordered. The attendant shook her head, confused. I don't remember anything, sir. Could you repeat? Ryan looked at Mai, who already had a castella in her mouth, chewing calmly. Then, it all made sense. As soon as he handed the pastries to her, it seemed that the whole situation was erased from the attendant's and others' memory. Ah. Actually, never mind. I won't order anything else. He gave a social smile, disguising his confusion, and walked away towards Mai. Without warning, he grabbed her arm and dragged her to a discreet corner of the cafeteria. Now, you're going to explain this to me properly. The girl calmly swallowed the pastry before answering, her voice unhurried, as if nothing could shake her. My presence is gradually being erased from people's minds. Everything was normal until just a while ago. But, out of nowhere, I couldn't buy my sweets in the cafeteria anymore. Ryan put his hand on his hip, tilting his head slightly to the side, laden with sarcasm. Oh, what a tragedy. Can you imagine the horror of not being able to eat sweets? She ignored the provocation, eating another piece of castella as if he wasn't even there. Ryan crossed his arms, a mischievous smile on his face. Okay, and what was with the bunny outfit that day? Some fetish or a genius plan? Mai looked away, answering automatically, in a disinterested tone. Forget what you saw. He pointed to the castella she was eating. You owe me an explanation. Mai swallowed the pastry and sighed, finally understanding why he paid for it. Ryan wanted something in return. The outfit. It's an easy way to know if people can still see me, she said, in a neutral tone. After all, anyone would notice something so flashy. Ryan smiled faintly, approving. Ah, great strategy. Almost brilliant. Mai closed her eyes for a moment, as if ending the subject. Well, thank you. Now I'm going. When she started to leave, Ryan grabbed her hand, stopping her. Hold on, lady. This condition of yours is quite interesting. He stared directly into her eyes, which made her look away, uncomfortable. She tried to pull away, but he continued, I already paid the debt by answering your question about the bunny girl outfit. With a sarcastic smile, he added, but then now I want you to be more indebted to me. Mai frowned, confused. What do you mean? Ryan let out a low laugh and replied confidently, don't you want to understand what's happening to you? She hesitated, looking at the floor before questioning. And what could you possibly know about this? He pointed to the table where the girls were. How about you come with me and find out? Besides, it would complete the cycle of beauties. Mai followed his finger, looking at the table where Rika, Yuno, and now also Ala and Yuki were arriving. She raised an eyebrow. You really are popular, she said in a drawn-out voice. Ryan ignored the comment, pulling her by the hand without warning. Hey. Wait a minute. She protested, trying to resist. I didn't even say I would go. He continued walking as if she hadn't said anything. When he reached the table, he gave a casual smile to the girls. I'm back. Ella, the first to react, made a serious expression and asked with a slightly annoyed voice, and who is this girl with you? Ryan looked at Mai, then at her hand that he was still holding, and smiled sarcastically. An old friend that I had to bring by force. Very shy, you know. Mai quickly analyzed the situation and, realizing that the girls could see her, gave a polite bow. Hello everyone. I'm Mai Sakurajima. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yuki, always lively, took the initiative with a warm smile. Nice to meet you, Mai. I'm Yuki Suao. She pointed to an empty chair next to her, adding, go ahead and sit down. Mai tried to refuse, her voice a little timid, thank you very much, but before she could finish, Ryan gave her a light push on the back, interrupting her. It will be great to have you with us, Mai. Resigned, she sat down while Ryan took his place between Rika and Yuno. Rika, with her usual theatrical enthusiasm, spoke animatedly, you arrived just in time, before an adventure. Mai raised an eyebrow, clearly curious. Adventure? Rika smiled, closing her eyes as if savoring the moment. Yes. We're going after the ghost of the second-floor bathroom. Me Chapter 70. After classes Ryan was lost in thought, admiring his pseudo-harem of 5 waifus. All seated at the table, their cheeks slightly flushed, they formed a picture he deemed worthy of a protagonist. His daydream, however, was abruptly interrupted by Ala's frightened scream, Gee ghost? He turned to her, noticing that Ala was visibly pale, her eyes wide with fear. A playful smile appeared on his face as he crossed his arms. What's wrong, Ala? Don't tell me you're afraid of ghosts. She blushed immediately, looking away and trying to answer quickly, though her voice failed to hide her nervousness. Oh, of course not. I know very well that these things don't exist. However, as she finished speaking, her gaze met Rika's, who displayed a disturbingly macabre smile. Ella felt a shiver run down her spine as Rika, holding back laughter, spoke. Don't underestimate the spiritual world, Elisa. You never know what might come out of it. Ella swallowed hard, but before she could answer, Yuki approached stealthily, touching her shoulder. The light touch made her let out an involuntary scream, which she tried to disguise in vain. Yuki, sensing the opportunity, smiled mischievously before assuming a serious and enigmatic tone. Have you heard the legend of the bathroom, Elisa-san? Ella shook her head rapidly, her eyes full of nervousness. And no. Why would I go after stories like that? She tried to sound indifferent, but failed miserably, her voice trembling. Ryan, in turn, rested his arms on the table, his gaze full of feigned curiosity. I've never heard that story either. Go ahead, Yuki, tell us. His voice carried sarcasm and confidence, contrasting with Ella's growing tension. Before Yuki could begin, a familiar sound echoed near him. Woof woof. You guys are so cruel, scaring the poor girl. Ryan turned his head quickly and saw Hania next to Rika. His expression changed from surprise to resignation as he thought to himself, ah, crap. I forgot about the puppy goddess. There are 6 waifus now. While he was trying to process his sudden revelation, Yuki began to tell the story with the same theatrical tone she always used to capture everyone's attention. It was about 3 months ago. A first-year girl was the first victim. The tension was palpable. Ella, visibly nervous, was gripping her glass of juice so tightly that it seemed about to shatter, while beads of sweat ran down her forehead. She went to the bathroom to fix her hair and touch up her makeup. Everything seemed normal, until she felt she was being watched. Yuki paused dramatically, gesturing with her hands in a somber way. The air suddenly turned cold. Her legs lost their strength, and when she realized it, her mind was gone too. She collapsed on the bathroom floor, unable to scream for help. Ella tried to force a nervous laugh, her fingers trembling. Is that all? Ecchi. It seems like a silly story. Before she could finish, Yuki placed her hands on Ella's shoulders, squeezing lightly with her nails. Ella let out a small ouch, but Yuki ignored it and continued in a darker tone. It would just be a silly story. If the girl hadn't woken up with her stomach cut open. And the scariest thing? Nobody knows how or by whom it happened. Ella's eyes began to glisten with tears. She was clearly trying to maintain her composure, but the story had already taken over her. Before she started to cry, Rika decided to intervene. Nipah. Greater than less than all heads turned to Rika, who was now holding a juice box with a straw near her mouth, displaying an angelic smile. However, amidst her usual cuteness, her eyes seemed to project something disturbing. Yuki-san, don't scare Lisa so much. She took a sip of her juice before completing, in a darker tone. After all, there's no reason for her to be afraid, as long as she doesn't go to the bathroom. Ella swallowed hard, trembling visibly. Thank you for the tip. While the girls continued to tease the already visibly terrified Ella, Yuna leaned towards Ryan, whispering in his ear. I think Elisa is going to be a problem. Her warm breath on his neck made Ryan shiver involuntarily. He adjusted himself in his chair, returning the whisper with a provocative smile. And why do you think that? Jealousy, perhaps? Yuna rolled her eyes and stepped on his foot. It wasn't strong enough to hurt, but the message was delivered. She leaned in again, speaking in a serious and irritated tone. Of course not, you worm. The problem is that she doesn't know the things we know. Look at her state because of a little ghost story. How do you think she would handle it if she knew everything? Ryan reflected for a moment, acknowledging that she was right. He took a deep breath and cast a meaningful look at Yuki, who seemed to understand her brother with just a glance. Yuki responded with a smug smile, winking back provocatively before grabbing Ella's arm. Oh my, Elisa. I just remembered you have something important to do at the student council. She stood up, dragging Ella along with her. Wait, Yuki. I haven't finished my juice yet. And not even my food. Ella protested as she was being taken away, visibly lost. But Yuki didn't listen, dragging her through the cafeteria. Ella looked back, lamenting softly, my juice. My rose from her place discreetly, as if she were invisible to the others. However, before she could leave unnoticed, Ryan interrupted, Hey, where do you think you're going? She stopped, visibly frustrated, and turned to him. Well, can you see me? Rika, with her always playful tone, replied, Of course we can see you. Mimai looked away, almost embarrassed. It's just. I felt kind of out of the loop. Ryan, with a sarcastic smile, retorted, Oh, relax. Yuki and Ella probably didn't even notice you were here, but that's just because they both live in La La Land. But, putting that aside, you're coming with us to investigate the bathroom case, right? She frowned, clearly suspicious. And why would I? What does that have to do with me? Ryan shrugged dismissively. Nothing. Mai stared at him with narrowed eyes before starting to walk away. However, he called again, just kidding, Bunny. The comment made her stop in her tracks, furrowing her brows. I told you to forget about that. Ryan just ignored the veiled threat and continued, now in a more serious tone, we can help you with your problem. And, who knows, this bathroom case might also help clarify some things. Maybe. Before Mai could answer, Rika intervened enthusiastically. Ryan and Yuno are great at solving mysteries. Mai hesitated, pondering for a moment, but ended up sighing. Okay. What time are you going? Yuno answered directly, after classes. Ryan confirmed, after classes. And finally, Mai nodded slightly, turning to leave, after classes. The day went by smoothly, with Rika shining as always in the classroom. Her sweet demeanor and almost idol-like beauty attracted everyone's attention, but she wasn't alone on that pedestal. Yuno, with her reserved and enigmatic attitude, and Elisa, the ice princess, were her biggest competitors for the status of school muses. When the last bell rang, Ryan, Yuno and Rika headed to the second-floor girls' bathroom. Upon arriving there, they found Mai already waiting for them, casually leaning against the wall. Ryan, always the provocateur, commented, "Look at that, the bunny isn't late, huh?" Mai, with her usual aggressive patience, retorted, "I'm going to make you forget about that, you know." Yuno, curious, crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. "What's this bunny story about, huh?" Before Ryan could answer, Mai stepped forward in a controlled tone, his delusion. Ryan sighed, looking away towards the bathroom door. "So this is it? I thought it would have a darker vibe, you know." He reached for the doorknob, but Rika quickly stopped him, holding his hand and speaking with a mischievous smile, "It's the girls' bathroom, Ryan." He looked at her sideways, smiling slightly, "And who's going to judge me, Rika?" Without further hesitation, he opened the door. There were no surprises, just a clean and perfectly normal bathroom. Obviously nothing was going to happen just by opening the door. Yuno commented, exuding boredom. Ryan crossed his arms and sighed, "Why can't anything ever be easy?" He straightened up, assuming a more determined tone. "Okay, let's try to provoke the beast." He turned to Rika. "Can you keep watch out here? There are still some students around the school." Rika nodded with a gentle smile. Ryan looked at the other two. "Shall we?" Yuno entered without hesitation, while Mai hesitated, visibly uncomfortable, but ended up following her. Before entering, Ryan messed up Rika's hair and murmured with a smile, "Thanks, Mini Miku." She just smiled and closed her eyes. Upon entering, Ryan put his hands in his pockets and looked around, analyzing the environment. "Well, it looks like an ordinary bathroom, at least to me." Yuno walked calmly, assessing the details. Everything was incredibly quiet, until a muffled scream caught their attention. "Did you see anything?" Ryan asked, turning around. Mai was pale, pointing at the mirror with a trembling hand. He followed her gaze and, as he approached, saw something grotesque writhing on the surface of the mirror. Chapter 71, She Will Be My Bride. Ha ha. A deafening scream echoed through the bathroom as the grotesque creature emerged from the mirror, its voice laden with hatred and something disturbingly manic. Mai froze, her eyes wide as an uncontrollable tremor took over her body. Unable to react, she let out a short, almost cute scream, "Kaya." Reflexively, she grabbed Ryan's arm, pressing it against her. Ryan, however, showed no discomfort with the proximity. His gaze was fixed on the creature, analyzing every detail. He narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself, as if thinking aloud, "It's not the same thing that was chasing that girl, Yatsuya Maiko." Now he could clearly see the monster. The thing had the appearance of a deformed old man, with two protruding circles of flesh where the eyes should be, like a grotesque parody of glasses. From its misshapen body, a viscous liquid dripped incessantly, dripping onto the floor with a nauseating sound. Yuno, unlike Mai, seemed more bored than frightened. Her expression of disgust was unmistakable as she delivered a biting remark, "How revolting. It looks like the spirit of an ugly bastard straight out of a trash hentai." She lifted her chin, exuding pure superiority, as though she were above even something as grotesque as the creature before her. The creature ignored Yuno's provocations. Its deformed eyes locked onto Mai with a predatory obsession. "So beautiful. Your skin looks so soft. I want to touch. You'll be mine, won't you?" Saliva began to drip from its mouth as its grotesque tongue moved in repulsive motions. "I want to lick your delicious little body." Mai pressed Ryan's arm even tighter against her body, her fingers trembling as her voice came out fragile, Is he talking about me? Ryan, trying to stay focused on the monster and ignore the softness pressed against his arm, replied slowly, "It seems so." The creature extended a fat, wet hand towards my, completely ignoring any sense of personal space. The liquid dripping from its fingers fell to the floor, burning and releasing a putrid smoke, worse than sulfur. The odor was unbearable. Without hesitation, Ryan placed himself in front of my, slightly pushing her away with his arm while displaying a sarcastic smile laden with disgust. "Holy shit, you stink." With a quick movement, he leaned towards Yuno, sliding his hand down the side of her leg and pulling a knife hidden under her skirt. Yuno jumped back in surprise, but her attention soon turned to something strange. A translucent golden aura began to envelop the blade in Ryan's hand. "Since when do you know how to do that?" she asked, surprised, watching the divine energy pulsate in the makeshift weapon. Ryan raised an eyebrow, a smug smile forming on his face. "I learned by watching Erona that day. She used our divine energy to create a shield. I just needed it adapt." Yuno narrowed her eyes for a moment, but wasted no time. With an agile movement, she pulled another combat knife from her skirt. This one was clearly superior, with a serrated blade and impeccable finish. Ryan looked at the new weapon and dramatically lowered his shoulders. "Oh, of course. Yours is always better." Yuno ignored him, concentrating. Soon, a flaming pink aura enveloped her knife. "Good thing I brought an extra," she murmured, before casting an accusing look at Ryan. "But seriously, do you think my skirt is your personal inventory, you idiot?" Ryan raised the corners of his mouth in a provocative smile. "Admit it. You already knew I was going to take it, didn't you?" The creature hesitated, backing away slightly. Ryan and Yuno's auras clearly bothered him. Even so, his hoarse, hate-filled voice reverberated through the bathroom. "Don't interfere. She will be my bride." My, panicked, squeezed Ryan's arm even tighter, her voice rising in despair. "Can you stop this useless bickering and focus on saving me?" Ryan shrugged, adjusting the knife in his hand. "Enough. If this piece of slime wants female attention, I'll give it to him. The right way." Yuno gave him a sideways glance, unable to resist the provocation. "That sounded really weird, you know." Ryan rolled his eyes. "You're more hot when you're quiet." Yuno, with a sadistic smile, threw her knife in a precise and devastating motion. The blade cut through the air before hitting the creature with force, violently throwing it back as if it were a rag doll. "Huh?" Yuno raised her eyebrows in surprise as she observed the result of her attack. "He's more fragile than I expected. I guess those infected with Hinamizawa syndrome were grotesque exceptions after all." The ghost's scream echoed through the bathroom, a distorted sound filled with agony. The pink blade had sunk deep into its stomach, and the divine aura burned its putrid flesh like acid, releasing an even more nauseating smell. It writhed frantically, its deformed hands trying to pull out a knife uselessly. "Go ahead, Ryan. I'm not going to touch that walking piece of slime," Yuno said with disdain, crossing her arms and watching as if it were a fifth-rate spectacle. Ryan let out a sigh, raising the knife he was holding. "Damn, so we're really strong. Of course Ona had to be crazy and throw us into a hell like that right off the bat, right?" Before he could finish his complaint, Mai grabbed his arm, shaking it desperately. "Can you stop philosophizing and kill this horrible thing before it gets loose?" she shouted, her high-pitched tone laden with pure panic. Ryan rolled his eyes, but obeyed. He prepared the throw, concentrating energy on the knife, and threw it with supernatural force. The impact was brutal. The blade hit the creature's head, tearing it off with a grotesque sound of tearing flesh. The head exploded in a cloud of viscous blood as the rest of the body was thrown against the mirror, cracking it into hundreds of fissures with a shrill sound of breaking glass. The cracks formed a chaotic web as the specter writhed in its final moments. Its grotesque form began to dissolve, fragmenting like black smoke in a whirlwind of agony. Horrendous screams echoed through the bathroom, laden with hatred and despair, until, with a final groan, the creature finally disappeared. Mai, her eyes wide, watched the scene, her trembling fingers pressed against her lips. I think I'm going to throw up." The rotten smell dissipated, leaving a strange silence in the air. Ryan and Yuno looked at each other, the tension in their eyes relieved by the tacit relief of victory. "Is it over?" Mai asked, her voice still trembling, but full of hope. Before anyone could answer, the bathroom door creaked open, revealing Rika standing in the doorway. She crossed her arms, tilting her head slightly as she faced the trio. "And you're not going to explain to me what the hell that was?" she asked, curiosity mixed with a visible dose of irritation in her expression. Chapter 72, You're the Best, Yuno Nizan. Ryan walked down the halls with a bored expression, his footsteps echoing carelessly. He had explained the whole situation to Rika who, as expected, was visibly annoyed at being left out of the action. However, she ended up accepting what had happened, satisfied with Ryan's promise of a favor. Sorry, he began, speaking in a drawn-out tone, as if he didn't care much. In the end, it had absolutely nothing to do with your problem. Mai walked beside him, equally frustrated. She let out an irritated sigh, crossing her arms. All you managed to do was give me a good trauma. She snorted, looking away with a touch of evident frustration. Ryan, noticing her reaction, raised a finger as if he had a brilliant idea. An excited smile appeared on his face as he abruptly changed his tone. But look, you saw for yourself that Pinky and I are pretty different from normal. He made a casual gesture towards Yuno, who stared at him with her typical disinterested expression. So, how about giving me your number? That way we can keep in touch. Mai crossed her arms again, puffing out her cheeks slightly with a suspicious expression. You did all this just to get my number? She asked, with a hint of indignation. Ryan sighed, lowering his shoulders dramatically, and looked at Rika and Yuno as if asking for help. Do you really think I need to go that far? Take a look at these two muses who walk with me. Rika responded with an adorable smile, making the peace sign with her fingers while letting out a cheerful Yuno, on the other hand, rolled her eyes, letting out an irritated tsk. Mai narrowed her eyes, letting out another sigh, as if finally giving in to the situation. She put her hand in her pocket, pulling out her cell phone. Okay, give me your number. I'll get in touch. Her voice was disinterested, but there was a slight hint of curiosity. Ryan tilted his head, the mocking smile reappearing. Clever girl. You're only going to call me if you have problems disappearing again, aren't you? Mai blushed slightly at the provocation, but kept the phone pointed at him, trying to disguise it. As Ryan typed in a number, Yuno broke the silence with a casual, but sharp question. So, Ryan, what's the deal? Are you just a pervert who can't see a skirt, or do you think she has something special to offer? Ryan raised an eyebrow, visibly irritated, but keeping his tone controlled. You have a terrible opinion of me, Yuno. Yuno smiled from the corner of her mouth, her gaze smug. It's hard to think otherwise when you keep sticking your hand up my skirt. Mai's eyes widened, and she jumped back in fright. How so, sticking your hand? Ryan turned to her quickly, raising his hands as if to prove his innocence. You saw for yourself that it's not as weird as she makes it seem. Yuno, with her arms crossed and a disdainful tone, launched another provocation. To me, that sounds like a degenerate's excuse. Ryan shrugged, handing the phone back to Mai. But you insist on keeping things there. Before the argument could escalate, Rika intervened, her lively voice catching everyone's attention. So, are you all going to explain why he's so interested in her or not? Ryan looked up, as if searching for the right words. After a moment of reflection, he finally answered. Okay, explaining it directly. Mai, there's something strange going on with her. It seems like she disappears for some people, as if her existence were erased. It's like she's really not there. Mai kept her gaze down, her expression melancholic as she completed. Actually, it's even more complicated than that. She looked away, her voice laden with sadness. I need to go now. Thank you for wanting to help me. With that, Mai turned and started to walk away, leaving the trio behind, as the sound of her footsteps slowly disappeared down the hall. Mai quickened her pace, hurrying down the stairs, the sound of her footsteps echoing in the silence of the building. Ryan watched her figure disappear, then put his hands on his hips, casting a tired look at Yuno. This looks like it's going to be very complicated. Yuno sighed, running a hand over her face as if trying to ward off fatigue. I just want to go home and sleep peacefully. Rika, in turn, adjusted her backpack on her back with a casual gesture, her sweet, drawn-out voice breaking the moment. Speaking of which, Ryan raised an eyebrow, giving her a suspicious look. Here we go. What is it now? Rika smiled mischievously, without ceremony. You promised to reward me for taking me out of action early. As payment, I want to spend the night at your house. Ryan let out a low laugh, crossing his arms as he looked at her with a smirk. Damn, you don't play around, do you? Must be the weight of your 100 years speaking louder. Rika snorted and turned away, feigning indignation. Don't even come with the 100 years thing. Now I'm Gosai Rika, and I'm newly 15 years old. Oh yeah. I forgot about that detail. Ryan said with an amused smile, glancing at Yuno, who remained with a serious expression. And you better get it into your head that she is my little sister now. Yuno pointed an accusing finger at Ryan. So don't you dare think about indecency. Rika raised an eyebrow, letting out a sarcastic laugh. Technically, I'm older than you. Ryan didn't miss the chance and pointed at her mockingly. Oh, so now you admit you're old? Rika shrugged, a carefree smile on her lips. You would never understand the complex mind of a girl like me. Yuno let out a long sigh, as if carrying the weight of being responsible for the group. And how am I going to explain to Mom that you want to sleep at a boy's house? You're practically the family treasure after using all that cuteness at dinner. Rika smiled radiantly, her voice laden with sweetness. Mom will definitely agree if you explain who Ms. Crossed her arms, snorting irritably, but before she could continue, Rika tilted her head slightly, her big, bright eyes fixed on her older sister. The twilight illuminated her hair with a golden hue, and she swayed her arms subtly, almost like a child asking permission for something she already knows will be denied. Looked away, clearly uncomfortable with the emotional pressure. She ran a hand over her face, her voice trailing off as she gave in. Okay. But on one condition. You're going to have dinner at home with us and get clothes first. Then I'll take you to Ryan's house. Rika closed her eyes, tilting her head with a sweet smile. You're the best, Neeson. Flinched slightly at Rika's teasing, which made Ryan move even closer, leaning into her ear. His deep, mocking voice cut through the moment. So you have a weakness for cute things, huh? Before the sentence could even finish echoing, reacted with a sharp elbow towards his stomach. Ryan jumped back, narrowly dodging, as she turned with narrowed eyes of irritation. I told you, you better not try anything weird with my Rika. Got it? Ryan blinked, clearly intrigued. Your Rika? Rika raised her eyebrows, a mischievous smile forming, but before could answer, a translucent blue screen with a faint glow appeared floating in the air. Ona's signature was unmistakable. Held the screen with one hand, frowning at the length of the message. Wow. So much text. Is this a message or a book? Ryan wasted no time and ran to her side, curiosity etched on his face. How's my dear student? Narrowed her eyes, giving him a look of pure disgust. It's really weird when you talk like that, Ryan completely ignored the comment, leaning in to read the text aloud. Hello, senses. I spent the day gathering energy to send a very important message. As he read, Rika stood on tiptoe, trying to peek at the screen over his shoulder. Ryan continued, my Sakurajima is a special person. She carries lost fragments of divine energy. Ryan paused dramatically, turning to with a sarcastic smile. See? I'm not the pervert you keep saying I am. Snorted impatiently, crossing her arms. Can you keep reading? Rolling his eyes, Ryan returned to the screen. But be very careful, senses. You can't take her energy now. He frowned, reading the next part aloud, which was highlighted in capital letters. If you do this, She will die. Those words hit Ryan like a punch to the gut. He felt a shiver run down his spine, especially since he had considered, even for a brief moment, absorbing her energy to solve the disappearance problem once and for all. Noticed his expression and narrowed her eyes, her voice laden with sarcasm. You almost did that shit, didn't you? Ryan tried to disguise it with an awkward smile, but before he could answer, he continued reading, now more carefully. When you, senses Ryan and absorb divine energy from someone, you suck a piece of that person's soul. This is not a problem when it comes to a divine fortune, like what you found in Hinamizawa, but in Mai's case, it's different. Her energy is so much smaller than Rika's. If you try, she will literally explode into a small amount of energy. He stopped reading and glanced at nervousness evident. She's going to explode. Like. Poof? Raised an eyebrow, her tone laden with irony. Look at that. And who's the reckless pervert now? Ryan ignored the comment, trying to stay focused as he read the end of the message. The safe way to deal with this is to gather 5 bearers of these lost fragments. Together, they become equivalent to a divine fortune. Only then can you extract the energy without killing anyone. He stopped, letting the text float in the air for a moment as he absorbed the information. Ryan raised his eyebrows, visibly alarmed. 5 of them. How are we going to find so many people without you, Aona? But before he could despair further, he continued reading and realized that maybe Aona knew him better than he thought. In case you're wondering how you're going to find more without my help, Sensei Ryan, don't worry. They're easy to identify. He looked up from the screen with a look of pure disbelief. Crossed her arms, staring at him with a raised eyebrow. Sometimes, you're so predictable it's embarrassing. Ryan ignored the comment and went back to the message. Generally, these people have something we call here adolescence syndrome. Or at least that's how they are described in internet forums. Tee-hee-hee, let out a heavy sigh, her voice laden with weariness. Another syndrome for our list? Seriously? Trying to lighten the mood, Rika smiled and replied lightly, well. At least the name sounds less scary than Hinamizawa syndrome. Took the screen from Ryan's hands, clearly impatient, and started reading where he had left off. You don't have to worry about looking for these people. They will be attracted to the divine energy you have, like a good child returning home. After all, being just small fragments, they feel the need to find their missing half. Ryan smiled crookedly, clearly relieved. Now that's what I'm talking about. Finally some good news. Something that won't be so much work. Continued reading, the tone of the message becoming more direct. So, it's obvious that when you two senses are together, the probability of attracting them increases so much. That said, the most effective way to speed up this process is... suddenly stopped reading, her eyes widening as she tried to take in what was on the screen. Not having sex. She simply dropped the screen on the floor, letting it fall as if it were a cursed object. Ryan tried to catch it, but it was too late. The sound of the virtual glass breaking echoed as walked away with firm steps and an impassive expression. Hey! Weren't you the one worried about Aona, damn it? Ryan shouted after her, his voice laden with irritation. Stopped for a moment, giving him an icy look over her shoulder. Aona-chan is being very naughty. I'll pretend I didn't read that. Without another word, she continued walking. Rika, who was watching the scene with the usual mischievous glint in her eyes, just smiled and waved to Ryan before running after See you later, Ryan-kun. Ryan sighed, looking at the broken pieces of the screen on the floor. Poor Aona-chan. With a broken heart, or at least pretending to be, he went down the stairs towards the ground floor. As he arrived to pick up his shoes, something caught his attention, bringing a brief relief to his troubled soul. The sun was almost setting, dyeing the horizon with golden and reddish hues. And there, standing, with a bright smile and arms crossed behind her back, was she, his dear sister, waiting patiently. I thought you weren't going to show up, Anya-chan. Her voice was sweet and full of affection, as if that simple gesture was the most natural thing in the world. Ryan smiled genuinely, leaving behind the chaotic thoughts that Aona's message had awakened. Chapter 73, From Scumbag to Scumbag, We Understand Each Other Well. Ryan approached Yuki with a gentle smile, his voice light. Were you waiting for me here this whole time? He chuckled before continuing, I thought you'd avoid me after everything. Yuki tossed her hair to the side, letting the wind play with the strands while displaying a confident, almost theatrical expression. I'm much stronger than you think, my brother. Hi. Ryan closed his eyes, the corner of his mouth curving into a sarcastic smile. Ah, of course. I know. Ignoring the provocation, Yuki raised her index finger as if about to present a thesis. Anyway, the reason I'm here, planted, waiting for you since the bell rang. Ryan interrupted her, his tone playful. Sorry for the delay. She rolled her eyes dramatically and gestured with her hand, almost theatrically. I'll forgive you after you hear me out. He crossed his arms and tilted his head, as if to say, go ahead. Yuki put her hands behind her back, assuming a deliberately cute posture, her eyes sparkling with a touch of mischief. Tomorrow I'm going out shopping, and it would be great if you came with me. Ryan brought his hand to his chin, the smile returning with a hint of teasing. This looks like a date. She smiled faintly and shrugged, keeping her tone casual. Is it? Ryan played along, his voice laced with irony. Will I have time? Without missing a beat, Yuki took a step forward, blinking playfully as she got close enough for him to feel the softness of her breasts. The softness made Ryan gulp, but he tried to maintain his composure. Well, I don't think I have anything too important tomorrow. Are you going to sleep at my house? Yuki turned away, spinning on her heels, raising her finger in a provocative gesture of denial. Unfortunately for you, I have to go home today. But I'll be waiting for you at the station at 10 a.m. She turned again, sticking her tongue out playfully. And I don't tolerate lateness, understood? Ryan gave a thumbs up, trying to appear relaxed but feeling his composure waver. He murmured in an amused tone, I'll try to get there by 11. Yuki was already starting to walk away, responding with a wave and a voice full of amusement. Now. You wouldn't make a pretty girl like me wait, would you? Ryan was silent, watching her disappear on the horizon, while his thoughts screamed, think with your right head, Ryan, not with the dick. The silence of the school finally caught his attention. He sighed, lowering his hand with a frustrated expression. Damn. I wish I could teleport like you know. Without many options, he started walking before laziness overcame him. The streets were bustling, filled with the sounds of horns and the chatter of people enjoying their Friday. It was a stark contrast to the calm he had felt minutes ago. Ryan stopped at a market to buy some sweets and something salty to eat. This time, he had money in his pocket and didn't have to grumble about the absurd price of Snickers. As he walked through the aisles, his eyes were drawn to a display case with the new generation console. He couldn't resist and went to take a look. The bright screen displayed a game running on the PS5, and Ryan let out a resigned sigh as he faced the price tag. Why is the price of happiness so high? His thoughts took him back to the past, a fragmented memory of another world. Damn, when I died I only had God of War 3. This new one looks amazing. He opened his wallet, analyzing the contents as he muttered to himself, I guess I can eat less this month. A few minutes later, He was standing at the train station, holding a bag with a newly purchased PS5, staring into space and declaring in an exasperated tone, "I already regret it." As he pondered the disarray he had just caused in his own finances, his cell phone vibrated in his pocket. He put the bag on the floor, took a deep breath and answered after seeing the name on a screen. "Hello, old man. You don't forget, do you?" Ryan said, his voice heavy with exhaustion and disdain. On the other side, Jensai Suao's serious voice replied, "You know very well the debt you have incurred. I need you tomorrow, at 10 a.m., to fulfill your part of the agreement." Ryan rolled his eyes, looking up as if the sky could give him patience, and replied with contempt, "10 a.m. doesn't work. Schedule another time." There was a tense silence before Jensai spoke again, this time in an irritated tone. "What? And what could be more important than paying the debt you owe?" "Don't forget that." Ryan cut him off, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "At 10 a.m. I have a date with Yuki." On the other end of the line, the silence dragged on for a few seconds until Jensai finally replied, intrigued, "Yuki? Which Yuki?" Ryan raised an eyebrow and let out the answer provocatively, "Hey, old man, are you forgetting your own granddaughter?" "Regrettable." There was another pause before Jensai let out a low chuckle, as if he had just connected the dots. "I understand." Ryan frowned, suspicious, as he waited for him to continue. "I was young once like you," Jensai continued, in an unexpectedly casual tone. "That's good on the one hand. Keeping the family blood pure is important." Ryan's eyes widened, and he responded with an incredulous laugh, "Damn. From scumbag to scumbag, we understand each other well." For the first time, Jensai seemed to speak like a friend. "Just be smart. Not everyone will take this as well as I do." Still stunned, Ryan retorted in an amused tone, "Damn. You're even giving advice now? Grandpa, is that really you?" Jensai, returning to his serious tone, resumed the main subject, at 6 p.m., at the Suai mansion. "Not a second late." Ryan smiled, replying dismissively, "You were so firm just now that I'll arrive at 5:30 p.m. Before hanging up, he adjusted his tone, becoming more serious, "I hope you're keeping your end of the bargain. Both with Takeno and that Satoko girl. They're the most important part of the deal, and they've already arrested someone in Rina's place." On the other side, Jensai replied firmly, "I always keep my agreements, boy. That's why the Suawa family is respected." Ryan shrugged, adding, "Just remember that I promised to take over the family. So avoid putting too much weight on Yuki's shoulders." There was another moment of silence, followed by a short, meaningful snort of confirmation. Then Jensai hung up. Ryan stared at his cell phone, incredulous, and laughed to himself as he said, "Damn. I didn't expect the old man to support it. Now, who can judge me, huh?" The subway arrived soon after, finally taking Ryan back home. The walk to his house wouldn't take more than a few minutes, and he was already starting to feel the tranquility of home as he walked up the street. When he opened the door, he did so casually, dropping the groceries on the table as he muttered, "Rika said she's going to have dinner before she comes over. But I bought some sweets anyway." He smiled slightly as he remembered how much she loved sweets as much as he did. Among the groceries was also an extra controller for the PS5, something he bought with her in mind. He held it for a moment, analyzing it, as he commented to himself with a sly smile, "I doubt she's ever even touched a video game." He scratched his head, still smiling, already imagining the scene of having to teach her how to play, with her probably fumbling with the controls. The idea amused him and gave him an unexpected feeling of lightness. "I need to start with an easy game, something that teaches the basics well, doesn't irritate too much and has a simple story to follow." He scratched his chin, lost in thought as he analyzed his options. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if struck by a bolt of inspiration. "I know." Ryan punched the air with the excitement of someone who had just discovered the solution to all problems. With a calm and genuine smile, he declared with conviction, "Dark Souls." Chapter 74, Don't Get Hard. Ryan stepped out of the shower feeling refreshed, toweling his hair dry as he strolled leisurely across the living room. He cast a casual glance at the clock on the wall, murmuring in a calm voice, "What time is Yuno bringing Rika?" "It's almost 9 o'clock at night." As if summoned by his words, Yuno appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye, bringing Rika along. She wasted no time before launching into a visibly irritated speech. "Tomorrow morning, bright and early, I want you to," she froze mid-sentence, her eyes widening as she took in the scene before her. Ryan, standing completely naked, casually drying his hair as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Yuno's face turned bright red in an instant. She hurriedly covered Rika's eyes, screaming in sheer panic, "You idiot, why are you naked?" Ryan, completely unfazed, rested one hand on his hip, replying casually, "Well, I'm in my own house." I have the right to walk around like this whenever I want. Nearly exploded. But you knew we were coming, you pervert. Ryan shrugged, maintaining his usual calm. Yeah, but it's not normal for visitors to appear in my living room without knocking. So the mistake is yours, not mine. Burning with shame and anger, struggled to keep her eyes fixed on his face, while firmly holding Rika's eyes closed. But the small girl wasn't helping, trying to peek through her fingers. Can you put on some clothes or cover that thing? Practically begged, in a tone that sounded more like a desperate order. Before Ryan could answer, Rika, with her innocent and provocative voice, blurted out, I wonder. Will it fit? Yuno's indignant cry came immediately. What are you saying, Rika? Rika, unfazed, made a short, mischievous sound as she squeezed her eyes shut, as if she were just playing. Ryan, with a lazy sigh, walked to the bedroom. He put on simple, comfortable clothes and returned minutes later, pulling on a loose t-shirt while still drying his hair. Now with her arms crossed, forced an authoritative posture to hide her embarrassment. Tomorrow, at 8 o'clock sharp, I want her back home. Do you hear me? Ryan scratched his neck, clearly annoyed. And why don't you come get her yourself? Literally, it only takes you seconds. Furrowed her brows, her frustrated tone escaping in her hesitant reply, it's just that. Ryan raised an eyebrow, urging her on. It's just what, girl? With a heavy sigh, finally finished, the irritation evident in every word, it's just that my mother wants to see you, you fucking asshole, trash, scumbag. Ryan let out a mocking laugh. Damn. A combo of insults. You're inspired today. Meanwhile, Rika, with a mischievous smile and her hands behind her back, approached I already know the rules, You can go, you're free to leave. She made an exaggerated gesture with her hand, as if she were shooing away. Raised an eyebrow, suspicious. And why are you in such a hurry for me to leave, huh? Rika, with a sly smile, put one hand near her mouth, pretending to confide something. It's because you're wasting my time with Ryan. The words dropped like a bomb. Shot Ryan an icy glare, laden with threat. No funny business, Ryan ghosting. Ryan raised his hands in surrender, a cynical smile already on his face. For my part, I'm clean. Now, if she attacks me, that's not my problem. Sighed, giving them both one last cold look before disappearing before their eyes in the blink of an eye. As soon as disappeared, Rika, with a curious tone, turned to Ryan. You don't mind her insults? Ryan shrugged as he walked to the fridge, grabbing something inside. Nah. I know deep down it's her way of showing jealousy. Rika raised her eyebrows, clearly intrigued, as she settled on the couch. Jealousy? Ryan turned around, displaying a tub of ice cream he had just taken out. Ever heard of it, son dear? Rika brought a finger to her face, thoughtful. Actually, I read a lot of novels while I was stuck in that eternal loop. She blushed slightly before continuing, staring at Ryan with an appraising look. But, on second thought, isn't she more like a Yan dear? He approached with his usual calm, handing her the tub of ice cream. It's all a matter of interpretation. Rika opened the ice cream, her face lighting up with excitement. You got my favorite flavor. How did you know? Ryan winked at her, his humor sharp. I'm observant enough to remember that it was the same flavor you chose at the Wade Nagashi festival. Rika's happy smile was enough of an answer for him. After a relaxed moment, Ryan got up and grabbed a controller from the shelf. Noticing, Rika tilted her head curiously. What's that? Ryan smiled, already expecting this question. This, my dear Mini Miku, is one of humanity's greatest creations. The video game. Rika's eyes sparkled with genuine interest. For someone like her, whose biggest dream was to experience the new, this seemed fascinating. Ryan sat down next to her, placing the controller in her hands. And since I'm a natural observer, I noticed that you try to hide it, but you're amazed by the things here in the big city. You're trying to appear superior, but deep down. He paused dramatically, teasingly. You're just a dazzled little kid, used to the simple life in your peaceful little village. Rika puffed out a cheek, indignant. That makes me sound like a hick. Ryan made a careless gesture with his hand, the provocation evident in his tone. Am I wrong? Rika looked away with a short, cute HMPF, trying to keep her composure, but her expression already betrayed her amusement. Ryan, however, softened the teasing with a genuine smile and a sweeter tone. But you're a very cute hick, I won't disagree with that. Rika let out a small smile, but it was enough for Ryan to feel satisfied. He then began to explain how to use the controller, patiently guiding her as he turned on the PS5. When the console interface appeared on the screen, Rika's eyes shone even brighter, like a child's on their first trip to an amusement park. Ryan stood up as if presenting a grand spectacle, raising a finger in the air dramatically. And now, Miss Minnie Miku, It's time for the fun part. Rika gripped the controller with her small hands, looking at him with complete concentration, as if ready for a great challenge. Her enthusiasm was contagious, and Ryan couldn't help but smile, already anticipating that it would be a long night and full of laughter. Now, get ready for the best game ever invented by man. As Ryan spoke, the screen came to life with the From Software logo, accompanied by the iconic sound that heralded something epic. Rika, practically hypnotized, fixed her eyes on the screen. Then, the cinematic intro began. In the age of ancients, the world was unformed, shrouded by fog. She remained speechless, absorbing every word and scene, while Ryan sat on the floor, facing the sofa, legs crossed, an expression of satisfaction playing on his face. A land of great crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons. Rika didn't even blink, completely immersed until the end of the cutscene. When the title screen appeared with the logo Dark Souls, Remastered, accompanied by the message "Press any button to start," she turned to Ryan, her eyes wide and her breath quickening. "When did all this happen?" she asked, fascinated. Ryan blinked, surprised by the question, but couldn't help but burst into laughter. He slapped his hand on his leg as he laughed uncontrollably. Wait. You thought this actually happened?" He tried to catch his breath, wiping away the tears that were streaming down his face. "Rika, it's just a story. A very good story, but just a story." Rika blushed slightly, puffing out her cheeks. "You could have warned me. Geez, you go back in time. Why couldn't there be dragons and all that soul stuff?" Ryan continued laughing, almost sobbing. Every time he tried to stop, another wave of laughter hit him. Noticing this, Rika narrowed her eyes. A mischievous smile spread across her face, an idea taking shape. She slowly stood up, calmly adjusting her skirt, and walked towards him with slow, almost calculated steps. She sat down on the floor, exactly between Ryan's crossed legs, getting close enough that he could smell the sweet scent of her hair and the softness of her skin. In a lively, almost innocent voice, she let out a sonorous Ryan stopped laughing instantly, his face taking on a surprised expression. Rika noticed his reaction and, with a smug look, added as if nothing was happening, "It's better if I stay really close like this so you can teach me how to play properly." Ryan swallowed hard, his mind racing. Shit. I forget she has about 100 years of experience. I'm a poor innocent boy compared to this evil old woman. Determined not to show nervousness, he adopted an indifferent tone. "You can start the game by creating a character." As he spoke, Rika settled in further, leaning her back against his chest, practically using Ryan as a pillow. He could feel her softness and warmth, as well as his own heart racing. Rika, noticing his restlessness, thought to herself, a mischievous smile forming. "I knew it, he. He's nervous." Meanwhile, Ryan was fighting an internal battle. "For the love of me, control yourself. Don't get hard. Don't get hard." But not all prayers were answered. Feeling something growing against his butt, Rika asked with a curious, almost innocent tone, "What's that hard thing?" Chapter 75, I Love You. Ryan's face froze, a stoic expression taking over as he stared at the ceiling, trying to remain composed. "It's my phone." Rika raised her eyebrows, suspicious, but seeing Ryan's somber face, covered by a strange aura of despair, she decided not to press further. She turned her attention back to the screen, while Ryan silently prayed that the night wouldn't get any worse. Rika stared at Ryan for a few seconds, as if trying to process his answer. However, unintentionally, she pressed a button on the controller, abruptly starting the game. Ryan sighed with a smile, starting to explain how to create the character. They spent a good time adjusting the limited customization options. Rika, enthusiastically, decided she wanted to create Ryan in the game and dedicated herself to the task for almost 40 minutes, examining every detail. When she finally finished, she turned to him with a triumphant grin from ear to ear. "So, what do you think?" Ryan stared at the screen. It was Dark Souls 1. Character customization in this game was far from its strong point. The final model was peculiar. If you can recreate yourself in this game, maybe it's time to face some hard truths. After a long pause, Ryan responded in a drawn-out voice and a forced smile, The hair looks similar." But that was enough for Rika, who let out a genuine laugh, satisfied with her masterpiece. Under Ryan's guidance, she chose the Master Key as her starting item and opted for the Warrior class, embracing the legendary strength build. The game started. Rika appeared in a locked cell, looking around until a key was thrown to her. A little confused with the controls, she started pressing random buttons. Ryan, seeing her initial struggle with the basics, placed his hands over hers, guiding her movements while enveloping her in an indirect embrace. "Calm down, Mini Miku. Like this, see? This button is for attacking, this one for dodging. he explained patiently, even while feeling the disconcerting proximity. The Dark Souls tutorial was straightforward and brutally simple. Rika eliminated the first hollows, who stood still, and felt invincible. When she found the first bonfire and lit it, the achievement notification appeared on the screen. "I'm so good at this," she celebrated, confident, with a sparkle in her eyes. Ryan just smirked, silently watching the poor girl enjoy the rare moments of ease the game allowed before revealing its true intentions. Rika advanced to the large gate ahead, her chest puffed with confidence. "Who's gonna be the next weakling I'm gonna def?" Before she could finish the sentence, the asylum demon fell in front of her with a crash. The red health bar appeared at the bottom of the screen, accompanied by an epic and menacing music that filled the environment. Rika's reaction was immediate and obvious. Kaya. She began rolling frantically across the screen, mashing buttons like a maniac. In the process, her body moved uncontrollably, causing Ryan to feel the softness of her butt brushing against him. Ryan swallowed hard, his mind a jumble of inappropriate thoughts. "Focus, Ryan. Focus." Meanwhile, Rika tried to attack the boss. The impact of her blow caused 2 damage. The demon's life bar remained motionless. "Why isn't he dying?" she shouted in growing despair. Before she could do anything else, the boss's club descended like a meteor, crushing her completely. The screen went dark, and the iconic words appeared in red, "You died." Rika was silent, staring at the loading screen, still processing what had happened. When her character reappeared at the bonfire, she dropped the controller, raising her hands. "Absolute cinema," she announced, with a serious and frustrated expression. Rika looked back with shining eyes, her voice overflowing with excitement. "Ryan. That was simply out of this world. I felt like I was in the character's shoes, desperate to face that grotesque monster. I've never seen him before, but just looking at him I felt an absurd fear, an imposing presence I can't even describe. My broken sword was useless against him, and his life bar seemed infinite. His name will forever be etched in my memory, Asylum Demon. How do I face that?" Ryan remained frozen, his eyes fixed on the void. He responded in a low, drawn-out voice, trying to disguise his embarrassment. "I also had to face a very difficult boss." It was a miracle he could formulate any coherent sentence. The way Rika had moved, practically bouncing on his lap during the fight, had tested the limits of his sanity. As much as he had a mature mind, it was difficult to fight against the hormones of a teenage body. After all, he had died at a measly 15 years old and now he was stuck at that age again. He took a deep breath, focusing on her excitement about the game. With a mischievous smile, he theatrically raised his finger. "You can't face him now, heh." Rika tilted her head, confused, and replied hastily. "Why not? I overcame a hellish 100-year loop. In this game, I can also retrace my steps, learn from my mistakes, and adapt." "I will." Ryan interrupted her, even more theatrical. "Remember, you only beat the loop when you got a powerful weapon. In this case, me." He gave a confident smile, but Rika raised an eyebrow and completed, with a provocative tone, "And you know." Ryan lowered his shoulders, pretending to be offended. "Let me have my moment, come on." She laughed as he spoke again, this time more seriously. "Jokes aside, a win is still a win, whether in life or in games. Right now, you can go out a side door and explore the asylum. There's some equipment there that can make your life a lot easier." Rika listened attentively and, determined, picked up the controller again. Following Ryan's instructions, she found the passage to the side and explored the asylum. She grabbed her starting equipment, received the Estus flask, and eliminated the smaller hollows with ease. Ryan, watching closely, smiled proudly. "Look at you, Mini Miku, you're already getting the hang of it. You're almost looking like a real person." Rika rolled her eyes but didn't lose focus. When she reached the top of the arena, she crossed the wall of fog and, this time, managed to land the aerial blow on the asylum demon, taking a good chunk of the boss's life. "Yes," she celebrated, beaming. But her joy was interrupted when the demon crushed her once more. And so the hours passed. They laughed, joked, and shared taunts between Rika's countless attempts. During breaks, Ryan would grab snacks and drinks he had bought for the two of them, and they would watch funny videos before returning to the game. Gradually, Rika was learning the boss's patterns and managing to decrease his life bar even more with each attempt. Until, after several frustrating hours, the miracle happened. Rika managed to land the final blow on the demon. She dropped the controller and jumped, hopping between Ryan's legs, raising her arms. Idiot. Without thinking, she threw herself at Ryan's chest, her warm back against him, who hugged her by the waist, laughing and celebrating together. "Finally, Mini Miku. It only took you the whole night." Rika puffed out her cheeks, crossing her arms and pouting adorably. Her voice came out sweet but melancholic. "Ryan, don't spoil it. Ryan laughed and pulled her into a tighter hug, feeling the sweet aroma that seemed to be a part of her. Just kidding, relax. For your first time playing something like this, you were amazing. Congratulations, Mini Miku. She smiled, her face slightly flushed, with the controller in her hands. Now let's see who's the next monster I'm going to crush. Rika laughed excitedly, running her hand across Ryan's face with an affectionate gesture. I'm definitely coming back here more often to finish this game. Ryan responded with the same energy, raising his eyebrows. This one and 2 more to go. Rika's eyes widened, her expression showing genuine shock. 2 more? Ryan let out a sly smile, enjoying her reaction. Exactly. Dark Souls has 2 more sequels. Exhausted, Rika threw herself into his arms, as if she had just climbed a mountain. And I thought I had gone through a great challenge. She sighed, but soon raised the controller as if it were a trophy, completing with a satisfied smile. At least I defeated a great boss. That's already a victory for today. Ryan looked away, almost laughing to himself as he thought. It's better if she doesn't know this was just the tutorial boss. Now that the moment had calmed down, Ryan began to notice just how close they were. Rika's soft breathing tickled his skin. She was lying against him, her long, silky hair spread out, its sweet aroma filling the air. She hummed softly, smiling in a way that was both innocent and intimate. The silence between them was broken when Rika turned her head and looked back, her eyes meeting his. The smile she gave was as wide as it was mischievous, the two exchanging glances that seemed to linger longer than usual. You're staring at me a lot, Ryan. She said in a low, almost provocative tone. Do you think I'm pretty in this new form of mine? Ryan understood her intention. It was clear she was trying to embarrass him. But if she thought it would work, she was wrong. With a sly smile, he tightened his arms around her waist and replied, loading his words with a touch of provocation. There's no way to lie about this. Rika narrowed her eyes, suspicious, as she tried to decipher the tone in his voice. Her thoughts wandered, and she slightly adjusted her position. That's when she felt something pressing against her butt. She froze instantly. Her eyes wide, fixed ahead, as her mind spiraled into self-criticism and regret. The blush quickly rose to her ears, and her breathing began to accelerate. What have I done? Ryan, on the other hand, watched everything with a satisfied smile, his astute gaze making it clear that he understood exactly what was happening. He thought to himself, amused. Looks like the tables have turned. 100 years of fanfic experience doesn't help much in the real world, does it? To further intensify her reaction, Ryan ran his fingers through Rika's hair, drawing her gaze again. Her face was as red as a cherry, and her trembling eyes revealed her anxiety. Her rapid, shallow breathing was almost audible, and Ryan could feel the cold sweat on her skin. Is he really going to do this? Rika's mind was in complete chaos. Is he going to kiss me? Like he did with you? And then? Is it going to happen? Oh my god, does he have protection? I don't. And my body now? Does he find it attractive? Does he prefer me as I was before? But before Ryan could do anything, Rika raised her hand and placed it between them, preventing him from getting any closer. Ryan stopped instantly, blinking as he tilted his head, confused. What's wrong? Did I misinterpret something? Rika, still blushing, took a deep breath, finding the courage to look him in the eyes. Her voice came out low, almost sweet, but full of sincerity. No. I want it too. It's just that. She stopped, placing her hand over her chest, as if she wanted to hold the words inside. When she spoke again, her voice was soft and melancholic. After 100 long years. It's hard to believe this is really happening. Her words hit him like an epiphany. He knew that, despite her confident and playful appearance, Rika was much more complex. She had been through much more than most people would ever dream of. Trapped in a body that did not belong to her, in a village that never changed, she had been denied many simple desires, basic life experiences. Rika continued, her voice overflowing with affection. I want to enjoy every moment. She paused, as if gathering all her courage before concluding. With the one I chose. Ryan remained silent for a few seconds, processing the weight of what she had said. Then, he gave a gentle smile, holding her face in his hands. Then let's enjoy it. In our own time. She smiled back, more relaxed, and the two remained there, embraced, sharing a moment that seemed to last an eternity. Rika turned to Ryan slowly, settling into his lap. Gently, she wrapped her legs around his waist, closing them in an intimate embrace while resting her hands on his chest. I want to live this moment as I always imagined. Rika began, her voice trembling slightly, but full of emotion. Every second as if it were unique. I won't hide my heart from you, Ryan. I still feel like a little girl with silly dreams of romance. As she spoke, she leaned over him, lying gently against Ryan's chest. He, without hesitation, began to run his fingers through her long, soft hair, a gesture that calmed her. After a brief pause, Rika continued. I'm still afraid that all of this is a dream. Her voice became choked. And I feel like crying every time I remember Hinamizawa. But those tears turn into relief when I think of your voice. It was what brought me back. Ryan remained silent, absorbing every word. He didn't know how to react. The intensity of Rika's feelings took him by surprise. Amidst the whirlwind of emotions, he began to realize something he hadn't considered before, the impact he actually had on her life. You said you couldn't be my hope. Rika raised her teary eyes, looking directly at Ryan. But rather the solution. You were wrong, Ryan. You became much more than that. You are the man who pulled me out of the darkness, the man who gave me reasons to truly smile. Ryan swallowed hard, feeling the weight of her words. He had never reflected deeply on what he meant to Rika. In fact, he had helped her out of self-pity, trying to fill his own voids. But, without realizing it, he had become her hero. With a delicate gesture, Ryan raised his hand and wiped Rika's tears. She closed her eyes, resting her face in his palm. The warmth of his touch seemed to bring a security she hadn't felt in a long time. Rika opened her eyes slowly, with unexpected firmness. Her voice was full of determination. Ryan, remember well what I'm about to say. She paused, allowing the moment to linger, the words full of meaning. I've waited 100 years to say this. Her eyes sparkled with an incomparable sweetness, and a soft smile spread across her face. I love you. Chapter 76, Protection? Rika, I can rewind time. Ryan's heart raced as if the entire world had come to a halt. His mind, consumed by a single thought, screamed, kiss her, now. He didn't hesitate. With a firm movement, he leaned in, pressing his lips to hers with passion and intensity. The kiss was warm, deep, charged with all the emotions they had suppressed for so long. His hand instinctively slid down, gliding over Rika's waist until it rested on her ass. He pulled her closer, holding her tightly, without any hesitation. Rika responded with equal fervor. Their tongues intertwined in an almost desperate dance as her hands roamed over Ryan's chest and up into his hair, gripping it firmly. They surrendered completely to the moment, losing themselves in each other. After a few intense seconds, Rika pulled away, gasping for air, trying to catch her breath. Despite her flushed face and quickened breathing, she managed to muster the strength to speak, feigning playful irritation. Hey! I told you to wait. The sly smile she gave away immediately betrayed that she wasn't really upset. Ryan, on the other hand, wore a smug expression, full of satisfaction. Without replying, he slid his hand to her chest, eliciting a small, surprised gasp. Then, with a low, husky voice, he whispered in her ear, it doesn't matter if it hasn't happened yet. Rika's eyes widened momentarily before she chuckled softly, completely surrendering to the situation. At that moment, Ryan rewound time, making his actions reverse as if they were being replayed like a video in reverse. The sensation was surreal, as though the instant was being reshaped into the perfect moment. He stopped just seconds before their lips would meet. With their mouths almost touching, he murmured with a light, teasing smile, see? Rika raised an eyebrow, gripping his shoulder. Her voice dripped with mischief, I never said I wanted to go back. Idiot. Without waiting, she pulled him into a passionate kiss, her arms firm around Ryan, as if she wouldn't let him go. The kiss quickly intensified, and Ryan responded by holding her waist tightly. With a swift motion, he lifted her, pressing her against the wall. Their lips met with desire as his hands explored her body. Ryan slid one hand under Rika's shirt, moving slowly upward until it reached her chest. Her soft moans only fueled the heat of the moment, each sound inviting him to go further. Rika, however, didn't want Ryan to have all the initiative. Boldly, her hand moved to Ryan's most intimate area. Amid the fervent kiss, almost breathless, Rika thought to herself, blushing furiously, it's really big. Ryan began unbuttoning the shirt Rika was wearing. His movements were slow, almost reverent, revealing her waist and delicate belly bit by bit. Her soft curves and smooth skin made his desire grow with each passing second. When only 2 buttons remained, Ryan could already glimpse the pink bra she was wearing. Her breasts were small, but to him, they were perfect. Every detail seemed to match what he desired. Determined to go further, Ryan slid his hand around Rika's back, searching for the clasp of her bra. The moment felt frozen, heavy with tension and intimacy. Despite her flushed face and racing heart, Rika showed no hesitation. Something in her eyes said she was ready, that she trusted him completely. But before he could free the little bunnies, the shrill sound of the alarm clock echoed through the room. Rika let out a small yelp of surprise, breaking the heated atmosphere like a bucket of cold water. It's already 7 a.m., Ryan. She exclaimed, her voice rushed and nervous. Ryan turned to the clock, incredulous, then looked back at Rika. She was completely flushed, hurriedly clutching her shirt to button it again. Her words came out in a flustered jumble. I didn't even rest properly. And I still have to travel with my family today. To get to know each other better. Ryan sighed, running a hand over his face, clearly frustrated. He murmured, with a tone of disappointment and irony, seriously. Just when it was getting good. Damn destiny. Despite the situation, Rika couldn't suppress a nervous laugh, giving him a light punch on the chest. Ryan responded with a playful smile, but his eyes still carried the frustration of an interrupted moment. Rika giggled lightly before responding, her tone playful. Well, we were getting a bit too excited and kind of skipping a few steps, huh? How about we continue this another time? Ryan sighed, holding her firmly against the wall, his arms around her waist. She, in turn, still clung to him with her legs, keeping him close. Running her fingers through his hair, Rika spoke with a slightly teasing air. Geez, Ryan. You were already trying to do this with me, and you haven't even taken me on a date. She puffed her cheeks, pretending to be annoyed, but the playful glint in her eyes gave away that she was just joking. Then, she raised a finger as if scolding him, and to make it worse, you didn't even have protection. Ryan laughed, a low and amused chuckle. Protection? Rika, I can rewind time. For a moment, she froze, processing what he'd said. It was true with Ryan, even something as intimate as sex would never be ordinary. Ryan gave her a playful smile and continued, well, since you want this to happen in a slower, more romantic way, I'll respect that. I'll rewind time so you can rest and be ready for your trip tomorrow. Her smile softened, filled with affection. Thank you, Ryan. You really are the best. He averted his gaze, flashing a smug grin. Oh, but this comes at a price. Leaving me wanting. You'll have to make it up to me. Before she could question him, Ryan, in a swift move, unhooked Rika's bra, letting it fall to her waist. Her eyes widened, but before she could say anything, he lowered his head and bit her nipple firmly. A sweet moan escaped her lips, loud and involuntary. Rika's legs trembled, and she pulled him closer against her, her face completely flushed as she felt herself get wet from Ryan's sudden act. Ryan sucked on her chest, swirling his tongue around her nipple while Rika tugged at his hair. A few seconds passed, and with a satisfied smile, he rewound time. Now it was 11 p.m., a perfect time for Rika to rest before her trip. Suddenly, they were back on the couch. Rika was sitting on his lap, holding the game controller. On the screen, her character was standing before a bonfire, showing they had returned to the moment before she defeated the asylum demon. Rika placed a hand on her chest, still feeling his bite as if it had been real. She cast a glance over her shoulder, her cheeks puffed out and her voice slightly whiny. Ryan, you pervert. Ryan gave her a sarcastic wink. I can't help it. Your bunnies are just so cute and firm. She immediately covered her chest with her hands, pretending to be upset. But after a moment of silence, she looked down at the floor. Her voice came out soft and shy. They are yours. Just be gentle, okay? Ryan felt his throat dry, swallowing hard before picking her up. We'd better get to bed. Before I lose control. Rika gave a small smile but looked at the game screen and pouted. Oh, I'll have to fight the boss again. Ryan tried to cheer her up. Relax, now you know his moves. It'll be easy. She nodded as he carried her to the bedroom. What they didn't know was that, behind the couch, crouched and trembling with embarrassment, was Hanio. She held her face with one hand, completely red, while the other was pressed against her chest. Rika. Did you forget that we share senses? She seemed to be howling with embarrassment. Mumbling to herself, she went on, I need to have a serious talk with Rika about this relationship. Oh. Chapter 77, I'm staying with both. The morning began with the soft chirping of birds. Ryan lay in bed, eyes fixed on the ceiling, feeling the cool air envelop the room. A weight rested on his chest, but it wasn't anxiety, much less guilt. Actually, it was Rika. She had fallen asleep there, with him. Of course, nothing had happened, they just slept in each other's arms, which, unfortunately for Ryan, was sweet torture. Rika began to wake up slowly, stretching and letting out little grunts that sounded cuter than she probably imagined. Distracted, Ryan ran his hand through her hair. And, almost instinctively, let his hand slide down to her ass. Without opening her eyes, Rika murmured in a lazy tone, pervert. Ryan looked away, trying to appear innocent, and replied in a semi-defensive tone, look, I've already held back a lot sleeping in an embrace with you. She gave a small smile, still sleepy. Good morning, Ryan. With a lazy movement, she sat on top of him, still stretching her arms. Her voice, drawn out by sleep, carried a slight provocation. I don't judge you. This older body of mine. It kind of makes me act different, you know. Rika leaned down slightly, bringing her face closer to Ryan's, with a smug smile. It makes me more indecent sometimes. Before he could react, she sealed his lips with a brief kiss, a morning greeting. But before Ryan could get too excited, Rika placed her hand on his chest, stopping him from moving forward. It's already 7 a.m. I have to go home. She smiled, satisfied, as she pulled away. Ryan cast a lazy glance at the clock and replied in a tired tone, what if I go back in time so we can sleep a little longer? Rika brought a hand to her chin, thoughtful. I think it's best not to. I'm curious about something. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Curious? About what? She laughed as she adjusted her blouse, getting out of bed. Her long hair swayed gently with the movement. Mom wants to see you, remember? Ryan blinked a few times, as if struck by an epiphany. Damn. I had forgotten about that. He got up quickly, pulling on his shorts and straightening his shirt. We have to be quick, because I have an appointment at 10. Rika tilted her head, curiosity etched on her face. Appointment? With who? Ryan paused for a moment, scratching his cheek as he tried to find the right words. Well, with Yuki. The name reminded her of something. Rika became thoughtful for a second, and then murmured, Yuki? The one who was at the table with us yesterday? Suddenly, a specific memory came back to her mind a night in Hinamizawa, when she had Ryan's cell phone. At that time, a message had arrived from a certain Yuki, saying, Good night, my beautiful and beloved big brother. Rika raised her eyebrows, putting the pieces together. Is she your sister? Ryan nodded as he picked out an outfit. Yes, my sister. Rika started swinging her foot against the floor, a shy movement. Her hands were clasped behind her back, and her voice came out in a hesitant tone, Ryan. What exactly are we? Ryan stopped, his attention still on choosing clothes, but his expression changed to a mixture of nervousness and surprise. What do you mean, what are we? She took a deep breath, stepping forward, closing the distance between them. Her eyes shone with sincerity as she said, You are my everything. The one who pulled me out of a nightmare. The one I love. And me? What am I to you? Ryan remained silent for a moment, adjusting a shirt in place as he organized his thoughts. Finally, he leaned against the wardrobe, crossing his arms and scratching his head, clearly bewildered. Rika. I'm not going to lie. After you opened your heart like that, I feel like it would be wrong to run away from the truth. But, to be honest, I'm completely useless when it comes to feelings. Rika frowned slightly, tilting her head, curious. Ryan sighed deeply before continuing, I wasn't always like this. I didn't always care about people. I didn't even think about what it would be like to be in someone else's shoes. In my previous life, I was the kind of person who gave out more evil than I received. Rika stepped forward, gently taking Ryan's hand. He returned the gesture with a lost look, as if reliving memories he would rather forget. In my past life, I did terrible things. Things that hurt those around me. I won't deny that. But after everything I've lived here, after remembering who I was, I realize that something in me has changed. Even though, at first, I resisted accepting it. Rika brought a hand to his face, gently stroking his cheek. Her voice was sensitive, almost a whisper, Do you still blame yourself for what you did? Ryan looked away for a moment before sighing, exhaling the weight he carried. I don't know. Maybe. But, more than that, I want to learn to love in this new life. Rika maintained eye contact, but her tone became more direct. And you know? What were you? Enemies? Ex-lovers? Ryan let out a short laugh, shaking his head. Ex-lovers? Not even close. To me, she was just a walking target. To her, I was the man who killed the guy she was obsessed with. That's it. Nothing more. He looked up at the ceiling, as if seeing something far away, and continued, To be honest, I don't even know why I participated in all that. In the end, it was just a game. I didn't care about anyone. It was just about winning and that's it. Rika lifted Ryan's face with both hands, forcing him to look directly at her. You don't have to talk about a past that hurts you. I just want to know about the present. About us. Ryan's eyes met hers, shining with sincerity and something else he couldn't describe. He pulled her into a tight hug as he said, I'm still trying to understand my own feelings, Rika. At first, I didn't even care about you know. No hate, no love. But, when she reappeared and attacked Ella, that's when I realized that trying to rationalize feelings is useless. He pulled away from the hug, holding her by the shoulders and facing her firmly. I'm not going to be a jerk and pretend I don't know how I feel about you. But I also don't want to say I love you until I'm totally convinced of it. Rika looked away, biting her lower lip as she murmured, And do you feel something similar for her? For you know? The answer came immediately, Without hesitation, I don't know. She's not the best example, but, if you want, you can use Yuki as a comparison. Rika gave a short smile, though there was a slight discomfort in her eyes. I understand. I won't lie, it bothers me a little. But, considering everything, I'm over 100 years old and you can go back in time. Why would I expect anything normal in a relationship like this? Ryan laughed heartily, crossing his arms. Well, there's one thing you can brag about. Rika tilted her head, curious. What? He gave a smug smile before replying, you're my mini Miku. Rika couldn't help but laugh, cheering up at the nickname. But, noticing the clock, she realized the time was running out. Ryan shrugged and approached the center of the room, adjusting his posture. I better go back in time so we can take a shower and get ready. Your mom is a high-class woman, right? I have to be presentable. Rika brought her hand to her mouth, chuckling softly. Yes, definitely. Before activating his ability, Ryan looked at her with a mischievous smile. But can I ask for just one thing before? Rika narrowed her eyes, suspicious. No biting my chest. Ryan laughed, waving his hand. No, you pervert. That's not it. I just want you to do your nippa. Rika blushed slightly, looking away. You know, doing it in the context of a joke is kind of normal. But doing it out of nowhere, especially being older. He insisted, almost like a boy asking for candy. Yes, please. Rika sighed, defeated by his ways, and took a deep breath. She made a cat's paw with her hand as she let out a sweet and melodious, "Ni. Nipa-ah." Greater than less than. Ryan was so excited that he almost lost control of his ability to rewind time, laughing like a child. And, although she tried to appear indifferent, Rika couldn't hold back a genuine smile. With Rika's sweet and lively nipa-ah still echoing, Ryan activated his ability, returning time to the moment they both woke up. They got up lazily, brushed their teeth, and Rika took a shower first, stopping at the bathroom door to throw out a humorous warning, "Don't peek at me in the shower, okay?" Ryan smiled smugly, crossing his arms. Me? Peek? Never. Rika didn't answer, but a sliver of thought escaped her mind. Damn. I kind of wouldn't mind. While she showered, Ryan prepared a simple but carefully made breakfast. The aroma of toast and fresh coffee filled the kitchen, adding a cozy touch to the moment. After getting dressed and eating together, they were both ready to go out. Ryan chose an impeccable black dress shirt, paired with his best pants and a pair of shiny white shoes. To complete the look, an expensive watch rested on his wrist, reflecting good taste, or perhaps an attempt to impress. Rika, on the other hand, looked like a vision straight out of a fairy tale. Her long, silky hair shimmered in a mesmerizing shade of indigo, swaying gently to the rhythm of the breeze. Her purple eyes sparkled with a charming mix of serenity and joy as she smiled at Ryan. She wore an elegant white dress that fell gracefully to her knees, further highlighted by a vibrant green coat over it. A white hat adorned with a delicate blue flower rested on her head, shielding her radiant face from the morning sun. Ryan watched, fascinated, as he thought to himself, Rika is the personification of nature in its most beautiful form. An eternal reminder of spring. As they walked through the busy streets of Tokyo, hand in hand, they attracted attention wherever they went. Comments inevitably followed the couple. Look, what a beautiful couple. That guy's so lucky. Dating a goddess like that? It must be the devil's work. Visibly embarrassed by the stares and whispers, Rika moved closer to Ryan, covering her mouth as she spoke softly. Is this normal in big cities? Ryan tilted his head, already preparing his usual dose of sarcasm. Of course not. The people of Tokyo are just weird. Or, maybe, it's just the price of being so hot. Rika blushed instantly, squeezing his hand tightly. Ryan. Use more decent language when we're on the street. Ryan coughed theatrically before rephrasing his sentence in an exaggeratedly formal tone. Forgive me, Your Excellency. I believe this is the divine taxation for your celestial beauty. Rika couldn't help but let out a graceful laugh, drawing even more attention around them. Her smile seemed to light up the street, or maybe it was just the reflection of the many curious eyes, mostly boys clearly enchanted. A short time later, they arrived at Rika's house and, consequently, Yuno's residence. To their surprise, Yuno was waiting for them at the door, arms crossed and an unfriendly expression on her face. As soon as they approached, Yuno's passive-aggressive voice broke the silence. Why are you holding hands? Ryan, with his usual irreverence, responded without hesitation, his voice laden with sarcasm. Well, you still ask? I would be a terrible man if I let Rika walk around alone. Imagine if some pervert decided to mess with her. Yuno raised an eyebrow, displaying a disdainful smile as she turned to Rika. Did he do anything indecent? Rika gave a small smile, casting a knowing look at Ryan before replying, nothing. Me. Ryan chuckled softly before adding, The only indecency of the night was 8 hours trying to kill a boss in Dark Souls. Rika rolled her eyes, puffing out her cheeks. It was my first game. I did very well. As they argued, Yuno and Rika's mother appeared behind them, with a gentle smile and a curious voice. Era. Are you here already? Ryan felt a chill down his spine, though he didn't know exactly why. Still, he maintained his composure and responded politely, Good morning, Mrs. Gasai. She brought a hand to her cheek, speaking in a slow, drawn-out tone, Good morning, Masachika-kun. The name fell like a weight in the air. Ryan almost shuddered at hearing something he hadn't heard in so long. It's been so long since anyone called me Masachika. I even felt a chill. Before he could fully process it, Yuno's mother raised an eyebrow, curious, and blurted out, Era? Are you trying to form a love triangle with my daughters? Ryan's eyes drifted to his hand still intertwined with Rika's and, realizing the situation, gave a smug smile before letting go. Of course. I'm staying with both of them and I'm going to make them both very happy. Oh, and who knows, maybe you and your other daughter will join the list too. Yuno shouted, alarmed, What? Rika covered her mouth with her hands, trying to hold back laughter, while her mother was momentarily speechless before beginning. Before she could finish, Ryan immediately activated his ability to rewind time, rewriting the answer. With the timeline reset, he spoke with a contained smile, No, ma'am. I just held Rika's hand to keep her from being bothered on the way, you know. He gave a discreet laugh, while Rika tried to control herself so as not to burst out laughing. Behind them, Yuno leaned against the door, one hand pressed against her chest as she tried to catch her breath. In her mind, she grumbled, Damn you. You'll pay for this. Chapter 78, This world is lost today. I need to be perfect? So perfect it'll take his breath away. Yuki stood in front of her wardrobe, tossing clothes around like a fabric storm, searching for the ideal outfit. Clothes piled up on the bed in increasing chaos until she stopped when she spotted a beige, strapless knit dress. This looks good. She murmured with a smug smile. For a few seconds, she held on to her confidence, but soon her cheeks began to flush, and she covered her face with her hands. What am I doing? Why am I getting all dolled up? For my brother? A brief silence filled the room until something shimmered in her peripheral vision. Fishnet stockings. Daring. She couldn't resist and picked them up, analyzing the accessory with a new smile, now full of discreet mischief. When she finished getting ready, Yuki stood before the mirror, impeccable. The beige dress fell elegantly, outlining her silhouette while leaving her shoulders exposed. A black bow at the waist added a touch of classic charm, while subtle ruffles at the hem, accompanied by a layer of black lace, created a lovely contrast. On her legs, the fishnet stockings brought a provocative balance to the look, and the black knee-high boots, with metallic details and crisscrossed laces, exuded confidence. A thin choker with a heart-shaped pendant completed the look, catching the light and shimmering softly. Yuki admired her image in the mirror, trying to convince herself. We've already kissed, skipped about 300 chapters of romance. I don't need to be nervous, right? But the courage dissipated in seconds, and she threw herself on the bed, covering her face with her hands. I'm going crazy. She started punching the mattress as her thoughts shot off like bullets in all directions. This is absurd. My God, how did I end up in this situation? This is too hentai to be real life. Rolling on the bed, she stopped suddenly, frowning. And people still say that Yasuga no Sora was impossible. Ha. Getting up with an exaggerated sigh, Yuki faced the mirror again, adjusting her hair. But he's not just my brother, right? He travels back in time. Nobody has a brother who travels back in time. And kisses his sister. She threw herself back on the bed, now staring at the ceiling. Oh God, this isn't fair. He was already irresistible before. How does he expect me to control myself now? Divine judgment will fall on me. Clenching her fists, she got up again, grabbing her purse. As she checked the contents, she murmured, lipstick, some money. My cell phone. Suddenly, she turned red. An idea crossed her mind like lightning. Should I bring protection? The slap she gave her own thigh echoed through the room. What are you thinking, Yuki? It's just a normal date. She looked away, almost answering herself. Yeah, but he almost took my clothes off that day. Masachika, you scoundrel. As soon as she said his name, Yuki froze, remembering something important. Wait a minute. He said he had another name before. What was it? Ryan? Ryan Gosling? No. That's not right. Scratching her head, she began to walk in circles. But I'm so used to calling him Masachika. Or, most of the time, Anyai-chan. Oh my God. What's it going to be like if I yell Anyai-chan in the middle of the street and he kisses me afterward? She stopped in place, stamping her foot on the floor, her face burning. Yuki, stop thinking about kissing your brother. She took a deep breath, trying to regain her composure. You know what? Who am I kidding? Maybe I should buy some condoms. Yuki put her hands on her waist, as if she had decided something important, but the moment of self-confidence didn't last. My God, I've become a pervert. Sitting on the bed, this time more serious. I just don't know what to do. That was so sudden. I didn't even think about the consequences. And it was me who asked him out on a date. Sighing deeply, she began to speak like a child who didn't want to go to school. Damn. I really wish I knew what was going on in his head. Before she could sink further into her own thoughts, a knock on the door brought her back to reality. Yuki-sama, the car is waiting for you. She jumped on the bed, completely surprised. Right. I'm coming. Trying to appear composed, Yuki left the room and walked to the entrance. In the hallway, she met her grandfather, Gensai Suo, wearing an impeccable suit and displaying his typical serious expression. Good morning, Grandpa, she said, bowing politely. Gensai replied in his deep, firm voice, I will take you to your destination. Yuki's nervous smile appeared immediately. You don't have to bother, I can go alone, Gensai interrupted, with no patience for excuses. Let's go. I have an important meeting after this. Yuki's heart sank, her mind plunged into thoughts. Damn it. He's already found out about me and Ryan. Swallowing hard, she followed her grandfather to the car. To her surprise, Gensai decided to drive himself. He got into the driver's seat and indicated that she should take the front passenger seat. This is the end. Yuki thought, resigned. Trying to appear confident, she murmured, thank you for the ride, Grandpa. Are you sure you don't prefer to call the driver? He denied with a short nod, adjusting his seatbelt. Yuki, I've always believed that doing things personally brings better results. And besides, a car that costs millions shouldn't be driven by just anyone. She forced a polite smile as she thought, why is he in such a good mood? This is suspicious. As the mansion gates opened, Gensai spoke without taking his eyes off the road. Yuki. There's something I want to discuss with you. Yuki's world seemed to collapse. I knew it. I knew something was wrong. I hope Ryan goes back in time before I'm disinherited or killed. Even with her thoughts in complete chaos, Yuki responded with the greatest serenity she could feign. Of course, what do you wish to talk about? Gensai, direct as always, blurted out, about you and your brother. Yuki's heart leaped, stumbled, and almost stopped. For a moment, she considered opening the car door and running away, or maybe looking for a weapon in the glove compartment. Taking a deep breath, she responded with the intonation of a child caught in mischief. Did something happen, Grandpa? Although her voice sounded calm, inside she was screaming desperately. Gensai glanced at her, narrowing his eyes, and asked, what do you really think about your brother? Yuki felt like she had been punched in the stomach. He already knows. I'm going to be disinherited. Her mind screamed in panic. With ragged breathing, she replied with a fragile attempt at normalcy, what exactly are you talking about, Grandpa? Gensai, impassive, continued, don't you think there's something special about him? Yuki ran her hand over her face, as if fixing her hair, but actually wiping the cold sweat that was dripping down. Her answer came out haltingly, well. Unai-chan has always been a prodigy. I think. Gensai's analytical gaze followed her from the corner of his eye. Inwardly, he pondered, Yuki. You're not thinking the same thing I am, are you? After a long sigh, he said, in a surprisingly calm tone, Yuki, you don't need to fear. I won't judge you for being on his side. For an instant, Yuki froze, eyes wide and skin pale. What? I won't judge you for being with him, Gensai repeated, before adding, but that's not exactly what I want to talk about. As he drove, he maintained his serious posture and his gaze focused on the road. The tension mounted in the silence, until he questioned, on a scale of grandeur, where ordinary humans are the starting point and something much greater is the apex, where would you place your brother? The sound of his firm hands on the steering wheel seemed to echo through the car, as his voice grew deeper and heavier. Yuki tilted her head, her thoughts spinning at high speed. Does he know about Unai-chan's powers? I'd better avoid giving anything away directly. I can't cause trouble for him. Taking a deep breath, she replied with calculated calm, well, I think he's the most incomparable person I've ever met. She looked away, out the window, watching the city go by quickly. And I'm sure you already know that too, Grandpa. As she finished, she felt a little calmer, her thoughts now more organized. Why was I so worried? Unai-chan really is amazing. Gensai remained silent for a moment, before resuming, in a less serious tone, I understand. But there's still something I need to tell you. Yuki raised her eyebrows curiously as he continued, Your brother has agreed to take over the leadership of the Suo family. The revelation was like a blow. Yuki's heart raced again, and her posture slumped for an instant. Are you serious? The surprise was evident in her voice, but she quickly recomposed her expression, trying not to appear so shaken. Did he decide that himself? Jensai nodded, the somber look reflected in his words. The Suo family needs a worthy heir to face the storms that are approaching. Your brother has decided to resume the position that was once his, in exchange for my contacts to achieve certain personal goals. Yuki tilted her head thoughtfully. So he chose this on his own? I guess it's not so bad. After all, he can go back in time and change any decision. If he made this choice, it must be because he believed it was the best. Yuki looked out, realizing that the city center was already close. You can leave me here, Grandpa. It's not far from where he'll be waiting for me. Jensai maneuvered the car into a nearby parking space and parked. As soon as she got out, Yuki immediately attracted attention. Her beauty was striking, even more so when she got out of such a luxurious car. She turned to her grandfather, bowing politely before carefully closing the door. Jensai lowered the window and, to her surprise, gave a smile, something rare coming from him. A pure blood will be a great blessing for this family, but you are still too young to get pregnant. Use protection. Before Yuki could process the comment, he rolled up the window and calmly drove off, leaving her motionless, a frozen smile on her face. That is not my grandfather. Still taking in the situation, something on the other side of the street caught her eye. With her eyes fixed, she soon noticed a small group of girls laughing and talking to her dear brother. Ryan was impeccable. The black dress shirt fit him perfectly, paired with tailored pants and white shoes that gleamed in the daylight. On his wrist, an expensive watch completed the impeccable look. Yuki clenched her fists, irritation growing in her voice as she muttered, "Who are those busybodies hitting on my Anya-chan?" In the middle of the conversation, Ryan smiled with his usual tranquility, even surrounded by girls who seemed to spare no effort to get his attention. One of them, laughing exaggeratedly, insisted, "You should come with us. We're going to have fun." Ryan, however, responded with disconcerting sincerity, "Sorry, girls, but I already have a date. With my sister." The statement made them pause, exchanging surprised glances. One of the girls tried to hide her embarrassment, laughing, "Haha. You're so funny." At that very moment, Yuki decided to intervene. With a sweet voice and blatant sarcasm, she interrupted them, "Anya-chan. Sorry I'm late." The group turned to Yuki, who looked like she had stepped out of a fashion magazine. Her hair was shining, and her dress highlighted her natural beauty in a dazzling way. Ryan smiled, amused by the situation, and commented with a provocative tone, "You made me wait a long time, Yuki." She approached quickly, grabbing his arm naturally. With the same sarcasm in her tone, she replied, "Oh, I'm sorry, Anya-chan. But I know exactly how to make it up to you." Before any of them could react, Yuki leaned in and gave Ryan a quick peck on the lips, leaving the girls dumbfounded. Ryan and Yuki began to walk away, arms intertwined, as one of the Gyarus murmured, incredulous, "This world is lost." Chapter 79, "You're going to kill me with guilt." Ryan looked at Yuki with a sly smile, while tumultuous thoughts crossed his mind. Damn, Yuki's really gone crazy after everything that happened. In Yuki's head, the chaos was even greater. Oh my god, I actually kissed him after calling him Anya-chan. I've become a pervert. Despite this, Yuki kept a bright smile on her face, clinging to Ryan's arm. He, in turn, watched her sideways, intrigued, trying to guess what was going on in her head. It was then that Yuki took a deep breath, quickened her pace, and stopped in front of him. Putting her hands behind her back, she leaned slightly towards Ryan, her eyes practically screaming, "Don't you have anything to say?" Ryan stared at her for a moment, his eyes half closed, until he finally understood what Yuki expected. A gentle smile appeared on his lips as he placed a hand on his waist. Okay. I know you want to hear this. Yes, Yuki, you look very beautiful today." Yuki's face immediately lit up. She puffed out her chest, tossed her hair aside with a smug motion, and declared with satisfaction, "Heh, your little sister has irresistible charms." Ryan tilted his head to the side, his voice low and laden with teasing, "Yuki, you're blushing." She gave a small jump, turning her face away quickly. "Don't start with that, Anya. So, where are we going today?" Ryan raised an eyebrow, confused. "Well, you were the one who told me you wanted to buy some things and that I should go with you." Yuki narrowed her eyes, replying firmly, "You're on a date with your lovely sister. Act like you're supposed to." Ryan looked up at the sky, a little lost, and thought, and how the hell is a person supposed to act on a date with their sister? Sighing, he walked up to her, holding her hand firmly and unexpectedly. Yuki opened a smile that oscillated between satisfaction and despair. Without letting go of her hand, Ryan pulled her closer. If that's the case, let's act like a real couple. Just like in romantic comedy anime. What do you think? Yuki smiled provocatively, her eyes half closed. I agree with that, my brother. Ryan rolled his eyes, still smiling. If we're going to pretend to be a couple, it's probably best not to call me brother or Oni-chan. Yuki squeezed his hand slightly and replied in a theatrical tone, silly. The best part is that we're siblings. Ryan felt the weight of the statement like a punch and thought, Yuki, you're going to kill me with guilt. Walking hand in hand, the two attracted curious and admiring glances. Yuki was clearly pleased, while Ryan, still a little uncomfortable, tried to ignore the murmurs around them. One sentence, however, made Yuki's stomach clench. Look at that couple. They're beautiful. They match so well they even look like siblings. In Yuki's mind, the thought hammered, little do they know that we really are. While reflecting on the comments, Ryan pointed to a restaurant. How about we go there? Yuki followed his finger and saw a restaurant specializing in spicy food. Her eyes sparkled as she replied adorably, yes. They say the spicy sauce here is the best in all of Tokyo. Upon entering, they noticed that the place was relatively empty. They chose a sofa against the wall, sitting side by side. Ryan tried to maintain a polite distance, but Yuki quickly adjusted herself, moving closer to him, resting her head on his shoulder. He picked up the menu, trying to hide his embarrassment. So, what are you going to order? Ignoring the question, Yuki rested her face in her hands and casually commented, Grandpa brought me here today. Ryan froze for a moment, looking at her seriously. What did he tell you? Did something happen? Do you need me to go back in time? Are you in trouble? Yuki let out a light laugh, clearly relaxed. Ah, that makes me feel much more at ease. Ryan tilted his head, suspicious. At ease? What do you mean? Yes. Your reaction shows that you can save me from any trouble. Ryan frowned, letting out a long sigh. You drop a bomb like that and then come up with that talk? What did the old man say, anyway? Yuki put a finger to her cheek, as if pondering, before smiling smugly. She rested her hand on Ryan's thigh and, in a voice full of mischief, replied, he supported our relationship. Ryan, without realizing it, applied so much force to the table that he broke it in half, drawing the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Wait. Did he really say that? Noticing the looks around him, Ryan forced an awkward smile, putting his hand on Yuki's hair. Sorry. I think I lost track because of this revelation. It was at that moment that Yuki saw time distort before her eyes. The world rewound like a videotape. She was paralyzed for an instant, until excitement shone on her face. Is this what you see when you use your powers? Trying to contain her excitement, she murmured, wait. How do I remember this? Last time, it just seemed like you knew what was going to happen. Ryan gently squeezed her cheek, interrupting her thoughts with a provocative touch. I passed some of my energy to you while I was touching your hair. That's why you remember. But I don't like using this often. It's quite tiring. Yuki clenched her fists, completely enchanted. She looked like a child in front of her hero, her eyes shining. You're so amazing, Oni-chan. Chapter 80, Terrible Timing. Ryan browsed the menu with a relaxed expression, while Yuki seemed indecisive, her eyes dancing between the options. He, however, already had his choice to find. Mouse pork belly. He announced enthusiastically, pointing to the dish on the menu. Yuki tilted her head, curious, as she leaned closer to take a look. Wow, that's a very specific name. Ryan smiled, leaning back on the sofa and gesturing with his hand as if sharing a big secret. You know, despite loving sweets, I have a weakness for spicy food. This dish is one of the best discoveries I've made. Yuki giggled. Quite unexpected, considering your history. I discovered it on a mission in China, Ryan continued, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I had to go after some weapons for my cartel, and I ended up making some unexpected transactions. Some things happened, and I lost my appetite for days. Ryan's calm tone contrasted with Yuki's expression, which now mixed curiosity and discomfort. When you say you lost your appetite for days, do you mean you ended up having to do unthinkable things? She began hesitantly. Before she could finish, Ryan raised his hand, interrupting her. Leave that for later. Trust me, it's better to talk about these things only when we're not eating. Yuki sighed, but soon smiled faintly, resigned. Okay. I'll order the same thing as you then. Mouse pork belly. When the dishes arrived, both stared at the culinary work of art before them. The robust pieces of meat gleamed under the thick sauce, a mixture of intense red and caramelized brown that promised an explosion of flavor. The sweet and slightly smoky aroma, with spicy notes, seemed mesmerizing. Ryan separated the chopsticks and handed a pair to Yuki, with an excited smile. This dish brings back good memories. I first had it when a girl named Kuze took me to a local restaurant. It was fun, despite the pain of dealing with some crazy people who kept saying strange phrases like "you have eyes but cannot see Moutai? You are courting death." Yuki raised an eyebrow sarcastically. "You tell this as if it were something from your last summer." "Well," Ryan shrugged, "it happened in my past life. Going to China and courting death is not something I've done in this life yet." He sighed, resting his head in his hands. "Ah, poor Kuze. I said I would come back, but I disappeared without explanation. I guess I wasn't the young master she expected." Yuki narrowed her eyes, clearly suspicious. "This Kuze. Was she your girlfriend?" Ryan turned to her, and noticing the slight blush on his sister's face, let out a short laugh. "No, nothing like that." But Yuki didn't let it go. She slowly approached, whispering in his ear with a provocative tone. "So, you died a virgin, Annie-chan?" Ryan froze, his blood running cold for a moment. He forced a nervous smile and stammered, trying to dodge. "Does that matter? It was another life, you know." Yuki laughed, placing her hand on his thigh. "So my brother was a pure man in that regard, huh?" Before she could continue, Ryan flicked her forehead, eliciting an adorably irritated grunt. "You will eat your mouth, Yuki," Ryan said with a smirk. As she nibbled on the first piece of succulent meat, she let out a satisfied sigh. "This is amazing. You were so mean for not introducing me to this before, Annie." Ryan, still trapped in memories of the past, smiled as he thought. "I've been almost all over the world. I know delicacies you can't even imagine." He paused, his thoughts returning to his previous life. Kuze wasn't her real name. It was just a nickname, to avoid attracting too much attention. From what she said it meant snowflake. Back then things were so different. His expression turned melancholic for an instant, but was quickly interrupted by Yuki's cheerful voice. "Annie, I demand that you introduce me to all these delicacies." She pointed her chopsticks at him as if challenging him. Ryan blinked with a playful smile. "We'll have plenty of time." The atmosphere was relaxed as they both savored Mao's pork belly. Ryan finally felt relaxed. It seems like the morning is going to be quiet. Until a figure came running through the restaurant door. A panting girl, trembling and wide-eyed, was looking directly at him. She seemed desperate, as if Ryan was her last hope, her eyes screaming something like "help me," he sighed, his shoulders slumping in resignation. "Yeah, I guess I spoke too soon." As Ryan watched the restaurant door with a weary expression, Maiko walked quickly towards him, sitting down beside him abruptly and hastily. Yuki let out a small cry of indignation, crossing her arms as she protested, "Hey! Who are you?" Maiko completely ignored Yuki's question. Her eyes, full of panic, went from Ryan to the entrance of the establishment. Her voice came out trembling and laden with despair, almost a cry. "Please, help me. I beg you." Ryan kept his bored expression, as if this were just another setback in a day he expected to be quiet. Slowly, he shifted his gaze to the door. There, he noticed a dark, distorted aura stirring outside. The entity seemed eager to cross the restaurant's barrier, but was held back by something, his own energy, which would naturally repel the creature. He took a deep breath, picking up one of the chopsticks he was using to eat. Channeling some of his energy into the utensil, Ryan shot a slightly irritated look at Maiko. "You know. You have terrible timing, girl." Without waiting for an answer, he moved his fingers, throwing the chopstick with lethal precision. The object pierced the entity like lightning and embedded itself in the restaurant wall with a thud, like a dart hitting its target. To Maiko's immediate relief, the creature exploded in a blur of dark energy, disappearing without a trace. The sound of the impact caught the attention of all the customers in the restaurant. Confused, they turned to the wall, where the chopstick was firmly stuck, slightly cracking the coating. No one seemed to have noticed the entity, and Ryan, with an expression of absolute indifference, gave no cause for suspicion. The people, after a few glances, shrugged and went back to their meals. With the commotion over, Ryan turned to Maiko, frowning as he asked in a dry tone, "How the hell did you attract that?" Meanwhile, Yuki, visibly lost in the situation, shook Ryan's arm as if demanding attention. "Are you really going to pretend I'm not here?" She was pouting adorably irritated, looking like a spoiled child. Maiko, still panting, placed her hand on her chest, trying to catch her breath. A tear ran down her face as she stammered, I was walking to my friend's house. Then. He asked for directions to the subway. Her eyes filled with tears even faster. He looked like an ordinary human. She started to cry, covering her face with the sleeves of her coat as she tried to wipe away the tears. Ryan rolled his eyes, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Congratulations, Girl. You not only have terrible timing, but also luck that would make any unlucky person envious. Yuki, still not understanding anything, patted Ryan's shoulder irritably. Are you going to explain to me what's going on, or are you going to continue ignoring me? Ryan sighed, casting a resigned look at Yuki, then turned his attention to the sobbing girl beside him. The quiet morning, as he had hoped, had clearly came to an end. He spoke in a low voice. I just wanted a normal date with my sister. Maiko paused in her crying, looking at him with a confused and surprised face. Why your sister? Chapter 81, Ghost Girl. Maiko stared at Ryan, clearly confused. She tilted her head, her eyes meeting Yuki's, who had slightly flushed cheeks and an irritated expression. Hesitantly, Maiko returned her attention to Ryan and asked, still surprised, Are you really on a date with your sister? Ryan leaned back on the couch, crossing his arms with a bored expression. His voice drawled, as if it were the least of his problems. Look, I think the fact that you have a ghost glued to you is way more interesting than. Before he could finish, Yuki interrupted with a smug tone, her eyes half closed and a triumphant smile. That's right, he's on a date with his beautiful sister. Then she turned to Ryan, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. But what's this talk about a ghost? Maiko stood still, her cell phone trembling in her hand, and gave an awkward smile. Ah. I get it. You're on a sibling date, right? She laughed, embarrassed, trying to lighten the situation. But as she paid more attention, she noticed that Ryan and Yuki were holding hands. Her eyes widened, and her voice came out in a low, direct tone. You're weird, dude. Ryan felt his eyebrow twitch and snorted, irritated. Look, calling someone who saved your skin twice weird isn't the best idea, you know. Maiko jumped slightly, startled, as Ryan leaned towards her, a sarcastic smile playing on his lips. You know what? Maybe you'd be better off alone next time, don't you think? And no. Not at all. I totally support this kind of sibling relationship. Maiko exclaimed, panicked, getting up suddenly. Her words came out fast, and she bowed hastily. Actually, I think there should even be a law for this to be accepted in society. An uncomfortable silence fell over the restaurant, followed by murmurs. Some customers whispered from the corner of their mouths, these young people these days. Always getting into strange things. I wonder if it's a love triangle? How absurd. Ryan, clearly frustrated, grabbed Maiko's arm and pulled her back onto the couch. Just sit down, idiot. Meanwhile, Yuki wore a smug smile, seeming to savor the curious glances around them. But soon her expression changed to a mixture of curiosity and amusement. So, Annie, enjoying your reputation as a womanizer? She laughed lightly, but quickly became serious again. Now, can you explain to me what's going on here? Ryan sighed, looking away with indifference. I found this stray cat wandering around. She bumped into me while running from a ghost. And yes, they exist. Maiko turned red with indignation, almost exploding. I am not a stray cat. Yuki froze, her eyes widening as she brought a hand to her mouth. Her voice came out in a thin, trembling tone. Gee, ghosts exist? Ryan simply nodded, which was enough for Yuki to cling to his arm, her eyes scanning the restaurant as if expecting something to jump out of the shadows. Is there one here now? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Ryan took a deep breath and ran a hand through her hair, trying to calm her down. His voice sounded surprisingly welcoming. Don't worry. I'm like a walking repellent for those things. Yuki sighed in relief, burying her face in Ryan's arm like a kitten seeking comfort. Gosh. I need to shout my love for you. Her voice was laden with sweetness as she rubbed against him, almost purring. Maiko, blushing at the sight, tried to speak, but her voice came out as a thin, hesitant whisper. Why, you're half-siblings, right? Yuki stopped abruptly, her eyes narrowing into a serious expression. She turned to Maiko and replied curtly, no. We are siblings. 100%. Maiko swallowed hard, looking away from them. Her thoughts were almost audible in her perplexed expression. I think I preferred the ghost. Ryan broke the silence that hung over Maiko with a casual, yet curious tone. So, how the hell did you find me? Maiko jumped in place as if she had received a shock, letting out a muffled scream. Her cheeks turned red as she stammered, I. It was luck, heh. Trying to disguise her nervousness, she gave a nervous, unconvincing smile and turned to face him, hoping that Ryan would believe her. But what she found was his serious and cold gaze. And Yuki's. The duo seemed to analyze Maiko with surgical precision. Feeling cold sweat trickle down her forehead, she murmured in a faint voice, screwed. Knowing that lying would be pointless, Maiko shrank back, raising her cell phone like a shield. Her eyes started to tear up, and she finally broke down, sorry. I've been stalking you. Ryan remained motionless, his mouth agape in surprise. But Yuki took the lead, her sweet voice tinged with malice. "Oh? So my brother is popular with the girls after all?" Yuki's charming smile had something dark about it, almost as if she was plotting something. Maiko continued, now on the verge of tears, the words tumbling out in a rush. "It's just that you're the only one who can keep them away. I was desperate. I followed you home, I followed you when you took that girl with purple hair to that mansion. And I even followed you when you met up with her." Yuki blinked slowly, a mischievous smile growing on her lips as she stared at Maiko. Something in the girl's gaze sent a shiver down Maiko's spine. Purple-haired girl? Yuki brought a finger to her lips, thoughtful. Then, something seemed to spark in her memory. "Ah. It must be the new student, Masachika, right?" Her voice was sweet as honey, but it carried a hint of curiosity. Ryan sighed, scratching the back of his neck, his gaze slightly worried. "Damn, Maiko. Don't you think you're talking too much?" Before Yuki could process more information, Ryan decided to end the mystery. "Yeah, it was Rika. She spent the night at my place. We were playing games." He paused suggestively, a sly smile forming on his lips. "I'll tell you the rest later." Yuki tilted her head, her tone curious but loaded with insinuation. "Playing games? Just that? I'm gonna want some compensation later, Onyai-chan. Double the attention." Ryan smirked, responding provocatively, "No rush. We literally have all the time in the world. Enjoy as much as you want, little sister." He winked and stuck his tongue out at Yuki in a blatantly teasing gesture. The exchange left Maiko utterly flustered. She stood up quickly, her voice trembling. "Well, thank you, but I think I'll be going now." Before she could leave, Ryan grabbed her arm again, his tone firm. "Hold on, ghost girl." Maiko's eyes widened, her heart racing. Ryan's intense stare only fueled her imagination. What is he thinking? Damn it, he's a pervert. What do I do? With little effort, Ryan pulled her back onto the couch, making her sit down. Maiko's heart pounded even harder. "I just wanted help. How did I get myself into this?" Ryan brought his hand closer to her neck. Maiko froze, her mind spiraling into a whirlwind of panic. What's he going to do? He already has his sister. Why would he want to do this to me too? But when Ryan finally touched her necklace, his voice was unexpectedly calm. I think this will do." Confused, Maiko opened her eyes and looked at the necklace. A soft, golden glow emanated from it, warm and comforting, as if being filled with something invisible flowing from Ryan. For a moment, her fear melted away. "How beautiful," was all she managed to murmur. Ryan released the necklace, which now seemed energized, and gave a roguish smile. "I know I'm beautiful, but it's kind of weird to hear that from a stalker while I'm on a date." Yuki, covering her mouth with her hand, chuckled softly, her gaze satisfied as she watched the scene. Maiko turned as red as a tomato, carefully holding the necklace. She looked at Ryan, curiosity etched on her face. "What did you do?" Ryan tilted his head, relaxing on the couch. "To be honest, I don't really know either. But, if my theory is correct, this will keep you safe for a while. And hopefully, it will make you stop following me around." He pointed at her, raising an eyebrow. "Because, seriously, that's pretty weird." While Maiko was speaking, Ryan looked away for a moment, lost in his own thoughts. How the hell did I not realize this idiot was following me? He remembered the recent chaos and gave a slight mental sigh. "Oh, that's right. I was too focused on Rika and my sister. Makes sense. Women really are the downfall of man." His rambling was interrupted by Maiko's excited voice. "Really? This will give me some peace? You swear?" Her eyes were shining, and a wide smile spread across her face. The almost childlike naivety in her expression made Ryan frown slightly before shrugging. "Maybe. But don't bet all your chips on it. I don't think it will last long." Maiko, oblivious to his cautious tone, leaned forward slightly, full of enthusiasm. "If it works, I'll come back to you for more of that weird stuff." She said this loudly enough to echo through the restaurant. The surrounding chatter changed from a normal buzz to whispers that were clearly not discreet. How indecent. These young people today have no shame in talking about that in public. Yuki, always alert to an opportunity to spice things up, smiled smugly and shot back, "I hope my brother's weird stuff helps you, but the next time, be more polite and ask nicely, okay?" The comment only worsened the confusion, and the murmurs increased in intensity. Ryan sighed heavily, massaging his temples as he pulled Yuki closer, hugging her with one arm. "Great. Now, besides being indecent youths, I'm officially the idiot who can't have a normal date." He cast a sideways glance at Yuki, who was laughing discreetly. Maiko, completely oblivious to the impact of her words, gave a bright smile. "I wish all the happiness to the beautiful couple." With this exaggerated declaration, she stood up, excited like a child, and left the restaurant practically skipping. Ryan watched her walk away with a skeptical look, shaking his head. All of a sudden, she accepted everything very well, right? Yuki ran her fingers through her hair, a casual gesture that seemed rehearsed, as she smiled with satisfaction. She finally understood the beauty behind the whole situation. Ryan raised an eyebrow, his tone laden with sarcasm. The beauty? Or the chaos? Because, honestly, it's hard to tell the difference lately. Yuki just laughed softly, the mischievous glint in her eyes. Chapter 82, Who's your Yandir, idiot? Ryan and Yuki walked side by side through the bustling streets, their hands intertwined with a naturalness that made it seem like they had done this their whole lives. The sun painted everything in warm tones, but the contrast between the two, Yuki's smug smile and Ryan's relaxed gaze, seemed to highlight both of them in the crowd. Yuki, who kept her eyes fixed on his face, wore an expression of someone with a secret plan. Ryan noticed her gaze and, curious, raised an eyebrow. What are you up to now? She laughed softly, her velvety voice trailing off in an almost provocative tone. Me? Nothing much. Just enjoying the moment, Anya-chan. Ryan chuckled, looking up at the sky. Sometimes, I'm afraid to try to guess what's going on in that little head of yours. Meanwhile, Yuki continued to observe Ryan, but her thoughts were far away. This is all happening so fast. Before, I thought it was a joke, just a joke of fate. But to find out that he is a god? That's it. Who will judge us? Him? I'm living a dream. A mischievous smile danced on her lips, but she quickly disguised it by pointing to the other side of the street. Look. How about we go to that park? We can digest the food and... I don't know, enjoy the day. Ryan followed her finger and looked at the amusement park. He snorted slightly, but there was a hint of humor in his voice. Digesting food at an amusement park. Makes perfect sense, Yuki. Very typical of you. She clung to his arm, swaying slightly like a child trying to convince her parents of something. Geez, can you get sick on a Ferris wheel? Are you going to say that doesn't fit the mood? Ryan laughed and rolled his eyes. Sure. And if you throw up on me, I'll just go back in time and pretend it never happened. Yuki pouted, feigning indignation, but the smile that formed gave her away. As if I would ruin our date like that, you big-headed jerk. The park was vibrant, with lights flashing even in the daylight and the constant sound of laughter and machines running. As they walked, Ryan seemed to attract more attention than usual. He won a round of ice cream for Yuki with just a smile, and soon after, won a stuffed bunny at a shooting gallery. Surprised, Yuki took the bunny and looked at Ryan with eyes shining with curiosity. You have some special power to have such good aim, right? Tell me, it's a god thing, isn't it? Ryan scratched his cheek, looking away as if searching for the best way to answer. Actually, no. It's just skill. No divine powers this time. She narrowed her eyes, tilting her head with a mischievous smile. And didn't you say you were like the boss of the business? I thought you just dealt with paperwork and sent others to do the dirty work. He gestured casually with his hand, as if dismissing the idea. Ah, I've always been a bit lazy with bureaucracy. I prefer to use my finger for other things. Yuki immediately blushed, the smug smile returning as she hugged the stuffed bunny. You use your finger for other things? Ryan watched her expression and frowned, clearly confused. Why are you making that face? You're thinking dirty again, aren't you? Before he could press her further, Yuki grabbed his hand and started pulling him through the park. Come on. I want to go on the Ferris wheel. Ryan laughed as he was dragged along by her. Are you sure you're not going to get sick up there? Yuki shot him an annoyed look over her shoulder, but her pout only made her look even cuter. Of course not. I'm not that weak, Humphrey. They got into the Ferris wheel cabin, and Yuki practically ran to the window, her eyes shining with the landscape that began to open up as the ride ascended. Ryan watched her excitement with a smile on his face, until he started laughing to himself. Hey, why are you laughing? She asked, turning to him curiously. He raised his finger, his face assuming a theatrical expression. Have you ever stopped to think that if I keep going back in time, we can have infinite time here? Yuki laughed before sitting next to him, swinging her feet as she spoke. You really know how to use that power for everything, huh? She paused for a moment, staring at him with a mischievous smile. That makes me think. How have you taken advantage of that power before, huh? Ryan looked away, a small smile playing on his lips as he began to speak. Well, remember that round of ice cream I won for you? And you were impressed that I knew exactly where the winning balloons were? Yuki tilted her head slightly, thinking, before sighing with a mischievous smile. Don't tell me you manipulated the outcome. Oh, you rascal. She laughed, covering her mouth with one hand. Ryan shrugged, his voice laden with sarcasm. I'll be honest, I had to go back about 15 times. It was a pain, to be honest. Damn probabilities. That's why I prefer my gakas, at least they lie less. Yuki put her finger to her cheek, assuming a thoughtful expression. But aren't the odds in a gaka like 1%? Ryan pointed at her, assuming a serious, almost accusatory tone. Yes. But there is such a thing as guaranteed. Priorities, Yuki. He narrowed his eyes, tilting his head curiously. Wait a minute. You play gaka too? She puffed out her chest with pride, her eyes gleaming mischievously. You forget that your sister, besides being a beauty, is also an otaku. I'm a rare find, Onyai-chan. Ryan crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes as if evaluating something dubious. You say that as if it's something to be proud of. Yuki laughed confidently, but her attention was captured by the view that was revealed as the Ferris wheel reached the top. She pulled Ryan's arm and hugged him excitedly. Look. You can see the whole city from here. It's so beautiful. Ryan smiled as he watched her excitement and murmured, almost to himself, going back in time is amazing, but sometimes I wish I had the power to fly. He looked away, watching Yuki as he spoke. But his words were suspended as he saw her smiling, illuminated by the last rays of the sun. The light breeze stirred her hair, and at that moment, Ryan was immersed in his own thoughts. She always has to carry the responsibility of being the heir to the family. Always demure, always perfect? But when she's like this, so full of energy, so free, it's like she can be who she really is. That's why I don't care about that deal with the old man. Yuki interrupted his thoughts, calling him with a gentle smile. Ryan. He blinked, snapping out of his trance, and sighed before responding with playful curiosity. Funny, now that I've noticed. It's so different when you call me Ryan. Still looking at the horizon, Yuki smiled, her velvety voice trailing off gently. I just wanted to test how it would feel to call you that. She turned to face him, her eyes shining in the golden sunlight. Her smile widened as she finished, but I think I still prefer Onyai-chan. Ryan gave a short laugh, before bringing a hand to his face and sighing. And here I was, all emotional, thinking the moment was going to be cute and all. Yuki narrowed her eyes, frowning with mock gravity as she deepened her voice. Oh? And it's not cute when I call you Onyai-chan? Ryan adjusted himself on the seat, raising his hands in defense, his tone hurried. Of course it is. It's just that I don't know, even being Masachika, I kind of got used to being called Ryan. It's more cute, you know. There was something in his eyes, a shadow of deeper meaning. But Yuki knew her brother well, enough to realize that he didn't want to delve into that subject now. She hid part of her face with her hand, a smug smile playing on her lips. Well, I can call you Ryan. From time to time. I confess I like that name too. Ryan watched her as she spoke, noticing the way her bangs fell over her eyes and the soft glow of her expression. He quickly looked away, a thought crossing his mind. Damn cute little sister. Yuki held Ryan's arm, her eyes locking on his as her soft voice sounded hesitant. Onyai. Do you think we're going too fast? Ryan raised an eyebrow, visibly confused, and looked away at the bustling city outside the Ferris wheel cabin. The midday sun shone brightly on Tokyo, reflecting off the windows of the buildings. He chose his words carefully. Fast? Honestly, I hadn't thought about it. And well, I thought it was something you wanted. Yuki looked away, trying to maintain a smile that seemed forced. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that, you know, I'm worried about how much this might affect you. Ryan took a deep breath and held her hand, his expression growing more serious as his eyes sought hers. But what about you? Do you want this? Yuki's gaze met his, and at that moment, the sun streaming through the cabin illuminated Ryan's hair, creating an almost divine aura around him. To Yuki, he looked like someone from another world. Without saying anything, she raised her hand, gently touching his face. She paused for a moment, her low, velvety voice breaking the silence. Do I really need to answer that? Dummy. Ryan smiled, sliding his hands around her waist before pulling her into a hug. Then you don't need to worry. If we both want this, that's all that matters. Yuki smirked mischievously, her eyes glinting with amusement. Good to know, Onyai. But speaking of that, remember, you were going to tell me why Rika was at your place yesterday? Ryan froze for a moment, feeling as if an arrow had pierced his chest. His voice came out thin, almost nervous. Well, I can explain. As soon as we get off the Ferris wheel? Yuki's smile widened as she replied in a sweet tone, laced with a hint of teasing. Of course, Onyai-chan. They enjoyed the rest of the ride in silence, admiring the view and the glittering city lights that seemed to stretch endlessly. Afterwards, they spent hours exploring the park, trying other rides, and laughing like children. When the sun began to set, The two decided to rest in a small plaza with a few benches. They sat together, holding hands, as a gentle breeze blew. Ryan stared at the horizon, where the sky was beginning to turn orange, before speaking firmly. You want to know about Rika. And I have no reason to hide anything from you. Yuki, still with a smug smile, crossed her legs and leaned in slightly, paying attention to every word. I met Rika in Hinamizawa. At first, I didn't even know, but she was the reason I had to go there. He began to tell her about his experiences in Hinamizawa, detailing how he met and helped Rika Furud, the girl whose original name was changed after being adopted by Yuno's family. He spoke of the hardships, the promises, and the moments they shared. Yuki listened to everything without looking away, her eyes shining with surprise. When he finished, she sighed, her voice drawn out, almost incredulous. Look. If you hadn't proven to me that you can actually do these things. And if it wasn't you telling me, I'd call you crazy. But now, I'm scared of how many crazy things there are in this world. Ryan let out a short laugh, looking up at the sky, where the first stars were beginning to appear. And the worst part is that I know I haven't even seen half of it yet. Yuki started to tremble slightly, something Ryan noticed immediately. He hugged her without hesitation, his voice full of reassurance. But you don't have to worry. I'm here. She snuggled into his arms, but couldn't contain her curiosity. So, what is Rika to you? Ryan felt his heart race. He knew the truth was necessary, even if it might bring more questions. Rika came to my house because of a promise I made. I promised I would take her to see the big city. And I also promised I would take her home. He looked at Yuki, who still wore a smug smile. He took a deep breath and continued, she confessed that she loves me. Yuki's embrace tightened, but her voice remained calm, with a touch of genuine curiosity. I understand. It makes sense, after all, you saved her. But, did you two do that? The question, uttered in a low, hesitant tone, made Ryan choke. He was about to answer directly, but was interrupted by the insistent ringing of his cell phone. Yuki looked at him, raising an eyebrow as she commented, her voice sweet. Aren't you going to answer? It could be important. Ryan pulled the phone from his pocket and looked at the caller ID. It was Jensai Suo, his grandfather. He sighed, bringing a hand to his forehead. Damn, I completely forgot about that meeting with that old fossil. Yuki laughed softly as Ryan tried to decide how to handle the next few hours. Yuki tilted her head, curiosity etched on her face. Did you schedule something with him? Ryan sighed, already searching for a contact on his phone. Yes, unfortunately. And guess what? It's your fault. Ryan said this while pinching Yuki's cheek. Yuki blinked, surprised, almost indignant. Me? How so? As he brought the phone to his ear, Ryan cast a casual glance at her. Yeah. I got tired of seeing that old man bossing you around. So I decided to steal you for myself and get him off your back. Yuki blushed slightly, averting her gaze, but tried to maintain her composure. Hey, I was doing fine on my own. Ryan didn't answer, focused on the call. As soon as the call was answered, he gave a sarcastic smile. Well, it's a good thing you answer quickly. How efficient, huh? On the other end of the line, Yuno's voice sounded bored. Screw you, Ryan. What do you want? Ryan replied in the same ironic tone. Teleport me somewhere, please. Yuno snorted, clearly irritated. Do you think I'm your personal taxi? He was silent for a few seconds, before letting his voice drawl out, purposefully honeyed. Pretty please? On the other side, Yuno groaned in disgust, but soon sighed in resignation. Okay. I've got nothing to do while I wait for Rika to get out of the shower. Send me a picture of where you are. Ryan smiled victoriously, speaking in a teasing tone. I knew you were my favorite yandere. Yuki raised an eyebrow, confused. Yandere? What? Yuno, now more irritated, retorted instantly. Who's your yandere, idiot? Ryan ignored the question, pulling Yuki closer in a swift motion. He wrapped her in a hug to take the picture he would send to Yuno. Yuki, quick as ever, flashed an angelic smile and made a peace sign with her hand. As soon as Yuno received the image, she appeared next to Ryan in the blink of an eye. Yuki gave a small jump of surprise and soon approached Ryan, murmuring as she looked at Yuno. I even forgot you said she was just like you. Yuno, crossing her arms, cast an appraising glance at Yuki, analyzing her from head to toe. Then she turned to Ryan with disdain. Even your sister. Ryan shrugged, unconcerned. You complain, but you're also part of my harem. The two reacted immediately, their voices overlapping in a surprised unison. Harem. Ryan raised an eyebrow, surprised by something. Wait a minute. I expected that reaction from Yuki, but... Is Yuno blushing? He raised his hands, trying to contain the situation. Calm down, guys. I was kidding. Look at yourselves. While Yuno stared at him with cold eyes, Yuki couldn't help but laugh and covered her mouth, trying to hide it. After regaining his composure, Ryan spoke in a calmer tone. Yuno, can you take Yuki to my house, please? Yuki tilted her head, curious, listening intently to what he was saying. As soon as I'm done with my grandpa, I'll go there. Okay? With a gentle smile, Yuki replied, sure. I'll wait for you. Yuno sighed heavily, clearly dissatisfied. Are you sure you want to go to that bastard's house? Yuki smiled mischievously, winking at Yuno. Of course I do. And, just for the record, my Unia isn't a bastard. Yuno looked away, visibly frustrated. Okay. I'll take her. She touched Yuki's shoulder and looked at Ryan, questioning him before teleporting. Is that all you wanted, Ryan? Ryan waved his hand dismissively. For now, yes. But come back here later. I'll need you for another important matter. Yuno narrowed her eyes, suspicious. Don't take advantage of my goodwill. And, with a sudden flash, she disappeared with Yuki. As soon as they were alone, Ryan put his hands in his pockets and murmured with a malicious smile. You have no idea how I'm going to take advantage of your goodwill. Chapter 83, Future Leader of the Suawa Family. Ryan watched the horizon as the last rays of sun faded in the orange sky. The noise of the city in the background was the only sound filling the silence. At least until Yuno appeared beside him, her voice laden with frustration. Seriously, how can you be so chill while you're, apparently, hitting on your sister? Yuno's eyebrows were furrowed, her fists clenched, but the slight blush on her cheeks betrayed her. Ryan laughed, turning to face her. Yuno, thinking about it, I think you and she would be great friends. Yuno narrowed her eyes, tilting her head slightly. Why are you saying that? He waved his hand, as if dismissing the comment. Forget it. Can you take me to the meeting now? I'm very late, and you're my only hope. She sighed, crossing her arms. And why didn't you just go back in time to avoid being late, nitwit? Scratching his hair, Ryan responded with a smile that mixed charm and guilt. Ah, you know how it is. Some things happened today that I'd rather not undo. Yuno was silent, her eyes half closed as she processed his words. Then, her expression changed to a mixture of understanding and indignation. You scoundrel. You already slept with your sister? Ryan calmly shook his head. No. Not yet. Yuno blinked, confused, before repeating in an incredulous voice. Ah. Not yet. Wait a minute. What do you mean not yet? Ryan sighed, putting a hand on her shoulder and showing a photo on his cell phone. Can we leave this subject for another time? Can you take me here? Yuno blinked a few times, visibly irritated and with a slightly flushed face. However, she let out a long sigh. I'm not your personal transportation, you jerk. Ryan gave a sly smile, full of provocation. Maybe, but you're my dear Pinky. Before he knew it, Yuno had already teleported them. When the environment stabilized, Ryan found himself at the luxurious entrance of the Suwa mansion, but the bigger problem was right behind him. Dear Pinky? The deep voice, laden with curiosity, was unmistakable. Ryan turned slowly, coming face to face with his grandfather, Jensai Suwa. The man stood there with a serious expression, wearing an impeccable black suit that exuded authority and preparedness. Ryan swallowed, but forced an awkward smile. Sorry for the delay, old man. I had to stop by to give some attention to my dear Pinky here. Yuno jumped slightly, whispering in his ear, angrily. What's this talk, airhead? Jensai, without changing his expression, continued in the same firm, drawn-out voice. I see. But who exactly is she? And how, exactly, did you two appear out of nowhere? I just walked through the door and didn't see you. Ryan was quick, as always. Ah, I was worried about being late. So, I jumped the gate with my lover. An uncomfortable silence fell over the place, broken only by the muffled sound of Yuno's indignant scream. You're what? Are you crazy, blockhead? You'll pay for this, you jerk. While Yuno stumbled over her own words, Jensai resumed speaking with the calmness of someone who has seen it all. I understand. Polygamy is not allowed in Japan, Kuze. It wouldn't be wise to draw unnecessary attention. Flushed and clearly disconcerted, Yuno tried to argue. He's a complete idiot, sir. Please, give him the lecture he deserves. Ryan just laughed at the situation, watching her with an amused look. He thought to himself, how strange. Yuno is more cute? Something's wrong here. Is this her new strategy? To make me fall in love so that, at the right moment, she can kill me in the worst possible way? Jensai, however, remained focused, ignoring the reactions around him. As the head of the Suawa family, I assure you that this will not be a relevant problem. Yuno looked away, the blush on her face becoming even more evident. Meanwhile, Ryan maintained his sarcastic smile, studying every nuance of her reaction. Jensai turned, walking towards the corridor. His deep voice echoed through the environment. "I'll be waiting in the meeting room. Hurry up, I have important matters to attend to." Ryan watched his grandfather walk away before casting a sarcastic look at Yuno. "So, my dear lover, will you accompany me?" Yuno narrowed her eyes, clearly irritated, but her tone carried a hint of provocation. "I promised Rika I'd braid her hair. Goodbye." Before Ryan could respond, Yuno disappeared before his eyes, leaving him with a surprised expression. "Wait a minute. She didn't fight with me for calling her my lover? That's weird." He scratched his head, thoughtful, before sighing and heading down the hall. Ahead, he could see Jensai walking with slow steps. The yellow light from the windows and garden lamps illuminated the corridor softly, almost oppressively. Jensai, with his impeccable posture, glanced over his shoulder. "Where is that pink-haired girl?" Ryan laughed with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Her mother is kind of controlling. So, she jumped the gate and ran away." Jensai raised an eyebrow, surprised, but keeping his tone serious. "Ah. I see. Why do you insist on jumping the gate?" Ryan shrugged, chuckling slightly. "She's kind of crazy. But I admit that has its charm." When they arrived at an imposing door, larger and more decorated than the others, Ryan felt the weight of the moment. Jensai placed his firm hands on the doorknobs, but before opening the door, he assumed a darker tone, speaking without looking directly at his grandson. "From now on, you have made the commitment to be the future leader of the Suao. I don't know if you understand the magnitude of this responsibility, or the level of influence it carries. So, know this from now on, whether it's with Yuki or anyone else, don't let your relationships interfere with your duties." "Kuze Masa." "No. Suao Masachika." Ryan kept his eyes fixed on his grandfather, with a serious expression as he reflected. "Yeah. It's time to kill the curiosities of my little Masachika side." Jensai opened the doors, revealing an immense and luxurious room. The furniture boasted an almost intimidating sophistication, and antique chandeliers cast soft shadows on the walls. Ryan observed every detail, his eyes wandering over bookshelves and decorative objects, but his mind was elsewhere. "I remember well. As a child, I would see some old men show up here for meetings or business. I always felt something strange about them. Sometimes, they would bring boxes or objects covered with papers that looked like seals." He followed Jensai with his eyes as his grandfather walked towards a bookshelf, his firm steps echoing on the wooden floor. "At the time, my innocent side thought it was just business stuff or boring old man paperwork. But now that I've gained my malice as Ryan." He smiled to himself. "Hey. I bet it was ritualistic stuff. Inscriptions, monks, strange words. Jensai is hiding something big under the rugs of this family. And, with what I know about the supernatural, that becomes even clearer. Damn, I wish my beautiful Aona-chan was here with me." While Ryan was lost in his thoughts, Jensai interrupted. His deep voice sounded like a warning. "From this moment on, I'm going to introduce you to a world you don't yet know. Know that it will be an imposing step, okay, old man. If you're going to show me something supernatural, come on. Yuki is waiting for me at home." Jensai turned to him, surprised by the interruption. His expression oscillated between disbelief and exasperation, but he was silent for a few seconds. Ryan, with his arms crossed, gave him a provocative look. "What's wrong? Did you think I was going to be shocked? I already suspected you were hiding some family secret." Closing his eyes, Jensai took a deep breath before answering, in a somber tone. "Hey. You really are a special case. Very well. Follow me." With precise movements, he pulled a hidden mechanism between the books. A secret door opened in the wall, revealing a passage leading to the basement of the mansion. Ryan looked at the entrance with a sarcastic smile. "Let me guess. This tunnel was already old when your friend from below was coming up, right?" Jensai gave Ryan a cold, judgmental look, but said nothing. He just sighed and gestured for him to follow. "Come with me." In silence. Ryan gave a short laugh, but obeyed, descending the narrow stairs lit by old lamps. He couldn't deny it, his curiosity was piqued. Ryan shrugged, following Jensai down the dimly lit path. The yellow lights, often too dim to fully illuminate the ancient steps, cast shadows that danced on the stone walls. After descending for long minutes, they reached an old room, with a somber elegance that echoed the opulence of the mansion above. Ryan looked around, and his ironic comment came naturally. "So, is this where you're going to introduce me to the secret Truco Society?" Jensai turned abruptly, giving him a sharp look. His voice came out as firm as a commander disciplining a subordinate. "Control yourself. I have chosen you as the future leader of the Suawa family, and I will not tolerate childish behavior at important times." Ryan's smile slowly faded. His eyes, once mischievous, became cold and calculating. Although his usually relaxed demeanor hid his true nature, he had been a leader before, a feared and respected leader in another life. He knew very well how to handle tense situations. Taking a step forward, he invaded Jensai's personal space, his voice laden with dark irony. "I understand. So what exactly do you intend to tell me, Jensai? As a leader, don't you think you should be more direct in presenting your ideas?" Chapter 84, Cursed Energy. Jensai remained unfazed, meeting Ryan's penetrating gaze. "You like to play the smart young man, don't you? So tell me. Have you ever heard of the Jujutsu world, Masachika?" Ryan tilted his head, a wry smile beginning to form. "No. Should I have?" Without answering immediately, Jensai sighed. He walked over to a nearby shelf, picking up a strange object. It was a totem, wrapped in intricate scriptures and symbols that Ryan couldn't identify. Jensai held the item in front of him, letting Ryan examine it. Ryan, with the same smug expression, observed the object in silence. Meanwhile, Jensai moved to a table in the center of the room, where a dagger rested, gleaming under the dim light. He picked up the dagger and, with meticulous care, began to remove the seals that enveloped the totem. Even before the last seal was removed, Ryan felt something in the air. It was as if an oppressive energy emanated from the walls, something he couldn't identify, but which instigated his curiosity. "Interesting," he thought, glancing quickly around. "Definitely not a trick. This energy. It's flowing everywhere. There's something big buried here." When Jensai removed the last seal, he threw the totem to the floor firmly. His voice carried a grave and implacable tone. "You are young and immature, Masachika. You ran away from your duties too soon, hiding from the true purpose of our lineage." The energy radiating from the totem became visible. It was black and formless, pulsating like something alive, until it began to take the shape of a grotesque creature. Ryan watched the scene without moving a muscle, while Jensai, dagger in hand, prepared to act. Despite his advanced age, Jensai demonstrated impressive reflexes. Even before the creature finished forming, he advanced with surgical precision, piercing the monster and dismantling its existence. The creature emitted a horrible sound as it slowly dissolved into black smoke. Jensai cleaned the dagger and observed the spot where the monster had disappeared. His voice was somber, almost didactic. "This, boy, is a curse. There's no point in crying or trembling before it," because he stopped as he looked at Ryan, expecting to find dread or at least surprise. Instead, Ryan stood with his arms crossed, his expression completely indifferent. Noticing Jensai's confused look, he raised an eyebrow, speaking with disdain. "What? Was that it? Relax, I'm impressed. I didn't expect you to still be able to move like that at your age." Jensai closed his eyes for a moment, clearly irritated, but soon regained his composure. "You said you didn't know the Jujutsu world. So explain to me, how can you remain so calm in the face of a curse? Have you encountered something like this before?" Ryan looked away, examining the walls again, as if he were more interested in them than in the question. When he finally answered, his tone was presumptuous but thoughtful. "I'm not sure. The energy is different, but I've seen things that resemble it." Jensai approached slowly, wiping the blade with a cloth as he spoke. "And what do you know about cursed energy?" Ryan tilted his head, his smirk reappearing. "Cursed energy?" He paused dramatically, as if savoring the tension. "You know, I'll be honest with you, Jensai. I know divine energy. Maybe there's some connection between them." Silence hung in the air as Jensai stared at Ryan, clearly intrigued. The conversation had taken an unexpected turn, and both knew this was just the beginning. Jensai frowned for a few seconds, as if studying Ryan in silence. Then, he sighed deeply and fixed his eyes on him, with an expression that mixed patience and authority. "Imagine the following," he began, his voice heavy with gravity. "You are like a kettle about to boil, but instead of steam, what comes out of you is energy. Only this energy is not something benign. It is the byproduct of your darkest emotions." He walked slowly to an ornate leather armchair, each step echoing in the silent room. As he settled in, he continued, gesturing to the opposite chair for Ryan to sit as well. "Fear, anger, envy." Jensai enumerated, gesturing slightly with his hand. "These things you pretend not to feel, but which are there. Rotting in the depths of your being, like emotional garbage. Cursed energy is that, the conversion of the worst into fuel for something bigger." Ryan walked to the indicated armchair, sitting down with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. He watched Jensai, but his eyes wandered around the room, analyzing the environment. "This force is raw, corrosive, and unstable," Jensai continued, pouring wine into 2 crystal glasses. He handed one to Ryan before continuing. It is born from repressed emotions, from the emotional garbage that human beings accumulate. The more these emotions grow, the stronger this energy becomes. But there is a problem, almost no one can control it. He took a small sip of the wine, looking at Ryan with the calmness of someone who knew exactly the weight of his words. It's like playing with fire while you're covered in gasoline. Ryan raised an eyebrow, holding the glass of wine, but still not drinking it. His gaze remained fixed on Jensai, who continued in a didactic tone. When this energy is not channeled, it manifests as curses. Horrible creatures, born of hatred, suffering and despair. Just like the one I just showed you. Jensai twirled the glass, watching the reflection of the liquid as he spoke with a disturbing calmness. I expected a reaction from you, I confess. It wasn't exactly what I had in mind. He paused briefly, assessing Ryan carefully. But maybe it's for the best. That curse was low level. Too weak to be a challenge for any minimally competent jujutsu sorcerer. Ryan took a small sip of the wine, finally showing more interest. His expression changed subtly, but he still seemed more intrigued than impressed. Jensai, however, continued, keeping his tone serious. If you have the ability to manipulate this energy as jujutsu sorcerers do, you can shape it, transform it into a weapon, create unique techniques and even tools. But that requires much more than strength. He raised the dagger he had used against the curse, examining the blade with the eyes of one who knew its stories well. It requires training, mental strength, and a considerable degree of insanity. After all, we are talking about manipulating the essence of human pain without allowing it to devour you. Placing the glass on the table beside him, Jensai picked up a small remote control. His expression became more serious, almost theatrical. The Suo family is one of the oldest in the world of sorcerers. You know that we have built an immense fortune and earned respect in society. But perhaps you have never wondered how we did it. Ryan leaned back in the armchair, crossing his legs with a smirk. Interesting. I've always wondered how far the family's influence went. Without hesitation, Jensai continued, pressing a button on the remote. A mechanical sound echoed through the room as the walls began to open, revealing hidden compartments. Inside them, lined shelves displayed weapons of all kinds, katanas, daggers, spears, warhammers, and other tools gleaming with a sinister aura. This is how we did it. Jensai gestured towards the weapons, his voice deep and laden with purpose. Creating cursed tools. He ended with a purposeful pause, watching Ryan as he awaited his reaction. Ryan rose from the armchair, his eyes finally wide with surprise. Jensai observed the reaction with satisfaction, allowing an arrogant smile to appear on his lips. He stood up with an air of superiority, his voice full of pride as he resumed his explanation. Since the Han era, our family has been one of the most important in the creation of cursed tools. He stopped beside Ryan, holding the dagger used to exterminate the curse. Ryan took the dagger from Jensai's hands, analyzing it with a sharp look. Yeah. There's something interesting here. He twirled the blade, observing the strange flow of black energy that seemed to pulsate like a living flame. It was similar to the energy he had channeled before in the bathroom, in the restaurant, but even more chaotic, like an untamed beast. Jensai assumed a professorial tone, as if giving a lecture. The creation of a cursed tool is a complex and extremely laborious process. Look, Ryan interrupted him with a tired sigh. You're not trying to turn me into a blacksmith, are you? Jensai narrowed his eyes, his tone growing heavier. I want you to take the Suawa family back to the glory it deserves. Ryan smirked, almost mockingly, as he twirled the dagger between his fingers. Ah. Now it's starting to make sense. He held the blade firmly, and suddenly the cursed energy started to get out of control. The power seemed to writhe around the dagger like a serpent about to strike, and the atmosphere became heavier, oppressive. Jensai took a step back, perplexed. What the hell are you doing? Ryan kept a cold look, ignoring the question as he muttered to himself, damn. This is a complete mess. Too noisy, unstable. Difficult to manipulate. Suddenly, Jensai shuddered. A strange sensation ran through his body, as if something was scraping his soul. He felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end as Ryan continued, oblivious to the growing tension. Shit. This crap is going to dilute like this. The black energy that enveloped the blade began to weaken, like fire being extinguished. Gradually, it gave way to something completely different, a golden, glowing energy, so intense it seemed to radiate heat and light. Jensai stood still, his eyes wide, unable to believe what he was seeing. Impossible. He murmured. Ryan tilted his head, placing his hand on his waist with a frustrated sigh. Damn. I think I destroyed the cursed energy and replaced it with mine. He raised a dagger, now pulsating with a golden light, and looked at Jensai with nonchalant disdain. Hey, Jensai, I think I screwed up your little knife. The old man remained paralyzed, his face a mixture of shock and fascination. Then, slowly, he brought his hand to his face and began to laugh. At first, it was a low laugh, almost restrained, but soon it turned into something macabre, almost maniacal. Ryan took a step back, narrowing his eyes. Fuck. The knife was rare, wasn't it? Jensai's laughter increased, echoing off the walls. He leaned against the wall for support, his voice now loud and hysterically elated. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. I always knew the legendary Suawa family would return. Ryan took another step back, watching Jensai as one analyzes someone who has lost their sanity. Yeah. I think he broke. But Jensai ignored everything around him, his eyes glazed over as he continued shouting, after so long. Finally, the world will see. Those idiots will understand that the damn Six Eyes is not the only one capable of unbalancing everything. Chapter 85, Good evening. Master Ryan watched Jensai with an intrigued, almost alarmed look. The old man seemed to have been possessed by a frenetic joy, something Ryan never imagined seeing in him. He crossed his arms, tilted his head, and let out a question laden with confusion. Okay, but how the hell can someone have six eyes? He approached, trying to see Jensai's face more closely, but the old man was lost in another world, completely oblivious. His eyes were fixed on the dagger. So pure. So refined. Jensai murmured, almost in a trance. Then, his voice gained strength, exploding in euphoria. This is the future. He held the dagger as if it were a divine relic. This blade is the destiny of the Jujutsu world. The answer to everything. Ryan rolled his eyes and, with a casual movement, flicked the old man's forehead. Come back to earth, Jensai. Honestly, you just destroyed the image I had of you. His tone was full of disdain, almost mocking. Jensai blinked, returning to reality. He cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure as he adjusted his clothes. Ahem. Masachika, what you just did. Is that something that normally happens to you? Ryan tilted his head, narrowing his eyes with suspicion. And why is that important? Jensai just nodded, making it clear that he wanted an answer. Ryan then smiled with a smug air. Well, let's just say it's like my cursed energy, only I prefer to call it divine energy. The old man stroked his chin, seeming to ponder the statement. I see. So you're a god. Ryan snapped his fingers, responding with sarcastic confidence. That's right. I'm a god. His voice was laden with irony, almost theatrical, as if he were acting in a play. Ryan always liked to play with the truth, revealing something absurd without elaborating. It generated diverse reactions in people, especially when he spoke without concern about being the leader of the city's biggest mafia. Everyone would burst into laughter. After all, he was just a kid. Jensai couldn't help but chuckle, sitting down as he shook his head. With abilities like these, I'd even believe it. But your attitude. Well, it ruins everything. Jensai believed Ryan was being arrogant upon seeing his reaction. Ryan closed his eyes, thoughtful and with a sly smile. He didn't even take it seriously. Heh. I'm not planning on explaining everything to him either. But it would be funny if he had believed me, but then, I could just turn back time and nothing would have happened. Jensai then adopted a more serious tone, straightening up in his chair. Well, now let's get to what really matters. There's a reason I brought you here. I have an important mission for you. Consider this the beginning of the payment for the debt you incurred by asking for my help in Hinamizawa. Ryan sighed deeply, leaning against the wall with an expression of boredom. Here we go. You can start with the bullshit. Jensai ignored the comment and continued, his voice laden with expectation. Soon, the Jujutsu world will mobilize for an important occasion, the assimilation of the star plasma vessel. Ryan raised his hand, interrupting him with the same tired tone as before. Jensai, can you please cut the frills? I don't know anyone here. Speak in a language I understand. The old man took a deep breath, clearly irritated, but crossed his arms and simplified. Tenjin. He's an immortal sorcerer who transcended humanity and became an essential entity for the balance of the Jujutsu world. He looked away, as if explaining something painfully obvious. He's not a direct combatant, but his existence maintains the functioning of the barriers that protect society and contain curses. Without him, everything would crumble. Ryan raised an eyebrow, interested, but still suspicious. And how did he become this key player? Jensai adjusted his glasses and continued, now in a graver tone. Tenjin was a sorcerer who, centuries ago, achieved immortality through a unique curse technique. However, his body and mind continue to evolve without stopping. To prevent him from becoming something inhuman and uncontrollable, it is necessary that he periodically merges with a star plasma vessel, a compatible human receptacle. Ryan closed his eyes, letting out a dry laugh before murmuring sarcastically, Oh, How lovely. Quite macabre for something they call maintaining balance. Gensai ignored him, resuming his explanation seriously. This merger not only preserves Tenjin as he is, but also prevents him from losing his rationality and becoming a threat to the very world he protects. Ryan opened his eyes and smiled sarcastically, taking a step forward. So basically, you have to reset him from time to time to prevent him from turning into the final boss of an RPG? Gensai sighed, clearly exasperated. I didn't quite understand. But I believe your reasoning is correct. Ryan waved his hand in the air impatiently. Cool. And what exactly do you want me to do with this information, huh? Gensai, with the calmness of someone who knew he was in control, filled his wine glass and replied in an almost casual tone, initially. I wanted you to participate in the mission protecting the star plasma vessel, along with the blessed son of the Gojo family. That would give us some renown among the sorcerer families. He took a sip of wine, smiling enigmatically before continuing. But with this new discovery, the plans have changed. Your mission now is to prevent Tenjin's assimilation. Ryan let out a long sigh, already feeling the weight of the job before it even began. Is it my impression, or does this sound like something absurdly difficult to do? The old man smiled as he stood up, swirling the glass in his hand. With your energy, it shouldn't be a big problem. Besides, you'll have high-level weapons at your disposal. When purified with your energy, they will become invincible. Ryan narrowed his eyes, suspicious. And why exactly do you want to do all this? Gensai's answer was laden with mystery. You will find out when the time is right. Ryan felt his eyebrow twitch and snorted, exasperated. This screams trap to me. The old man gave a smug smile, adjusting his posture. I fulfilled your requests in Hinamizawa, and I don't remember asking many questions at the time. Ryan clicked his tongue in disgust, looking away. Okay, you have a point. Gensai wasted no time, changing his tone to something more calculated. You're going to need a new identity. I don't want them to know, at least for now, that you are a Suo. With that, he picked up a small radio, pressed a button and spoke with authority. Come. The footsteps that echoed down the stairs were slow and steady, each one seeming to bring something more unexpected. Ryan turned without thinking much about what it could be, but when he saw who was there, he froze. Gasping for words, he stammered in shock. Ayano? His voice was laden with surprise as his eyes registered the figure in the doorway. The young woman stood motionless, dressed in a maid uniform that seemed to have come straight out of a painting. Her long black hair fell impeccably, framing a delicate, almost ethereal face. Her violet eyes, deep and enigmatic, carried a neutral, almost unshakable expression. A shiny clip held a rebellious strand on the right side, while a vibrant pink bow on her collar created a striking contrast with the black of the apron, adorned with crosses embroidered in fine detail. The white ruffled skirt and elegant cut of the dress perfectly balanced grace and modesty, but one detail broke the illusion, a strap attached to her thigh, containing small gleaming daggers, ready for use. The impeccably fitted white stockings highlighted the elegance of her legs, while she held the hem of her dress subtly, as if awaiting his reaction. There was a combination of innocence and mystery in her posture that made it impossible to look away. Good evening, Master. Her voice was polite, polished, and she accompanied the greeting with a slight bow, maintaining the same enigmatic aura that filled the environment. Chapter 86, Ryan Ghosting. Ryan remained motionless, his expression wavering between disbelief and frustration as his eyes darted from Ayano to Old Suo, who maintained an imperturbable calm. Finally, he crossed his arms and let out a slightly sarcastic remark. Ayano. Don't tell me that all this time you were like the family's super maid and just pretended to be a ditz? Ayano bowed in an impeccable curtsy, as if apologizing. Her voice was calm, polite, and velvety. I apologize, Master Ryan. By order of Patriarch Gensai, I had to withhold certain information from you. She rose with the same serenity, her violet eyes fixed on him. I am willing to accept any punishment you wish to impose on me. Ryan frowned, tilting his face slightly, suspicious. Okay. What's with this whole act? Gensai intervened with his deep, controlled voice. Ayano is a sorceress of the family, assigned to protect the one who, until recently, would be my successor. But, thanks to your superiority both intellectually and in strength. Ryan raised a finger, interrupting him immediately. Watch your tongue, Gensai. I may have some special privileges, but I won't accept you belittling my Yuki. Ayano felt a slight tremor run through her body, from her feet to her womb, upon seeing the way Ryan faced Gensai without hesitation, treating the patriarch like an outdated old man. Gensai lowered his head slightly, acknowledging the rebuke. I understand. You are right to demand respect for Yuki's efforts. It was at that moment that Ayano, always impeccable in her posture, could not hide her surprise. Her eyes widened, staring at Ryan. He noticed her expression from the corner of his eye and gave a discreet smile before continuing. Right. I think I get the gist of it now. But I still have one question, Gensai. Ryan turned to the patriarch, his expression taking on a passive-aggressive tone. If Ayano knew about this Jujutsu world all along. If she was assigned to protect Yuki. He paused, narrowing his eyes. Then why the hell did you hide the truth from her? Gensai sighed, adjusting his tie before answering. Yuki is hardworking. But she still lacks something. She wasn't ready. Ryan raised an eyebrow and let out a short, cynical laugh. Ah, I see. So your loving way of protecting your granddaughter is to hide an entire world of curses and sorcerers from her? His smile sharpened, almost a disguised mockery. It was the kind of smile someone held when they wanted to punch another person in the face. You old son of a bitch. Have you ever considered that by keeping her in ignorance, you're putting her in even more danger? Or do you think the other families will simply ignore such a convenient target? Ryan clenched his fists as he spoke, his patience wearing thin. Gensai, however, remained impassive. He just turned his back, pouring more wine into his glass as he replied with the same unwavering serenity. Ayano exists to protect her. And now, I have called her here to fulfill another role. Ryan cut him off, his voice laced with venom. I don't need protection, old man. Gensai paused for a moment, observing Ryan over his shoulder. In silence, he assessed him. Arrogant. Emotional. But fights for what he believes in. Just as a leader should be. Then, he turned completely, holding the wine glass elegantly. Ayano will provide new identities for you. In my plan, we will have an advantage if no one knows, from the start, that you are a Suo. Ryan approached Gensai, his steps firm, until he was close enough to make the situation uncomfortable. His eyes locked onto the old man's with a sharp intensity. Then, he slowly raised his hand. Gensai did not look away. Ryan's hand continued forward. But went straight past the patriarch, grabbing the bottle of wine behind him. He lifted it with a lazy smile and took a step back. So I'm going to have a new identity for your plan. He swirled the bottle slightly in his hand, looking at the liquid. Great. I've always liked pretending to live lives I could have lived. But I think there's a problem with your plan, Gensai. Ryan walked slowly to Ayano's side, who remained motionless, her hands delicately positioned in front of her, like a good maid awaiting orders. Ryan let out a short laugh, shaking his head. Then, without warning, he slung an arm around Ayano, leaning in slightly to whisper in her ear, "See that, Ayano?" A sarcastic smile crept onto his face as Ryan kept his arm intimately wrapped around Ayano's neck. The old man's coming up with the lamest excuses just to prove his point. Ayano blushed slightly but remained silent. The only thing that betrayed her was the quickened pace of her heart. Gensai, with one hand in his pocket, replied firmly, "Don't forget our agreement, Ryan. Or do you want me to remind you of the village of no need to remind me?" Ryan cut him off, still holding Ayano from behind. He took another sip before continuing, his tone laced with irony. "You're a good leader, Gensai. You know how to keep your emotions in check and mold your ideas to serve your purposes." Gensai narrowed his eyes. "I admit you also have a talent for negotiations. You were studying me all this time, weren't you?" Ryan released Ayano and held out the bottle to her without even looking, walking until he was face to face with Gensai. His voice was calm, but carried an almost amused tone. "A fake identity, huh?" He took a deep breath, as if pondering. "Okay, old man. I agree to participate in your circus." He tilted his head slightly. "But the name I'm going to use. That's for me to choose." Gensai remained impassive, his hand still in his pocket. "That won't be a problem. As long as it's discreet." Ayano approached silently, holding a clipboard to take down the information. Her voice was soft but firm. "What name do you wish to use, Master?" Ryan smiled faintly, tilting his head slightly. Ryan ghosting. The silence that followed was almost palpable. Gensai's eyes narrowed immediately, his previously unwavering expression now showing a trace of disbelief. Ryan noticed the reaction instantly. Something in the way Gensai looked at him made an alarm go off in his mind. And then, he remembered. That same expression. The same reaction Yuki had when she heard his name for the first time. Ryan frowned, his tone weary as he asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the name?" Gensai sighed, closing his eyes for a moment before calmly replying, "No. I was just taken aback by your choice." When he looked back at him, his voice carried an unusual weight. "It seems this really has something to do with fate." Ryan observed Gensai with a thoughtful expression, alternating his gaze between him and Ayano, trying to understand what was so significant about that name. Gensai walked to the nearby armchair, sitting down with a sigh as he took another sip of his wine. Then, in a more sober tone, he revealed, Ryan. That should have been your name from the beginning. But it ended up being changed at the last minute. Ryan's fist clenched subtly. Inside, a growing irritation was taking over him. So that's it. Damn, was lucky enough to keep the same name in both lives. And me? I was robbed. But I'm going to find that bastard who changed my name and make sure he regrets messing with my legacy. While Ryan was seething inside, Jensai finished his glass and added, almost casually, and ghosting. Well, that's even more impressive. Ryan raised an eyebrow, tilting his head slightly. Really? And here I thought you were going to laugh. He gave a sarcastic smile, shrugging. Jensai looked away for a moment, before murmuring, if you fulfill the mission I am assigning you, I will tell you the true meaning of ghosting. And why I found it curious that fate led you to choose it. He paused, looking at Ryan seriously. They were perfect choices. Ryan narrowed his eyes. The way Jensai was reacting was strange, but he decided not to press it. There were more urgent things on his mind. Damn. Yuki is waiting for me at home. Before he could move, Jensai stood up, interrupting his thoughts. I see there's a hurry in your eyes. Ryan just shrugged, his voice laden with sarcasm. You know how it is, I hate keeping a woman waiting. Jensai chuckled, walking towards the exit. Before leaving, he stopped for a moment and looked over his shoulder. It will take 2 days until everything is ready. I want you to be prepared when I call you. Ryan sighed and thought playfully, if I keep going back in time, these 2 days will never pass. But instead of saying that, he opened his eyes and replied in a tone of false obedience, his sarcasm more evident than ever. Okay, old man. I'll be ready when you need me. He finished with a wink. Jensai rolled his eyes before leaving, but a thought crossed his mind as he walked away. Very arrogant. But he has style. As soon as Jensai left, Ayano's voice sounded behind Ryan, calling his attention, leaving a girl waiting? Ryan turned slowly, a sly smile playing on his lips. Yes. It's rude, don't you think? Ayano stared at him for a few seconds, her expression neutral as porcelain. When she finally spoke, her voice was as expressionless as her face. Yuki-sama will be sad to know that you are with other girls without having mentioned it to her. Ryan opened a smile almost from ear to ear, his eyes shining with mischief. Oh, yes. She would be very sad, wouldn't she, Ayano? Ayano nodded gently. Ryan gestured theatrically, bringing a hand to his chest as if enacting a tragedy. I can even imagine her little face. If she found out I was ripped from her arms. Ayano continued nodding, impassive. She would probably cry. Ryan paused, narrowing his eyes before completing in a lascivious tone, but rest assured, because she will only cry with pleasure. Since she is the one waiting for me. He finished with a wink and stuck out his tongue. Ayano continued nodding in agreement. Until, suddenly, she stopped. Her eyes blinked slowly, as if something had gone wrong with the system. Her voice remained calm, but carried a hint of doubt. I beg your pardon, master. Could you repeat that? Ryan, still full of mischief and sarcasm, puffed out his chest and proudly proclaimed, I'm going home because Yuki and I are going to do things that are not allowed during prime time. Silence. Ayano remained motionless, her expression unchanged, like a perfectly sculpted statue. Ryan blinked, expecting some funny reaction. Nothing. He tilted his head, now slightly worried. Ayano. It was then that he realized. A blush crept across the girl's face, dyeing her pale skin an increasingly intense red. Her heart was beating so hard that Ryan could hear it. And that's when it hit him. Holy shit, I broke my maid. Ryan shouted, running his hands through his hair, completely desperate. Chapter 87, This maid has some problems. Ryan stood still, one hand on his chin, the other on his waist, watching Ayano completely frozen and red as a ripe tomato. He sighed deeply. There's no way. I think I'm going to need some help. He snapped his fingers and called out in a casual tone, Aona-chan, can you talk already? Soon, a sleepy, drawn-out voice sounded in his mind, Sensei Ryan. Ryan smiled and gestured as if greeting an old friend. That's my girl. How are you doing? Tired. But recovering. Aona's voice was cute, heavy with laziness, as if she was fighting sleep. You have no idea how much I missed you. How's your energy? Ryan asked, his voice overflowing with affection. Aona yawned, letting out adorable little noises as if stretching. Naya. I'm recovering pretty fast. But it would be so much faster if you and Sensei made love. Ryan froze for a second before forcing an awkward smile. I don't think Sensei would be very happy with that idea. As soon as he finished speaking, he remembered why he had called Aona. Still in a playful tone, he pointed to Ayano, who remained motionless like a red statue. Look, Aona. Do you know how to fix maids? Arona was silent for a few seconds before answering in a slightly offended tone, Sensei. I am an ultra-advanced artificial intelligence system, with state-of-the-art security measures and a vast database about the world. Why the hell do you think I would know how to fix a maid? Ryan, without even thinking, automatically retorted, and you don't? I do. Arona snorted, drawing out the words. But how did you know that? Ryan shrugged. Well, it's obvious. My Arona-chan is the best eye system there is. Arona let out a mischievous giggle. Better than Plana-chan? Ryan puffed out his chest, trying to maintain a firm posture. Better than Plana. But you lose points when you make me lose the 50 out of 50. Arona responded in a frustrated tone, hey. It's not my fault you're unlucky. Greater than / less than. Ryan laughed but soon went back to pointing at Ayano, who, incredibly, seemed to be getting even redder. So. How do I fix her? Arona made a thoughtful sound, letting out cute noises. Naya, Naya, Naya. Spank her butt hard. That way, you reset the operating system directly through the BIOS. Ryan froze for a second and then looked into space, blinking slowly. What do you mean by BIOS? Arona's response came with firmness and total confidence, just do it. Ryan, without even thinking, moved automatically. He walked up behind Ayano, raised his open hand, positioning himself to grab as much of Ayano's cake filling as possible, and declared seriously, so. Time for a reset. Pa. The sound echoed through the room as Ayano jumped forward, bringing her hands to her butt in reflex. Ayano remained motionless, still holding her own butt, as if literally rebooting. For a brief moment, it seemed as if she had achieved enlightenment, seeing the world and its mysteries unfold before her eyes. Her expression was distant, as if she had understood the whole truth of the universe. Then, blinking a few times, she straightened up slightly and murmured in a low, restrained tone. Ouch. She slowly turned to Ryan, her voice laden with calm and submission. I accept the punishment for losing my thoughts, Master. She bowed respectfully. Still holding her butt. It hurt a lot. Ryan crossed his arms, watching her with an amused glint in his eyes. Ayano continued, without losing her composure, I appreciate your help in bringing me back to reality. Gensai-sama ordered me to deliver to you a weapon created by the Suawa family, to help you in important moments. Despite the embarrassing moment, her voice remained calm and disciplined. Ryan tilted his head, still smiling. Is it hurting a lot? I accept any treatment from my master. I deserved it for freezing at an important moment. Ryan took a step closer, his smile now laden with mischief. Yeah, I think I went overboard with the slap. Sorry if it left a mark. Ayano became visibly redder but quickly recovered her neutral expression. Even though it was a punishment, I thank you. For me, it was a reward I didn't deserve. Ryan retorted instantly, it wasn't a reward. I understand. Ayano replied indifferently. Unfazed, she turned and pointed to a wall covered in cursed tools. I was assigned to deliver one of these weapons to you. Feel free to choose the one that pleases you most. Ryan looked at the collection with total disinterest. Nah. None of them work. Ayano blinked, surprised. None are at your level, Master? With a smug expression, he replied confidently, exactly. None reach my level. Ayano bowed immediately, looking guilty. I apologize, Master. I will order the blacksmiths to work 500 times harder than normal to forge a weapon worthy of you. Ryan gave a dry laugh. That's not how it works, Ayano. Inwardly, however, he thought, actually. All of these weapons are impregnated with this cursed energy. And, honestly, that energy is very messy. Ayano, with her hands delicately placed in front of her dress, insisted in a soft, almost sweet tone, even though they are not ideal, I insist you take at least one. That way, you will have something at your disposal. If it breaks, feel free to come and get another one. Ryan sighed heavily, glancing at the wall full of bizarre weapons. There was everything there, a katana with a serrated blade, giant scissors, boxing gloves with built-in switchblades, a mace with a retractable handle. And even a lighter? That's when Aona's voice echoed in his mind. Why don't you choose one? What's the harm? Ryan responded mentally, still analyzing the options, because I can inject my energy into anything and turn it into a weapon as strong as these. Or even better, since my energy is infinitely more organized than this mess here. Aona, however, sounded excited. You may be right, Buyut. These weapons are very stylish. Ryan ran his eyes over the shelf again and murmured to himself. They are interesting, I admit. See? And besides, it's way cooler to fight with a weapon than with your bare hands. Ryan sighed, defeated. I hate it when you're absolutely right. Ryan walked to the shelf, analyzing the options more closely. His eyes scanned the arsenal without much enthusiasm, while Ayano, curious, asked, Did something catch your attention, my master? He replied with the same indifference as before, you know. I already have a weapon that I love very much. So, I need to choose something to complement it. Ayano tilted her head, intrigued. I apologize for the intrusion. But what weapon would that be that you love so much? Ryan turned to her with a confident smile. Love is not something that should be hidden. As he spoke, he pulled something attached to his waist and raised it with pride. M1911. Look at these curves. Ayano stood motionless for a few seconds, analyzing the weapon with a technical eye, as if trying to see the grandeur that Ryan saw in it. Then, after a brief silence, she commented with a tone of slight disappointment, "Forgive me, master. Perhaps I lack understanding, but isn't that just an ordinary pistol from the year 1912? Ryan's eyes widened in shock, and he hugged the pistol to his chest as if it were a treasure. Ayano. Turn around right now. You just earned another good slap. Ayano, without hesitation, turned her back and spoke in a disciplined tone, "Forgive me, master. I accept my reward. Punishment." Ryan closed his eyes and let out an amused smile. "I was kidding, idiot." Ayano looked away, seeming disappointed. Ryan narrowed his eyes, analyzing her. This maid has some problems. He twirled the pistol in his fingers before putting it back on his waist. Okay. I need something that works as a secondary weapon. He faced the Suawa family arsenal again, grumbling to himself, "Damn, there's only useless stuff here. Knives, absurdly sharp katanas, blades attached to chains." As he muttered, something caught his attention. His eyes landed on an object different from the others. A bracelet. For an instant, there was a slight mental click. Wait. A bracelet? He picked up the tool, feeling that the cursed energy in it was much less than in the other weapons. Before he could ask, Ayano began to explain, "This is a stealth and ranged assassination equipment. It allows you to equip knives or darts at the bottom and is designed to be worn under the arm. The firing device is attached to a finger ring, allowing the user to activate the mechanism discreetly. The advantage of this equipment is that it can be used under the coat sleeve, making it imperceptible." Ryan raised an eyebrow, holding the bracelet with disdain. "This is literally the Assassin's Creed assassin's weapon." Ayano tilted her head, intrigued. "Assassins of the Creed?" Ryan just gestured with his hand, dismissing explanations. "Forget it. I'll keep it, but I might make some changes." Ayano maintained her helpful posture but still seemed a bit skeptical. "It has little cursed energy. Are you sure it lives up to your greatness, master?" Ryan shrugged, starting to walk towards the exit. "Yes. It will do. After all, it will only be a secondary accessory." As he went on his way, something caught his eye. In the corner of the room, almost hidden in the recess of the wall, was a sword. He approached, easily pulling the weapon and analyzing it. The blade was heavy, but the metallic sheen made it look special. "Damn. How do you hide a sword like this? This looks like Dante's." Ayano approached, observing the weapon with disinterest. "It's not that good. They barely put any cursed energy perfect." "I'll take it." Ryan interrupted, determined. Ayano blinked a few times, not understanding his logic, but soon nodded. "If that's what you wish, I will ask you to leave the equipment here for one night. The sword still has no edge, so I will send the best blacksmith to prepare it." Ryan handed the bracelet and sword to Ayano, who, holding the blade almost the size of her, ended up with an unexpectedly comical appearance. He couldn't help but laugh. Ayano tilted her head, confused. "Why are you laughing?" Waving his hand, Ryan walked away towards the exit. "You're cute, that's all." Before leaving completely, he looked over his shoulder to see her reaction. Ayano was frozen in place, red as a ripe apple. "Damn, she froze again," he muttered, continuing his walk. Upon reaching the room before the basement, he calmly headed for the exit but stopped when he noticed an unexpected figure coming up the stairs of the house. His mother. Ryan raised an eyebrow and commented with disinterest, "Ayano is in the basement, frozen. Can you go there and fix her?" Yumi Suo, with her tired expression, did not turn immediately, responding almost automatically, "Okay." But, a few seconds later, her mind recognized something. The tone of that voice. Her body tensed. Her eyes widened. Masachika? She spun quickly on her heels but saw no one. Just the empty house, a suffocating silence filling the space. Was it him? Her voice came out trembling, her eyes scanning the environment, but without finding the owner of that voice. Meanwhile, Ryan was already on the street, walking with his cell phone in his hand. He had joked so much about jumping over the gate with Yuno that he ended up actually doing it. He slid his thumb across the screen, pondering. "I could call Yuno to take me home. But I think I want to get some exercise." He put his cell phone in his pocket and smiled. Who knows, Maybe test the limits of my body. Chapter 88, Ani. Are you hard? Ryan cracked his neck, stretching his back with a smooth movement. A sly smile formed on his lips, while his eyes sparkled with a mix of curiosity and excitement. Okay. Let's see the gameplay this body can provide me. He murmured, as if talking to himself, testing the words in the air. Before doubt could take over, he bent his knees and, with a powerful push, jumped onto the roof of a nearby house. The wind cut his face, and for a brief moment, he felt the freedom of flying. The landing was smooth, almost as if the ground were receiving him with open arms. He fell into the classic hero pose, one knee on the ground, his hand outstretched forward. A wide, childish smile plastered his face. Damn. My knees didn't even hurt. He laughed, surprised by his own resistance. Without wasting time, Ryan started running. His feet tapped the roof with an accelerated rhythm, each step propelling him faster. His heart was beating fast, but not from exhaustion, it was pure adrenaline. He aimed for the next house, calculating the distance with a quick glance. Let's go, he whispered, before taking a gravity-defying leap. The air whistled in his ears, and for an instant, he hovered in the night sky, as if time had stopped. The landing was a bit harder, but he recovered quickly, looking back with an expression of satisfaction. It's still not that impressive, considering what I've already done. But it doesn't hurt to have some fun, right? He said, adjusting the shirt that now swayed slightly with the night breeze. He continued his journey, jumping from roof to roof, until the Suawa family's condominium was left behind. Ahead of him, tall buildings rose, their windows glowing like small beacons in the darkness. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. Right. I bet I can climb them easily. Ryan prepared himself, flexing his legs and feeling the energy accumulate in his muscles. With a powerful jump, he launched himself towards the nearest building. The first impulse took him halfway up the structure, but he didn't hesitate. Placing his feet on the wall, he channeled his energy into the soles of his shoes, as if he were sticking to the concrete. Step by step, he scaled the building with an almost supernatural agility, as if gravity were just a suggestion. Upon reaching the top, he propelled himself with a fluid movement, spinning on his heels before landing elegantly. The city stretched out before him, a sea of lights and shadows that seemed infinite. Ryan was silent for a moment, absorbing the view. Honestly, the view would be better with the girls with me, he said, with a playful tone, while fixing his hair disheveled by the wind. He approached the edge of the building, looking down, where the streets looked like small rivers of asphalt. As he looked down, Ryan heard a familiar sound cutting through the silence of the night. A deep and unmistakable roar. His hair stood on end before his mind could even process reality. He ran to the other side of the building, where he had a clear view of a long, almost curve-free avenue. His eyes lit up as he identified the car that was tearing through the asphalt. Damn. I recognized that sound. It's a Skyline R34. Excitement took over him like that of a child seeing his favorite toy. Without hesitating, Ryan launched himself off the building. Screw it. I'm going to race a car. On foot. He landed on the ground already sprinting at high speed, feeling the impact reverberate through his legs. The R34's engine roared, the turbine filling, and Ryan felt his own heart accelerate in the same rhythm. As if accepting the silent challenge, the Skyline driver stepped on the accelerator, launching the car forward. Ryan clenched his teeth, forcing his legs to the maximum. The wind whipped against his face as he aligned himself with the car. The sound of the engine echoed in his ears, a hymn of pure power and speed. In his mind, he was in ecstasy. Damn. I'm betting a race against a car. His lungs burned, demanding more air, but he couldn't stop now. Ryan closed his fists, channeling his energy into his legs. If he was going to do something so absurd, it had to be done right. I'll pass him before the next turn. That way I'll be close to home. With a final push, he felt his muscles burn as he slowly overtook the Skyline. When the curve approached, Ryan slid across the ground, bracing himself to avoid losing his balance. The car went its way, while he stopped, catching his breath, his chest rising and falling heavily. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, laughing to himself. There's something I never imagined doing. Racing a car. On foot. Taking a deep breath, he looked up at the sky, letting the oxygen finally reach his brain. Slowly, his breathing stabilized as his smile faded a bit. Okay. No one will ever know about this, after all it's a ridiculous story. With a satisfied smile, Ryan started walking home. He might not have a trophy and be crazy enough to run on foot against a car. But he knew he had won. He silently raised his hand proudly to himself. Damn, I could have recorded it. Ryan walked calmly through the streets of Tokyo, still trying to process the idiocy he had done minutes ago. Running against a Skyline R34 ? What kind of madness was that? He let out a sigh and raised his eyes to the city-lit sky. The neon lights reflected in his gaze, lost in thought. Okay. Racing a car was stupid. But at least it served to test my resistance. As he walked, he looked at his own hand and murmured to himself, that goddess in Hinamizawa. She was strong. Strong enough to make her Ona-chan inactive just to help us. The memory of that day made his fists clench. The bitter taste of feeling inferior burned inside him. I don't like the idea of being weaker than my enemies. So I better develop myself to the fullest. There's too much stuff showing up, one after the other. At the moment, the most interesting ones are these so-called Jujutsu sorcerers. A confident smile formed on his face. I need to be above any problem. And protect my girls. When he realized it, he was already in front of his house. He went up the stairs, distracted, while trying to think of some excuse for Yuki, in case she asked where he had been. As he touched the doorknob, he felt a slight shiver in his neck. Why do I have the feeling that she's up to something? Slowly, he opened the door, already expecting some mischief. But what he found caught him off guard. Jaehi. Yuki was standing in the living room, laughing theatrically, like an authentic anime villain. Ryan narrowed his eyes. Era? A mere human dared to invade my castle to challenge me? Her voice sounded enchantingly provocative. Could this be the great hero who claims to be able to conquer the demon empress? Ryan raised an eyebrow, confused, until his gaze ran over her outfit. And he understood everything. She wore black ballet flats, her exposed legs leading up to a short and tight dress, predominantly black, with white details. The neckline subtly outlined her breasts, while the skirt had layers that mixed black with a contrasting white border, a perfect balance between provocative and adorable. A belt with a silver heart-shaped pendant marked her waist, adding a charming and full of personality touch. The accessories completed the fantasy. A pink bow at the neck highlighted her delicacy, black bracelets on her wrists gave a rebellious air, and small membranous wings came out of her back. The long, thin tail ended in a heart, and the curved horns over her head reinforced the image of a naughty little devil. Yuki crossed her arms, smiling superiorly. Coo. Come on, hero, the great sovereign invites you in. Ryan smiled slyly. If she wanted to play, then he would enter the game. Listen, Empress, Queen, or whatever your title is. He pointed at her dramatically. I am Ryan Gosling, the great hero coming from distant lands. Taking a step forward, he made an exaggerated gesture as if he were in a theatrical performance. I came from far away to perform a powerful summoning spell and subdue you in the most effective way possible. Yuki, sitting on the back of the sofa like a true sovereign, crossed her legs elegantly and rested her chin on her hand. Errata. What do you have in mind, hero? She arched an eyebrow, feigning disinterest. Know that I, Yuki, am very difficult to please. Ryan pulled his cell phone out of his pocket, holding it up like a sacred artifact. This is the ultimate magic tool. Yuki's tail swayed slowly, as if she were getting interested. Jaehi. And what exactly do you intend to do with this tool, hero? With a decisive movement, Ryan unlocked the screen and revealed a delivery app. I am absolutely certain that the demon empress would not resist some treats. His voice overflowed with confidence, as if he were delivering a final blow. Yuki's eyes widened for an instant. And then she opened a dangerous smile. Coo. Interesting. Ryan knew he had won this battle. Yuki raised her hand dramatically, as if she were on a stage, giving her all in the performance. Era. What a cunning hero. He knows the arts of an unfair battle very well. She got up, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, while letting out a theatrical laugh. But. Coo. The tone was so exaggerated that the scene seemed straight out of an anime. I highly doubt that the hero knows exactly what the great empress wants to eat at this moment. Ryan ran his hand through his hair in a charming gesture, assuming the posture of a soap opera heartthrob. Pizza, snacks, and spicy food. Yuki's eyes widened and, in an instant, she fell to her knees, completely defeated. How do you know? In her mind, lightning and thunder exploded as if she had just suffered a fatal blow. Ryan winked at her, maintaining his confident pose. And with that, demon sovereign, I have defeated you. Now, you must submit to me. Yuki placed her hands on her own body, forcing a thin voice and adopting a provocative little smile. Kaya. What does the hero intend to do with the poor and defenseless demon empress? Ryan snapped his fingers, his gaze full of mystery. Train for 300 romance chapters so that, in the end, we hold hands and the story goes on indefinite hiatus, leaving all readers maddened. He looked to the side as if winking at an invisible camera. Yuki was silent for a few seconds, just staring at him. Until she broke down laughing. Ryan. You broke the joke with that fourth wall. And that joke is mine. She tried to compose herself, holding her belly from laughing so hard. Ryan smiled and approached, holding out his hand to help her up. Where the hell did you get that costume? Yuki winked mischievously and stuck out her tongue. A demon empress always has her little secrets. Ryan arched an eyebrow, still smiling slyly. I don't know. The demon empress seems to have planned this a long time ago. Yuki put her hand on her waist, raising her chin with an air of grandeur. Coo. If you want to know more, you'll have to defeat me in a duel to the death. She pointed to the TV, where the video game was already turned on in a fighting game. Ryan let out a sarcastic laugh. So that's it, huh? You really think you can defeat me? Confidently, he walked to the sofa and sat down, crossing his arms. Well then, if this is the battle you want, then before he could finish his sentence, Yuki made a forbidden move. Without hesitating, she sat directly on his lap, fitting herself precisely. Ryan felt the air leave his lungs. Coo. What's wrong, hero? Lost your strength? She looked back over her shoulder, smiling maliciously. Ryan fixed his eyes on the ceiling, feeling a drop of sweat trickle down his forehead. Damn. First Rika. Now Yuki. He was desperately trying to stay focused, but the situation was getting out of hand. Unlike Rika, Yuki was sitting with her full weight resting on him, and, well, exactly where it shouldn't be. Ryan swallowed hard. This battle. He wasn't at all sure he could win. Before Ryan could regain his composure, Yuki let out a sarcastic taunt. Transfer your energy to me. Ryan raised an eyebrow, suspicious. Huh? Why? Yuki smirked mischievously, raising a little finger. So you can't cheat, you sly fox. Ryan narrowed his eyes, holding back a laugh as his eyebrow twitched. Are you saying I need to go back in time to beat you? Yes. She winked and stuck out her tongue, teasing. Ryan ruffled her hair with one hand, laughing. I'm gonna spank you, you little troublemaker. The game began, but to Ryan's misfortune, Yuki was absolutely crushing him. What's wrong, Anya-chan? Her voice dripped with malice, and to make things worse, she started swaying her hips slightly on his lap. Didn't you say you were gonna spank me? Coo. Sweat began to drip down Ryan's forehead. The match was best of 3, and Yuki was already in the lead. Holy crap. She's gonna win both battles like this. He was fighting 2 challenges at once, the game and his own body. If that's how it is, I'll play dirty too. Without hesitation, Ryan slid his hands around Yuki's slim waist, pulling her slightly closer and positioning his controller right in front of her. Yuki's eyes widened. Kaya. What are you? Before she could react, Ryan raised his hands and squeezed her breasts without a hint of hesitation. The controller slipped from Yuki's fingers. Hey. She squirmed, trying to break free, but Ryan held her firmly with his arms. He took advantage of the distraction to win the round. Yuki kicked her legs in the air and flailed her arms, outraged. Anya-chan, that's not fair. Ryan tilted his head, a smug smile on his face. You're the one who started playing dirty. Yuki clenched her fists, ready to protest, but suddenly, her eyes widened. Anya. Are you hard? Ryan's blood ran cold. Crap. I lost focus. He took a deep breath, keeping his tone casual. Well, you're the one who was grinding on me. I can't be blamed for natural reactions. Yuki turned around on his lap, wrapping her legs around Ryan's waist and locking them together. You're right, it's my fault for provoking the beast. She tried to maintain her playful demeanor, but the excitement in her voice was noticeable. Ryan held her slim, well-defined waist, his touch firm and provocative. So you won't blame me if I can't control myself anymore, right? Before she could respond, Ryan pulled her in and sealed her lips with a hungry kiss. His hand slid down to Yuki's butt, squeezing it eagerly. She let out a whiny moan, tightening her legs around him even more. Yuki's hand slid down his back, as if massaging him, feeling every detail of his body under her fingers. Ryan, in no rush, slid his hand up her waist, reaching her breast. When his fingers wrapped around it and gently squeezed, Yuki arched her back and pulled away slightly, gasping. Why before this. Her face was flushed, her breathing heavy. She closed her eyes for a moment, recomposing herself, before smiling mischievously. Before this, let's go to the bedroom. And I want to change clothes first. Ryan tilted his head, a sly look in his eyes as he continued to massage her butt. Change clothes? But I think this outfit is perfect. Yuki slid her fingers down Ryan's chest, standing up provocatively. Anya. You need to learn how to read a princess like me. She winked and brought a little finger to her chin. For my first time. I want something more romantic, you know. Her face was completely red, her legs trembling slightly, but her signature smile was still there. Ryan nodded, a fierce glint in his eyes. Then I'll wait for you in the bedroom, my princess. Chapter 89, Kitty Like Moon? Ryan was in his room, sitting on the bed, his thoughts swirling in a whirlwind of emotions. His mind couldn't stop circling around what was about to happen. Damn. Now that I stop to think about it, this will be my first time in this body. And with my sister. He put his hand on his head, feeling a mix of excitement and doubt. Is this really right? Before he could delve deeper into these thoughts, the door to the room opened softly. Yuki entered, and Ryan's heart instantly raced. He watched her with eager eyes, taking in every detail of what she was wearing. The white dress made of thin fabric was provocative, hinting at more than it concealed. The off-the-shoulder neckline hugged her delicate shoulders, adorned with ruffles that gently molded to her skin. The thin straps of her black bra crossed her shoulders seductively, and the black bow tied strategically at the center of the dress seemed like an irresistible invitation, accentuating her delicate curves even more. The fabric flowed lightly down to her waist, where it ended just above her thighs, leaving much of her legs exposed. Ryan swallowed hard, thinking to himself, okay, no one's going to judge me, she's so beautiful. Yuki ran her hand through her hair, looking at him with a sly smile. So, I guess this is better than the little devil outfit, right? Ryan crossed his arms, responding with a teasing tone, well, the little devil had a sexy and naughty vibe. But like this, you're very... He closed his eyes, as if carefully choosing his words. Okay, there's no better word, you're just so hot. Yuki felt her face grow warm as she closed the door behind her. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Her voice hesitated for a second before returning with a light tone, Anya-chan. Ryan stood up, walking over to Yuki, who was growing redder by the second. Her breathing quickened, but she still tried to maintain her classic teasing smile. Ryan slid his hand around her waist, gently pulling her closer as he walked toward the bed. He tossed her onto the bed and sat down right after, running his hand through Yuki's hair as he looked into her eyes. He placed his hand on the back of her neck and leaned close to her ear, whispering in a low, desire-filled voice, this time. We're going all the way. Yuki placed her hand on Ryan's chest, pushing him back as she leaned on the bed, smiling gently. I'm ready for this, Anya-chan. Yuki climbed on top of Ryan, reminding him of the day she had woken him up in the same way. She leaned close to his face, smiling, and Ryan couldn't resist looking down, seeing Yuki's breasts provocatively hidden by her bra and the ruffles she wore. Unlike that day, Ryan held her firmly, his hands wrapping around her waist, feeling Yuki's rapid breathing. He kissed her with intense desire, surprising Yuki, who hugged him as if she never wanted to let go. He began to slide his hand up Yuki's thigh, slowly lifting her dress to reveal an adorable black panty that matched her bra. Yuki was bold too and started to remove Ryan's shirt, her hands running over his toned body as their tongues intertwined with love and desire. Ryan raised his hands so Yuki could take off his shirt, and after that, he laid her back on the bed, pulling down the top of her dress, leaving her bra fully exposed. Yuki's skin was white and smooth, so soft that Ryan wanted to be careful with her. He kept kissing her, holding Yuki's hair with one hand while his other hand slid from her stomach to her breast. Yuki's breathing grew heavier, and she arched her back, allowing Ryan to explore her body more freely. He began to kiss her neck, moving down to her breasts, while his hands continued to explore every curve of her body. She smiled, lightly biting her thumb as she spoke, her voice laced with provocation, so. You'll see that a C-cup is more than enough. Yuki's smile was challenging, and her eyes sparkled with a mix of mischief and amusement. Ryan narrowed his eyes, running his hand over them with a look of complicity, as if sharing an intimate secret. I'll tell you something, Yuki. She tilted her head, curious, keeping her teasing smile as she waited for him to continue. He smirked, his lips curling in a gesture of pure mischief. I prefer them like this. Before Yuki could react, Ryan pulled her bra down, exposing her breasts. A surprised gasp escaped her lips, but there was no time for hesitation. Ryan didn't waste any time. With one hand, he squeezed one of her breasts, while his mouth sucked on the other, gently nibbling her nipple. Yuki couldn't hold back a low moan, her legs bending slightly under the intensity of the sensation. She tried to maintain her composure, but her voice faltered as she attempted to protest, wait a second. But it was too late. When Ryan squeezed a little harder, Yuki let out a sharp, almost feline moan that escaped involuntarily, Naya. Ryan pulled back just enough to look into her eyes, a satisfied smile on his face. Yuki tried to cover her face with her hands, embarrassed, but he wouldn't let her. He leaned close to her face, whispering in a teasing tone, "They're perfect? My little demon princess." Yuki blushed even more, but she tried to keep her sarcastic smile, even though her voice trembled. "Anya-chan, you're such a boob lover." He narrowed his eyes, pretending to be indignant. "Wait, why are you bringing that up now? It's the first thing you went for," she replied, her eyes half closed and a mischievous smile on her face. Ryan looked at her, his eyes roaming over her body. Yuki was stunning, breathless, and starting to sweat lightly. He smiled, maliciously. Okay then. Let's explore more of your body. Yuki blushed even more, but before she could say anything, Ryan had already started sliding his hands over her body. He began at her thighs, moving up slowly, while his lips found the soft skin of her neck, descending gently to her breasts, pulling her dress down even further. Hey. You're tickling me. She protested, her voice faltering as she arched her back, sensitive to Ryan's touch. He ignored the comment, focusing on kissing her stomach while his hands continued to explore. Soon, his fingers found Yuki's clit, gently touching it over her black lace panties. Yuki let out a low moan, biting her finger to muffle the sound, while holding Ryan's hair. Her feet curled, her toes tightening as she squirmed in pleasure. Ryan moved even lower, his eyes fixed on the black panties covering her pussy. Yuki breathed heavily, but with a shy gesture, she spread her legs a little more, a silent invitation that Ryan couldn't ignore. He smiled, massaging her inner thigh as he spoke, his voice filled with provocation. You know that little kitty-like moan of yours? Yuki's eyes widened in surprise. Kitty-like moan? Ryan slid his finger along her thigh, getting closer and closer to her center. Yes. I want to hear it more. Before she could respond, he pulled her panties to the side, fully exposing her pussy. Yuki's heart raced, her mind flooding with embarrassing thoughts. He's looking. He's looking right at my most intimate part. But at the same time, excitement took over, and she could hardly wait to see what Ryan would do next. Without giving Yuki time to process what was happening, Ryan began to gently massage her clit with his fingers, precise and intentional movements. Yuki reacted instantly, her fingers gripping the pillow tightly as a low moan escaped her lips, muffled by the mix of pleasure and surprise. But Ryan wasn't satisfied. He paused for a moment, looking at her with a mischievous smile. No. That's not how you moaned earlier. His voice was soft but filled with provocation. Before Yuki could respond, he spread her legs a little more, leaning forward and starting to lick her pussy with a thirst that made it clear he didn't plan to stop anytime soon. Yuki arched her back immediately, a loud, high-pitched moan escaping her mouth. Nya. She bit her lips, trying to hold back the sounds that insisted on escaping, while her toes curled and uncurled in response to the intense pleasure. Ryan didn't stop, his tongue exploring every fold, every inch of her pussy, while one of his hands squeezed Yuki's soft ass, his fingers sinking slightly into her flesh. Yuki's breathing grew heavier, her hips moving involuntarily, seeking more of Ryan's touch. He noticed and increased the pace, alternating between gentle licks and firm pressure, while his hand continued to massage her ass, pulling her closer to his face. Yuki could no longer control herself. Her moans grew louder, more frequent, and her hands, which had been gripping the pillow, now clung to the sheets, twisting them in clenched fists. "Oh, Anya-chan," she called, her voice trembling with need. Ryan didn't respond with words, but with actions. He intensified his movements, focusing on her clit with his tongue, while his fingers slid inside her, exploring her wetness and sending waves of pleasure that made Yuki tremble. She arched her back once more, her moans becoming almost uncontrollable, as Ryan continued to devour her with a mix of desire and adoration. She was at his mercy, and Ryan knew it. Every movement, every touch, was calculated to push Yuki to her limit, to make her moan, tremble, and completely surrender to the pleasure he was willing to give. And Yuki, in turn, couldn't resist. Her body responded to every stimulus, every moan, every gasp, a silent confession that she was completely dominated by him. Ryan noticed that with every lick, Yuki grew hotter, wetter, more surrendered to the pleasure. He paused for a moment, looking up, and found her breathless, her face flushed, her eyes lost in a sea of pleasure. Her voice escaped, dragged and trembling. Why did you stop?" He made a smug expression, stroking Yuki's thighs as he stood up. His eyes scanned every detail of her body, every curve, every line. Her firm thighs, her soft yet delicious ass, her breasts with erect nipples contrasting with the blush on her face. Ryan stood still, admiring Yuki's beauty, as if he were standing before a living work of art. Yuki puffed out her cheeks, making an exaggerated pout, and spoke in a playful tone, "Moo. Anya-chan." Before Ryan could react, she pushed him, taking the top position again. Her mischievous smile returned, and she leaned forward, whispering in a voice that mixed provocation and affection, "I need to make you feel good too." Despite her red cheeks and the shyness that still tried to take over, Yuki pulled down Ryan's shorts, revealing his already fully erect cock. The member hit her cheek unexpectedly, making her jump back slightly. Her mind raced. Wow. I didn't expect it to be this big. She looked up, meeting Ryan's gaze, who now wore the same smug expression she often had. Yuki pouted, but quickly regained her composure, holding him with her hand. She narrowed her eyes, speaking in a mischievous tone. You'll see that it was a terrible idea to remind me that I'm a demon queen. With renewed courage, Yuki opened her mouth and took as much of him as she could. Ryan held his breath, his eyes closing for a moment as he thought, damn, Yuki. You're really intense. Yuki began to move her mouth gently, the warm, soft sensation making Ryan fight to control his breathing. She went slowly, after all, it barely fit entirely in her mouth, and it was her first attempt. Drool dripped down his cock, and Yuki's silent moans, muffled by the act, only increased the intensity of the moment. Ryan knew he'd have to hold back as much as he could. Despite the difficulty and the slow pace, Yuki was doing incredibly well. Ryan placed his hand on her head, making her look up at him as she continued to suck him. She swirled her tongue around his cock, making him feel every inch of the warmth and wetness of her mouth. Ryan swallowed hard, noticing the loving look in Yuki's eyes, even as she pleasured him. He tried to speak, his voice low and deep, almost a whisper, "Why, Yuki, I..." But Yuki didn't stop. She tried to increase the pace, swirling her tongue more intensely and letting his cock slap against her cheek. Ryan couldn't resist the demon queen Yuki. He held her head more firmly, his fingers tangling in her hair as he felt the pleasure building to its limit. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. With a rough groan, Ryan released everything into her mouth, holding her firmly until the very last moment. Yuki slowly pulled away, her hand covering her mouth, breathing heavily as she tried to swallow. Her eyes met Ryan's, and even while panting, she maintained that challenging gaze. Ryan stared at her, still processing what had just happened, his heart pounding as he watched Yuki. To his surprise, she began to laugh, a theatrical and provocative laugh that echoed through the room. Coo. She turned to Ryan, her smug smile shining as always. I won, Anya-chan. Ryan raised an eyebrow, half incredulous, half amused. You're going to be a brat even at a time like this? Yuki licked the corner of her mouth, a deliberately sensual gesture, as she spoke. I made you finish first. Her hand slid along Ryan's leg, a light touch that sent shivers through his skin. Ryan furrowed his brows, a teasing smile forming on his lips. Huh? So this was a competition? Yuki kept her smug little smile, but Ryan wasn't about to let it slide. You should have told me earlier. Before Yuki could respond, Ryan gave her ass a firm slap, eliciting an adorable, high-pitched moan, Kaya. Without giving her time to recover, Ryan sealed her lips with an intense kiss, throwing her back onto the bed and taking the top position. Their tongues intertwined with a mix of desire and provocation, while his fingers slid over Yuki's pussy, massaging her with an intensity that drew uncontrollable moans from her. When he finally pulled away, Yuki caught her breath, her voice trembling and soft. I was just kidding. There's no competition. But Ryan wasn't willing to accept that. He positioned himself between her legs, his voice low and filled with seduction. Let's make it best out of 3. Yuki blushed, but before she could respond, Ryan began to slowly push his cock into her, feeling every inch of her wetness, heat, and tightness. Yuki gripped the pillow tightly, her eyes closed, her legs twitching as he advanced, little by little, until he reached her hymen. Yuki's moans were a mix of highs and lows, almost feline, her back arched as sweat dripped between her breasts. She looked directly into Ryan's eyes, her face buried in the pillows, and whispered in a velvety voice full of promises, Ryan. Feel as much pleasure as you can with me. That phrase awakened something deep within him. Ryan felt a wave of emotion and desire, squeezing Yuki's thigh more firmly. He pushed in all at once, the sound of his thighs slapping against her ass echoing through the room. Yuki reacted instantly, a loud, high-pitched moan escaping her lips, Naya. Finally, they were completely connected, their bodies moving in sync, each movement a mix of pleasure and intimacy. Yuki clung to Ryan's back, her nails lightly digging into his skin, as he kissed her again, their bodies merging in a rhythm only they understood. It was more than physical, it was a connection that went beyond, something only they could share. And in that moment, nothing else mattered. Chapter 90, You already want another round? Ryan and Yuki were deeply connected, their bodies moving in a rhythm only they understood. He could feel her pussy tightening around his cock with an intensity that brought him to the edge of ecstasy, while Yuki's fluids flowed, warm and abundant, between them. Ryan held her thighs firmly, his eyes locked on hers, which were rolled back in pleasure, her breathing heavy and ragged. With a voice full of mischief, Ryan whispered, Yuki. Have you already come? He felt her pussy clench even tighter around him as she squirmed, moaning intermittently, I. Her words were lost amidst her moans. You went all in. Ryan finished her sentence with a smug tone, you came just from the first thrust. Yuki turned even redder, covering her face with her arm while pouting in embarrassment. Ryan took the opportunity to pull her dress up, sliding it off her arms and leaving her completely exposed. Her body trembled with every slow movement he made, the spasms of pleasure intensifying as more fluids flowed. Ryan held her thigh, turning her onto her back without pulling out, which drew a muffled moan from Yuki, who bit her lips to try to contain the sound. He began to move, each thrust making the sound of his thighs slapping against her ass echo through the room, accompanied by Yuki's sweet, high-pitched moans. He hugged her tightly, his arms wrapping around her body as he kissed her neck with an intensity that left marks. Yuki, with a trembling and broken voice, tried to speak. "Why you are going too nigh? Too fast." Ryan, however, didn't slow down. He held her by the waist, lifting her up as he stood, keeping her in his lap while kissing her with a desire he had never felt before. He held her legs over his shoulders, moving his hips with a force that made Yuki moan even louder, while his hand gripped her sweaty back. Yuki was completely flushed, but she couldn't deny the desire to have Ryan inside her. She was dripping, her heart racing in her chest like a drum. Ryan gave her ass a firm slap, making her moan with an intensity that echoed through the room. He whispered in a hoarse and provocative voice, "It's 1-1. Whoever gets there first loses." Yuki tried to maintain her mischievous smile, but her eyes were already rolling back in pleasure. I'm going to make you spill liters." She then wrapped her legs around him, squeezing tightly, preventing him from pulling out. Yuki began to contract her pussy even more intensely around Ryan's cock, which was hot and throbbing inside her. He pressed her against the wall of the room, slamming his thighs into her with force, the sound of fluids and Yuki's moans filling the space. Their breathing was rapid, Yuki's moans becoming more feline and louder. Ryan squeezed her thigh even tighter, while she kept her legs firmly wrapped around him, as if she never wanted him to stop. Yuki leaned close to Ryan's ear, whispering in a broken voice full of desire, "Pour it into me. I want all of it inside me." Ryan looked into her eyes, panting, and asked, "Is today a safe day?" Yuki didn't answer with words. Instead, she kissed him with a passion that said everything he needed to know. Ryan moved his hips with more force and speed, Yuki completely losing herself in the pleasure, her hips moving against his in a frantic rhythm. Until, finally, Yuki reached her climax. She lifted her face, moaning loudly as she made an unconscious ahijao face, her pussy having intense spasms that made Ryan lose control. He couldn't resist her contractions and came fiercely inside her womb, both of them moaning in unison as pleasure consumed them completely. They stayed like that for a moment, panting, their bodies still trembling with pleasure, as the warmth of what they had shared enveloped them like a blanket. Yuki, with a tired but satisfied smile, whispered, "I think I lost this time." Ryan pulled his member out, leaving a trail of white liquid dripping onto the floor. Yuki was still softly moaning, her breathing heavy and ragged, as she tried to regain her strength. Ryan looked at her with a mischievous smile, his eyes shining with satisfaction. "Good thing you know you lost this time," he murmured, while gently kissing her breasts, his lips exploring every inch of her smooth, warm skin. Yuki stroked his head, her fingers intertwining in his hair, as she took deep breaths, still exhausted. "I have to admit this time, Anya-chan," she said, her voice trembling and soft. "You left my legs completely weak." Ryan looked at her, his mischievous smile deepening. "With that, you owe me one." Yuki blushed, looking away for a moment, but soon met his gaze again, a shy smile forming on her lips. "Well. If you..." She hesitated, but then continued, her voice low and full of promises. "I'll fulfill your fetishes. Since you agreed to do it normally with me the first time." Ryan smiled, satisfied, and kissed her briefly, a tender gesture that said more than words. He laid her down on the bed carefully, while a few spasms still shook her body, causing a bit more of the white liquid to drip out. Yuki ran her finger down there, bringing some of the viscous liquid up, as she spoke in a drawn-out voice, still filled with pleasure. "Well, since today isn't a safe day." She blushed, her eyes meeting his, full of a mix of shyness and desire. Ryan sighed, running his warm hand from her pussy to her belly, making Yuki shiver with sensitivity. "Well, I guess we should turn back time and finish outside." Yuki puffed her cheeks, responding immediately, her voice firm and determined. "No. Don't even think about it." Ryan gave a slight jump, surprised by her reaction, but Yuki continued, her voice now mixed with shyness and haste. "This was my first time, and even though it hurt and you finished inside." She blushed again, looking away, but soon a slight smile formed on her lips. "I want to remember it exactly as it was." Ryan ran his hand over Yuki's body, lying down beside her while hugging her tenderly. "Well, in that case, we can get a pill tomorrow." Yuki blushed, hugging him against her body, her voice almost a whisper. "Why, you'll come with me. It's too embarrassing to buy something like that alone." Ryan ran a hand through Yuki's hair and the other over her ass, his voice soft and reassuring. "I'll take responsibility," he said, making Yuki's heart race. Ryan's cock was already hard again, pressing against Yuki's belly. She looked down, surprised, and spoke in a trembling voice, "Why, you already want another round?" Ryan gave her ass a light squeeze, making her let out a soft moan, but before he could continue, she spoke, her voice still trembling. Wait a little." Ryan looked at her, completely flushed, her eyes trembling and full of a mix of pleasure and hesitation. "It's just, I'm still having spasms. And it still hurts a little." She didn't want to disappoint him, so she put on a smug smile, holding his member with her hand as she spoke, her voice full of provocation. "But there are other ways to make you feel good." Yuki turned around, assuming a 69 position, her voice shy but full of promises. "You just finished enjoying your cute sister and you're already like this again." Ryan chuckled softly, his eyes shining with anticipation as Yuki positioned herself, ready to reciprocate the pleasure he had given her. The room was filled with a warm, intimate energy, and both knew the night was far from over. Ryan gently spread Yuki's pussy, sliding his finger inside softly, making her tremble instantly. "Hey! I said I'm still having spasms there, Naya." She protested, but her voice failed mid-sentence, turning into a sharp moan as Ryan found the right spot. Before she could completely lose her composure, Yuki decided to reciprocate. She leaned forward, starting to lick Ryan's cock firmly, her tongue sliding along its length, while her hands held him with a mix of tenderness and desire. Her mouth was warm and wet, and Ryan couldn't help but let out a low moan of pleasure. Soon, both were completely immersed in that intense exchange, the excitement building again. Yuki, despite still being sensitive, felt her body responding to Ryan's touch, and soon she was ready for another round. This time, Ryan was more careful, finishing outside her pussy, leaving her covered in his liquid, while Yuki trembled with pleasure, the spasms still shaking her body. When they finally stopped, it was already late at night, but that wasn't a problem since it was the weekend. Ryan lay down beside Yuki, hugging her from behind, her ass fitting perfectly against him. He held her firmly, one hand caressing her breast, his fingers playing with her already sensitive nipple. Yuki, however, was at her limit. Her voice came out trembling and drawn out, I'm already at my limit. My pussy is dripping and burning. I need a break." Despite her exhaustion, she could feel Ryan's hard cock pressing against her ass. She squeezed his hand on her breast, her voice tired but still carrying a sexy tone. "Just a minute, okay?" Ryan understood. He hugged her tighter, whispering in her ear, "You can rest a little now. It was intense for you." Yuki snuggled up, feeling safe and comfortable in his arms. As Ryan continued to play lightly with her nipple, she closed her eyes, her voice low and drawn out, "I love you, Anya-chan. Sweet dreams." But, even at her limit, she could still feel Ryan's hard cock against her ass. With a shy voice, almost a whisper, she added, "If you can't control yourself during the night, you can put it in a little, okay?" Ryan smiled, feeling his heart warm with her words. He kissed her gently on the neck, whispering, "Rest, Yuki. I'll take care of you." And so, the two remained entwined, the warmth of their hearts and bodies blending in a silence full of promises and intimacy. The night was theirs, and nothing else mattered. Chapter 91, The Cover Waifu. The day dawned, and the world seemed more colorful than ever. Ryan lay covered by the blanket, listening to the distant sounds of the city and feeling the warm sun hitting his eyes. He began to squint, still drowsy, and stretched his arm to the side, searching for Yuki. But the space beside him was empty. "Huh? Where is she?" he murmured, his voice still thick with sleep. Could it be? At that moment, Ryan's heart gave a slight twinge, and he jumped out of bed, his thoughts racing uncontrollably. "No way I'm going through what Rudius went through." Ryan rushed to the door, opening it in a hurry, and shouted, "Yuki! Don't go training. I don't want to get bluey-evilled." At that exact moment, Yuki, who was in the kitchen, turned around startled, finding Ryan completely naked at the door. She blushed, her eyes wide, and stammered, "Oh, Anya-chan?" Ryan stood still for a few seconds, looking at Yuki, who was cooking something while wearing only one of his large white shirts. The shirt was big enough to cover her down to the beginning of her thighs, leaving little to the imagination. "Ah. You're here," he said, with an expression of relief and a bit of embarrassment. With a sly smile, Yuki replied, pointing the wooden spoon at him, "And where would I go?" She paused, striking a presumptuous pose, and continued, "I know. You're totally in love with me after our night of passion." Ryan sighed, averting his gaze. "Actually, I just remembered a scary story." Yuki, however, didn't seem to be paying much attention to his words. Her eyes were fixed on Ryan's lower half, and she spoke with a mischievous smile, "I know I'm a walking temptation, but now it's time to eat the delicious pancakes your adorable little sister made for you." Ryan, with half-closed eyes, retorted, "You say that, but you're practically drooling." Yuki turned around, pretending to laugh. Hee. Ryan went back to the room, quickly putting on some clothes, and came out a few minutes later. The delightful aroma of breakfast filled the kitchen, and he was met with a sight that was comforting to both his eyes and his heart. Yuki, with a sexy lightness, wore his shirt in a way that exuded a provocative air, almost showing more than she should. Ryan had only one curiosity at that moment: is she wearing anything underneath? As he pondered this, Yuki leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous smile on her face. "Your adorable little sister made you breakfast. You're so lucky, don't you think?" Hee. Her smile was full of mischief. She pulled out a chair for Ryan to sit and said, "What are you waiting for, Anya-chan? Aren't you going to tell me you're all flustered because of what happened?" Ryan walked to the chair, but his mind was focused on something else. Is she wearing anything underneath or not? He approached Yuki, who maintained her playful expression, but his intrusive thoughts won out. "To hell with it," he said, as he lifted the shirt Yuki was wearing, revealing that, indeed, she wasn't wearing anything underneath. Yuki blushed, covering her face with her hands as she said, "Anya-chan, Ecchi." Satisfied, Ryan sat down on the chair, with a sly smile. "You knew I was going to do that." "Ah, you noticed?" Yuki replied, looking at him sideways with an equally mischievous smile. And so, breakfast began, with the two sharing not only the pancakes but also a moment of intimacy and complicity that only they could understand. As Yuki smiled mischievously, Ryan tasted the pancake she had prepared, and his eyes widened in surprise at the incredible flavor. "Wow, you're really good at cooking," he praised, genuinely impressed. Yuki twirled the fork in her hand, puffing out her chest with pride as she replied, in a playful and confident tone, "I'm a dream waifu, baby." At that exact moment, Ryan's phone vibrated with a notification. He looked at the screen and read the message in capital letters, "Kuze-kun. I have a very urgent matter to discuss with you." The sender's name was Ella. Ryan frowned, surprised. "Ella? What could this be?" Yuki, who was looking over his shoulder, commented with an intrigued tone, "Yikes. I think this is serious." Ryan tilted his head, agreeing. "I think so too." But suddenly, he turned to Yuki, realizing she was snooping on his messages. "Hey, why are you reading my messages?" Yuki tossed her hair back with an air of superiority, replying with a mischievous smile, "Coo, I am your number one, after all, aren't I?" Ryan raised an eyebrow, confused. "Number one?" Yuki sat on the chair, wagging her finger as if giving a lecture. "Okay, it seems we need to have this conversation." She rested her face on her hand, looking directly at Ryan with a piercing gaze. "Remember, you naughty boy. You didn't tell me about Rika at the park." Ryan gulped, feeling a chill down his spine. "Oh shit, I forgot about that." He tried to play it off with a sly smile, speaking in a calm and casual tone. "Wow, really, Yuki-sama, I completely forgot." Tee-hee-hee. Yuki, however, wasn't fooled. She maintained her presumptuous smile, but her voice became dry and firm. "You're not going to convince me with generic manga phrases, Anya-chan." She dragged out the word while pointing her finger directly at his face. Ryan sighed, resigned, and took another bite of the pancake. "Okay, that really won't work with you. So, what do you want to know?" Yuki crossed her legs provocatively, making Ryan struggle not to glance downward. She then asked the question burning in her mind, "I was your first, wasn't I?" Ryan tilted his head, confused. "What do you mean?" Yuki huffed, clearly frustrated with his lack of understanding. "Anya-chan, don't play dumb. A handsome and smart young man like you, almost a male model, I want to know if someone got to you before me or if I was your number one." Finally, it clicked for Ryan. He looked up, with an air of understanding. "You want to know if you were the one who took my virginity?" Yuki nodded, confirming with a mischievous smile. "Exactly. So, come on, Anya-chan, tell your adorable little sister everything." Ryan sighed again, realizing there was no escaping this conversation. He looked at Yuki, who was clearly enjoying the situation. Yuki averted her gaze, dragging out her words as if trying to maintain her composure, but her tone betrayed a hint of frustration. "Sometimes, I wonder about that smart part." Ryan smiled, leaning in slightly. "Yes, you were the first." Yuki's face lit up immediately, but before she could open her mouth, he added, "in this body." Her smile melted away instantly. "What do you mean?" She dramatically threw herself onto the table. Ryan just shrugged, relaxed. "Oops, my bad. In my past life, I didn't have you with me." Yuki pretended to cry exaggeratedly, covering her face with her hands. Sniff, sniff. "I guess I'll have to settle for this life. Nah, I couldn't protect my Anya-chan's purity in your past life. Ryan watched her antics, crossing his arms as he thought, I don't know what's wrong with this girl, but somehow it attracts me. Yuki lifted her head, taking a deep breath before breaking into a satisfied smile. Okay, that makes me happy. I got there before anyone else. Without warning, she stood up and walked over to Ryan, sitting possessively on his lap. I had to speed things up before Rika tried to steal you from me. Ryan raised an eyebrow, surprised. Why, you did all that just to be the first? Yuki snapped her fingers and winked confidently. Ani-chan, I'm an avid reader of harem manga. It's obvious Rika would be next on your list. Ryan blinked a few times, feeling a slight shiver. Wait. Where exactly are you going with this? Yuki adjusted herself on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and leaning against his chest. Well. She paused, her voice softer, less teasing. I've been thinking a lot about some things since you showed me your powers. And told me about and your past life. Ryan remained silent, feeling her body relax against his. Yuki rested her head on his shoulder, her voice now tinged with nostalgia and hesitation. I always held back a lot about what I felt. After all, I knew it could never be reciprocated. It was wrong, wasn't it? She laughed, but there was something melancholic in her tone. Wow, I never imagined things would end up like this. In the end, my family would judge us forever. She looked up at him, an indecipherable glint in her eyes. Ryan stared back, feeling that, for the first time in this conversation, it wasn't just a joke. Yuki looked away, her playful smile softening as her voice took on an unexpectedly sincere tone. I thought I'd have to bury these feelings for the rest of my life. Hide them behind jokes and teasing. She raised her hand, cupping Ryan's face with her delicate fingers, her eyes shining with something he had never seen in her before. You're so important to me. It's with you that I can be who I really am, without masks or fake smiles. The seriousness in her voice contrasted with the genuine smile that followed. That's why I wanted to be your number one. I wanted to have you with me forever. Because you're my world, Ryan. And I love you. More than I can express. Ryan felt a shiver run down his spine. He could feel the weight of those words, the raw intensity of Yuki's feelings. Before he could respond, she leaned in, pressing a soft kiss against his lips, her fingers gently sliding across his face. When she pulled away, her voice came out as a whisper laden with promise, I would do anything for you. Ryan shuddered. Something about that phrase triggered an alarm in his mind. Wow. That was very like. As if reading his thoughts, Yuki smirked, her eyes sparkling with amusement. I sounded like a yin deer just now, didn't I? Ryan laughed, shaking his head. Oh, absolutely. The two laughed together, but Yuki kept her hands on him, squeezing his face as if demanding his attention. What I said was serious. So pay attention when a beautiful girl is talking. Especially when that girl is your sister. She ended the sentence with a playful pout. Ryan smiled, relaxing. I accept your words, Yuki. She gave his head a few pats, still smiling. Just to make sure you understood. What I meant was, yes, I love you just the way you are, womanizer and all. But don't forget to be attentive to me, okay? Ryan pressed his forehead against hers, his voice low and teasing. Don't worry. You'll be the cover waifu. Yuki blushed instantly, looking away. TSK. Otaku to otaku, we understand each other well. The two laughed, reaching a silent agreement. Yuki knew Ryan would end up getting involved with other girls. But she accepted it. Because, in the end, she was the number one. Or at least that was the excuse she told herself. Looking away, she bit her lip, her thoughts taking a darker turn. Okay. I am a little jealous. But. A shiver ran down her spine as images not safe for work flashed through her mind. I can't deny that I find it kind of exciting to think about Ani-chan slowly corrupting the hearts of those girls who were at the table with us the other day. She swallowed hard, feeling the heat rise through her body. Okay. Those hentais messed up my head. A mischievous smile appeared on her lips. But Ani-chan as a demon king and his harem is so hot. Ryan watched Yuki lost in thought, sitting on his lap, her eyes shining in a way that didn't escape him. It was then that he noticed something else. The thin fabric of her clothes didn't hide her hardening nipples. He didn't hold back the intrusive thought. Grabbing her nipple with his fingers, he whispered in her ear, getting turned on? Yuki jumped, letting out an embarrassed squeal. Kaya. Before Ryan could tease her further, his phone buzzed with a new message. Ella. Where are you? Yuki's voice was still shaky as she spoke, trying to play it cool. Why, you should probably answer that, right? It's not good to keep a girl waiting. She quickly stood up and dashed toward the bedroom. I'm gonna put some clothes on. Ryan watched the scene, laughing to himself as he picked up his phone. She's a little crazy. He replied to Ella's message, asking what she wanted. The response came almost instantly, I need to talk to you. Meet me near my house. Ryan sighed, standing up. Okay. I want to get this over with quickly. Little did he know. He should have stayed home. Chapter 92, What I want to ask you is. Ryan put on a casual outfit, sweatpants and a white shirt, nothing too different from his usual style. He walked to the door, saying in a relaxed tone, I'll be back soon, Yuki. As soon as he turned around, he was met by Yuki, who was dressed casually but with a lot of charm. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, with a white bow that highlighted the shine of her long, dark locks. She wore a light gray jacket with the zipper open, revealing a tight black tank top with a subtle white detail in the center. The contrast of the tank top accentuated her fair skin tone, and the lightness of the jacket gave her a relaxed vibe. Her light-wash denim shorts with frayed hems showed off her legs, completing the laid-back and perfect look for the hot weather. On her feet, she wore black strap sandals, matching the simplicity of the outfit but maintaining a natural and approachable charm. Yuki had a slight smirk, her hands behind her back, as she asked, Anya-chan. Aren't you forgetting something? Ryan tilted his head, patting his pants pockets. He felt a mental snap and exclaimed, Oh! I almost forgot my phone. He ran to the couch, grabbed the device, and thanked her, Thanks, sis. Yuki looked at him with a deadpan expression, arms crossed. You're not forgetting anything else, are you? Ryan scratched his head, thoughtful. Huh. I don't think so. Yuki sighed but then placed her hand on her stomach, making circular motions while smiling smugly. Ryan raised an eyebrow, confused. Are you hungry? But we just ate. Yuki felt her eyebrow twitch in irritation. No, Anya-chan, that's not it. She kept her hand on her stomach, waiting for him to understand. Ryan punched the air as if he had an idea. Damn. You have a stomachache, don't you? Yuki stomped her foot lightly, approaching him with a disapproving look. Of course not, Anya. She sighed, adopting a passive-aggressive expression with a mischievous smile. It's something we did last night, and if you forget, you'll remember in a few months. She spoke while placing her hand on her stomach again, hinting. Ryan raised an eyebrow, finally understanding. I know, I was just testing your patience. How could I forget that you asked for a cream peon the first time? He spoke with an extremely calm face, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Yuki turned red but still responded with a playful smile, Look. You saying it like that makes me rethink my actions. Ryan touched her cheek, teasingly. What, you regret it? Yuki grabbed his hand, dragging him to the door. Of course not. She turned around with a smug smile, adding, I'd do worse. Ryan felt a shiver run down his spine as he thought, oh God. Yuki accompanied him to the pharmacy near Ryan's house. She picked up the box of birth control pills and stared at it for a few seconds with a dark smile. To think I'd need to take one of these. Meanwhile, Ryan was behind her, reflecting, to think my sister would have to take one of these. And because of me. They both headed to the checkout, where a kind-looking elderly lady waited to assist them. Yuki, maintaining a carefree posture, placed some headache medicine, stomach medicine, and a few chocolate bars on the conveyor belt. It was evident that this was a cover for the morning after pill she was actually buying. Ryan, however, didn't miss an extra detail on the shopping list. With a sharp look, as if he had discovered a secret, he thought, raising his eyebrows, you little trickster. You're buying condoms too, huh? The cashier, an elderly lady, scanned the items while observing Ryan and Yuki holding hands. Her face lit up with a warm smile, and she commented, You two make such a beautiful couple. Ah, this reminds me of my teenage years. She then looked at Yuki, who maintained a discreet smile, and added, You two match so well. If it weren't for the purchases, I'd say you're siblings. Yuki held back a small smirk and responded politely, Thank you, ma'am. Ryan, keeping a social smile, added, Yeah, everyone says that, I don't know why. Yuki squeezed his hand discreetly, as if saying, No jokes now. Since the pharmacy was close to Ryan's house, Yuki said goodbye to him in a cute way, holding the shopping bag. I'll head back to our house, and as she stopped abruptly, looked around, and with a mischievous smile, whispered softly, covering her mouth with her hand, Anya-chan. Ryan crossed his arms and asked, Are you staying the night? Yuki put her hands behind her back, swaying her body adorably, and replied, Well. I know it'll be hard to be without me after being hit by my love arrow. She raised her little finger, as if making a warning. But today I'll have to go back to the Suau mansion. Ryan tilted his head and responded, Ah. So, see you later, Yuki. Yuki pouted and complained, Oh. You were supposed to beg me to stay, like, no, sis, don't leave me. Ryan smiled and, in a comical tone, stretched his hands forward, exaggerating, Don't go, Yuki-sama. Yuki laughed, satisfied, and tossed her hair to the side. You'll have to deal with missing me, Onyai-chan. The two laughed together for a moment, until Yuki took a step forward and surprised Ryan with a goodbye kiss. At the same time, she lightly brushed her hand over his chest and stepped back with a teasing smile. I promise I won't take long, okay? She winked, sticking out her tongue, and spun on her heels, starting to run. Ryan stood still, watching Yuki walk away with a silly smile on his face. However, his moment of contemplation was interrupted by a message on his phone. Where are you? >less than it was from Ella. Ryan put his hand on his head and muttered, oh God, I forgot about the Russian girl. Without wasting any time, he started running, trying to get there as fast as possible so Ella wouldn't have to wait any longer. As he ran, a thought crossed his mind, wait. Did Yuki really accept the harem? I love my sister so much. Ryan finally arrived at a cafe near Ella's house. In the distance, he spotted her silver hair, sitting with her back to him. He took a deep breath, preparing to face another complicated situation. He sighed, approaching Ella with a relaxed demeanor. Well, here I am. Ella turned around, her cheeks slightly puffed with mild irritation. You took so long, Kuze-kun. Ryan raised his hands in a gesture of apology, glancing away for a moment. He knew he couldn't tell the real reason for the delay. Sorry, I had to buy a few things before coming. He spoke with a carefree smile, trying to hide the truth. As he sat down, Ryan observed Ella more closely, noticing the subtle elegance in her attire. Her silver hair fell in soft waves, with a red ribbon tied discreetly on one side, adding a charming touch to her ethereal appearance. She wore a black blouse made of light, flowing fabric, with a design that left her shoulders exposed, while ruffles on the sleeves and arms brought a romantic air to the ensemble. Her plaid skirt, in shades of white and light gray, contrasted in a balanced way with the darker blouse, highlighting her slender figure. The high waist of the skirt accentuated her silhouette gracefully, creating a feminine and refined look. Complementing the outfit, a small white leather crossbody bag with an adjustable strap and gold clasp rested on her shoulder, adding practicality without compromising style. Ryan quickly thought, okay. I had forgotten how beautiful this girl is. Ella adjusted herself in her chair, her voice slightly low and shy. Sit down. I need to tell you something important. Ryan walked to the chair, sitting down with a playful air. How strange. How come there's no guy hitting on you? Ella blushed slightly, picking up a cup of coffee as she responded, well, there were, but I started speaking in Russian, and they left. Ryan laughed, feeling more at ease. Ah. That makes sense. So, what's the problem, my dear ice princess? Ella blushed a little more, taking a sip of coffee before responding, why are you using that nickname? Ryan smiled, flipping through the menu. Because it suits you. And it's cute, don't you think? Ella pouted, clearly trying to hide how much she liked the nickname. I prefer affectionate nicknames like my dear or my love. Of course, she said this in Russian. Ryan paused slightly, quickly thinking, damn, I forgot she's forward. If she hadn't said that in Russian, our relationship would have started right now. He smiled, pretending he hadn't understood. Look, Ella, I don't understand when you speak in Russian. But it's cute, so don't stop. She covered her face with the menu, clearly embarrassed. I said you should order something soon, because I want to ask you something. Important. Ryan became slightly more serious, noticing Ella's anxious and distressed expression. Something important? He looked directly into her eyes, trying to decipher what was behind that hesitation. Is it? Shit, does Ella have something to do with the supernatural stuff in this world? Damn, I didn't want to drag my Russian girl into this. He thought, while Ella looked away, clearly nervous. Kuze-kun. What I want to ask you is. Chapter 93, Want to Kiss You. Ryan swallowed hard, feeling a cold sweat trickle down the back of his neck as he stared intently at Ella. Her serious expression indicated that what she was about to say was important. Kuze-kun. What I want to ask you is. Ella took a deep breath before continuing, her voice filled with determination. Would you run for student council president with me as my vice president? There was a brief silence. Ryan blinked a few times, processing her words. Then, without warning, he slammed his forehead against the table with a loud thud. Hunya. Ella let out a surprised squeak, her eyes wide. As she panicked, Ryan sank into his thoughts. Damn. I'm so caught up in the craziness of this world that something so mundane caught me completely off guard. Ella, still stunned by his reaction, leaned forward worriedly. Kuze-kun. Are you okay? Did I say something I shouldn't have? Ryan slowly lifted his head, rubbing his sore forehead. No. I just didn't expect that. A smile almost escaped his lips. Ella sighed in relief, crossing her arms. With that reaction, It seemed like I asked for something much worse. If you don't want, Ryan raised a hand, cutting her off with a confident gesture. Relax, Ice Princess. I haven't given you my answer yet. Ala flinched slightly, averting her gaze with a faint blush on her cheeks. Ryan smiled again, now more amused. I forgot the elections were coming up. If you came to me, it means you couldn't find anyone else to run with you, right? Ala pursed her lips, pouting adorably before murmuring, "Horam." Ryan watched her for a moment, his gaze softening. Honestly, I don't mind running with Ella. Yuki wanted me to run with her, but... well, she hasn't mentioned it recently. And Ella asked first. He tilted his head, pondering. I guess Yuki won't mind. Our relationship has moved past that romantic comedy phase, after all. As Ryan reflected, Ella fidgeted nervously, her shoulders swaying slightly. I want someone I can trust by my side. There was something in the way she said it, in the raw sincerity of her voice, that warmed Ryan's chest. Without hesitation, he smiled. I accept. Ella blinked, surprised. Huh? Kuze-kun. Are you sure? Ryan rested his chin on one hand, a calm look on his face. Of course. I don't see any reason not to support you. You're dedicated, and if I'm not mistaken, I've heard this is one of your dreams. Ella lowered her head slightly, a faint blush spreading across her face. Ryan, however, let a smug smile appear. And besides, this means we'll get to spend more time alone. Ella blushed even more, quickly averting her gaze. Well. I didn't expect you to accept so easily. She ran a hand through her hair, trying to find the right words. Ryan, noticing her hesitation, leaned back in his chair with a relaxed air. Okay, now that you have your answer, what's next? Ella fiddled with her cup before speaking, her voice slightly hesitant. That's all I wanted to tell you, Kuze-kun. And, as I mentioned, I didn't expect you to accept so quickly. Ryan smiled, resting his chin on his hand. Well, since you made me come here, how about we go somewhere? Ella blinked, surprised, before tilting her head slightly. Go somewhere? She smiled coyly, her expression playful. Like on a date? The faint blush that spread across her cheeks made her even more adorable. Ryan nodded naturally. Yeah. Like a date. What do you say? Ella's heart raced for a moment, but she forced herself to stay composed. Well, I was planning to buy some clothes today. Want to come with me? Ryan grinned, the answer on the tip of his tongue. Of course. Ella closed her eyes, bringing the cup to her lips. In Russian, she murmured provocatively, you're going to be all flustered when you see my hypnotic curves. You'll definitely want to kiss me. Ryan just smiled, pretending not to understand, but mentally noting every word. After finishing their coffee, they headed to the mall together. Ella led him to the desired store, picking out a few items before heading to the fitting room. She stopped at the entrance, turning to Ryan. Wait here. I'll try on the clothes and want you to give your opinion. Ryan crossed his arms, amused. Do you really think I'd miss the fashion show of the incredible Ice Queen? Ella blushed, narrowing her eyes at him. Why, you're overusing that nickname today. With a resigned sigh, she closed the curtain. Inside the fitting room, she took a deep breath, trying to organize her thoughts. Okay. If that's how it is, then I'll put on a show for him. She clenched her fists with confidence. But then crouched down, feeling her face heat up. He's been flirting so much lately. Why is he acting like this? We're not even dating yet. Her own thoughts echoed in her mind, making her raise her head, flushed. Yet. She ran a hand through her hair, trying to dissipate the heat in her face. But I can't deny that. I'm kind of enjoying it. Her heart raced as she picked up the chosen dress. As she put it on, another thought struck her. What if he doesn't react? Anxiety began to mix with anticipation. After adjusting the fabric to her body, she took a deep breath and opened the curtain. Ella was wearing a white dress with light and casual style, exuding freshness and delicacy. The design featured a shoulder-to-shoulder neckline, softly highlighting her neck and collarbone. Wide ruffles adorned the top, adding a feminine and graceful touch. The edge of the ruffles had a light blue detail, creating an elegant contrast with the predominant white. The subtle fit at the waist outlined her silhouette, while the flowing skirt gave a light and natural air. The red ribbon in her hair remained, adding a vibrant touch to the look. With one hand on her waist, Ella tilted her hip slightly and looked up at Ryan. So, what do you think? The silence lasted only a second before some nearby people started murmuring. Wow, she's so beautiful! Exclaimed a girl in the distance. Ryan also stood still for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile. Wow! It's amazing how you can look beautiful in anything. Ella's eyes widened, caught off guard. Ryan continued confidently, I love how it brings out the color of your hair and subtly highlights your curves. You look truly stunning. Ella turned completely red. Thank you. Next. Before Ryan could say more, she hurriedly closed the curtain. Crouching on the fitting room floor, she covered her face with her hands. Ecchi complimented me way too much. Her heart was beating wildly. I didn't know he could compliment a girl so naturally. She covered her face even more, feeling the heat rise. Maybe, just maybe, she was starting to like this more than she should. Ella looked up, still lost in thought. Is he used to this? She remembered the girls around him in the cafeteria, all laughing and talking as if he were the center of attention. She shook her head, pushing the thought away. Okay. Next outfit. If he's already complimented me so much, I want to see how far this goes. Excited, she chose the next piece and spent the next few minutes modeling for Ryan. He showered her with well-placed compliments, mixed with subtle flirting, which only made her more excited and, secretly, a little nervous. But then, her eyes fell on a slightly bolder combination. A tight skirt and a more generous neckline. Holding the outfit against her body, she observed her silhouette in the mirror. Does he like this kind of outfit? She murmured softly, feeling her heart race. A brief dilemma arose. But it didn't last long. Ella closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and clenched her fists with determination. Well, I'm already here. She turned on her heels and opened the curtain with a confident motion, striking a slightly provocative pose. So, how do I look in this? Ryan looked up, his expression smug, and scanned her from head to toe. For a moment, his gaze discreetly dropped to Ella's neckline. And in his mind, an unwanted thought surfaced. Damn. Ella's are really big. Quickly, he composed himself, tilting his head slightly before responding with apparent calm. Wow. You almost left me speechless, Ella. His tone was calm, but there was something behind his voice. A more mature outfit on you was truly hypnotic. Ella felt a wave of heat wash over her face. Ryan, however, wasn't done yet. With a smile that bordered on dangerous, he added, you look so beautiful that it makes me want to kiss you. Ella's heart skipped a beat. Hunya. She let out an adorable squeak and, before she could think of anything better, yanked the curtain shut, hiding herself. Taking a deep breath, she looked at the mirror, her cheeks burning. With one hand, she tried to cover her neckline, as if that would lessen the impact of his words. I think I went a bit overboard. Still blushing, her gaze fell on the clothes Ryan had complimented. A smile crept onto the corner of her lips. I'm taking all of them. She grabbed the outfits and walked to the checkout counter, Ryan by her side helping to carry some. When she opened her bag to get her card, she felt the heat on her face still present. But before she could find it, Ryan had already handed his own card to the cashier. I will pay for this one. Ella turned quickly, surprised. On no need. I can pay for them. Ryan winked at her, nonchalant. Since they all looked so beautiful on you, I'll pay as an excuse to see you wearing them always. She gave a little hop, clearly hesitant. Why, you don't have to do that. But Ryan simply ignored her protest and finalized the purchase. It's a gift from me to you. Ella stared at him, a bit stunned, feeling her face blush once more. This guy will have me do a heart attack. Ella smiled, her face still slightly flushed as she murmured, thank you, then. The blush on her cheeks was so adorable that Ryan had to restrain himself from hugging her right there. In Ella's mind, however, chaos reigned. He's acting so much like my boyfriend. The cashier must be thinking that right now. Ryan picked up the bags with Ella's clothes, handing her one before joking, well, I've done my part as a knight, now you can help me carry them too. Ella raised an eyebrow, smiling coyly. Ha. A real knight would carry everything alone for the lady, don't you think? Ryan shrugged, carefree. Maybe, but I'm not the 100% standard type. Ella laughed before announcing enthusiastically, well, since that's the case, I'll treat us to ice cream. And you can't say no. Ryan raised an eyebrow, surprised, but smiled. Okay. Since I can't say no. Ella glanced quickly at his hand, as if considering holding it. But at the last second, she hesitated and started walking ahead. Let's go. I love the ice cream from this place. Ryan noticed the gesture and, without missing a beat, took a few quick steps, holding her hand naturally. Since this is like a date, I think I can take this liberty. Ella felt her face burn, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she smiled shyly. Yeah. Since it's like a date. Inside, however, her mind was screaming, I'm falling right into his hands. Ryan, on the other hand, smiled smugly, enjoying her reactions. Then, Ella cleared her throat and asked, her voice hesitant, that thing you said. About wanting to kiss me. What was that? Her voice came out softer than she expected, dragged by shyness. She tried to sound relaxed, but the redness on her face gave everything away. Ryan stopped walking and looked at her. Ella shifted her legs and shoulders slightly, as if unsure what to do with her body. Wait. Did she realize it was a reference to what she said in Russian? Ryan pondered how to handle the situation. He slowly moved closer, as a test. Her breathing visibly quickened. Her eyes, trembling. But she didn't pull away. What? Is she really giving me the green light? Ryan swallowed hard, getting even closer. Ella held her breath, her heart racing, while her mind screamed internally. He was so close that their lips almost touched when boom. An explosion suddenly echoed, just a few meters from where they were. Chapter 94, Change of Plans by Reflex. Ryan pulled Ella away, shielding her from the debris flying through the air. Ella let out a frightened scream, clinging to him. Ryan, on the other hand, analyzed the situation with sharp eyes. What the hell was that? Chaos spread around them. People ran and screamed, trying to escape the confusion. That's when Ryan noticed something even worse. The ceiling was starting to crack. I'm not sticking around to see what happens next. Without hesitation, he firmly embraced Ella and activated his ability. Time began to rewind, everything moving backward like a film in reverse, until since this is like a date. I guess I can take this liberty. Ryan repeated the phrase, holding Ella's hand again. This time, however, he already knew what would happen next. Ella reacted the same way, but before she could continue, Ryan gently cut her off. Ella, before we go there, can I take you somewhere else first? Ella tilted her head, puffing her cheeks slightly. Ah. But I'm really looking forward to the ice cream. Ryan smiled, trying to sound casual while searching for an excuse to steer her away from the imminent danger. Relax. We'll go there. Later. And this time, he'd make sure nothing got out of control. Ella sighed, making a small pout. Okay. I guess I can wait a little longer for my ice cream. Ryan smiled and gently pulled her away from the area where the explosion would happen. I promise it'll be quick. I just want to buy a coffee maker for myself. As he looked for the nearest exit, he thought to himself, alright, get Ella out of here and then bail. I'm no superhero to get involved in this. But just as he finished the thought, boom. The explosion echoed behind them, shaking the ground. Ella let out a frightened scream and clung to Ryan's arm. What was that, Kuze-kun? Before she could understand what was happening, Ryan scooped her up in his arms without hesitation. Better not stick around to find out. He bolted out of the mall, holding Ella firmly as she protested, red with embarrassment. Again with you carrying me? When they finally made it outside, the echoes of chaos were left behind, replaced by the murmurs of the people around them. Did you see that? The second floor just collapsed. A man commented, startled. Another quickly replied, no idea what happened, but it looks like there are firefighters inside the mall. They're already rushing in. Ryan set Ella back on her feet, and she looked back, still a little shaky. Wow. Good thing you got us out of there. That was really lucky. Ryan sighed, scanning the area to make sure they were safe. Then, he placed his hands on Ella's shoulders, trying to calm her. Really? Seems like the gods were smiling on us. But he noticed Ella was still worried. Without thinking too much, he raised his hand and gently held her chin, guiding her gaze to him. Hey. Relax. You heard, right? The firefighters are already helping people inside. Ella blinked a few times, trying to contain her worry. Her voice came out automatically, I hope there aren't too many injured. Ryan, without letting go of her hand, gave a reassuring squeeze and smiled. Let's get going. I'd rather see your smiling face. Ella took a deep breath, trying to dissipate the tension, and then gave a gentle smile, softly squeezing Ryan's hand in return. They walked away from the mall, and as they did, Ryan checked his phone. There was an aquarium nearby. With a few well-placed jokes and flirts, he managed to convince Ella to accompany him. Slowly, the animated sparkle in her eyes returned. Look, the line to get in is pretty short. Ryan commented. Ella smiled adorably. I think the marine world is so amazing. The two approached the entrance, and Ryan paid for both their tickets. As he collected the tickets, a tired female voice caught his attention. Excuse me, sir. Ryan and Ella turned at the same time and found a girl. The girl's black hair, slightly messy in a charming way, fell in soft strands around her delicate face. A white headband adorned her head, keeping some rebellious strands away and further highlighting her large, expressive eyes, which trembled slightly, as if she had run all the way there. Her light blue dress, though simple, had a discreet elegance. The delicate cut featured short sleeves adorned with light ruffles, giving her a youthful and innocent air. The subtly cinched waist accentuated her slender figure, and the skirt flowed gently with every movement. Still catching her breath from running, the girl spoke between gasps, Sorry to bother you. Do you know where the swordfish are? Ryan smiled and shrugged. Sorry, I don't know the place. Before the girl could get disappointed, Ella intervened with a gentle smile. They're in section 3B. Ryan turned to Ella, surprised. You've been here before? Ella closed her eyes and tilted her head adorably, as if it were obvious. I've come a few times with Masha. The girl seemed genuinely excited by the answer and waved energetically. Thank you so much. Ki-hi-hi. She then ran to the reception to buy her tickets, disappearing into the crowd. Ryan watched the scene for a moment before looking back at Ella, a small smile playing on his lips. Now I want to see those fish too. Ella smiled back, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. Then I'll show you the most amazing ones. As soon as they entered the aquarium, Ella began excitedly explaining details about marine life. Ryan listened attentively, noticing the sparkle in her eyes whenever she shared a fun fact. To Ella, Ryan always seemed to know everything, so it was rare to have the chance to teach him something. Time flew by as they explored the exhibits, until they reached the huge tank where the swordfish were. Ella stopped in front of the glass, gesturing animatedly with her finger. And these here? They're the Xiphias gladius. Or, as you call them, the famous swordfish? Ryan watched the massive fish gliding through the water, intrigued. I could have sworn they were sharks. Ella, confident in her knowledge, crossed her arms and replied in a professorial tone, I think you're confusing them with hammerhead sharks. But unfortunately, we don't have those here. As she spoke, Ella noticed the girl from earlier standing in front of the tank, watching the fish with an enchanted look. Look. I'm glad she found it. Ella commented, pointing at her with a satisfied smile. Ryan followed Ella's gaze and observed the girl more closely. There was something in the way she looked at the fish, a glimmer in her eyes that, at first glance, seemed like fascination. But when Ryan looked closer, that's strange, he thought. She seems kind of melancholic. His train of thought, however, was abruptly interrupted. Boom. An explosion. Again. Ryan acted instinctively, pulling Ella against his chest as she let out a frightened scream. The explosion caused the huge glass tank to shatter, sending a brutal wave of water and fish in all directions. The impact swept dozens of people through the corridors, plunging the place into absolute chaos. What the hell is going on in this city? Ryan shouted, holding Ella tightly to protect her from the flood. He didn't waste any time. He closed his eyes and focused his energy, rewinding time like a video in reverse, watching everything collapse backward until it stopped at the right moment. When he opened his eyes, he was once again beside Ella, just before suggesting the aquarium. Without hesitation, he turned to her with a casual smile. How about we sit in the square for a bit? Ella blinked a few times, surprised, before pointing excitedly at his phone. Hey, there's an aquarium nearby. I love that place so much. How about we go together? Ryan forced an awkward smile, trying to disguise his discomfort. You know, my instincts are telling me it's not a good idea to go there. Ella furrowed her brows, visibly frustrated. Oh. I really wanted to tell you about the fish there. She puffed out her cheeks, making her typical cute expression. Before the conversation could continue, a familiar voice interrupted. Excuse me, sir. The two turned at the same time and, once again, found a girl in the light blue dress. She was still slightly out of breath, as if she had run all the way there. Sorry to bother you, do you know where the swordfish are? Ella opened her mouth to answer, but before she could say anything, Ryan stepped in. They're in section C1. The girl smiled, waved gratefully, and ran to the reception. Thank you so much. Ki-hi-hi. Ella blinked a few times before quickly turning to Ryan, indignant. Hey. You gave her the wrong directions. They're in 3B. Ryan raised his finger with a playful air. First rule of the jungle, don't trust anyone. Ella puffed adorably. But she doesn't know that. Ryan winked at her with a mischievous smile. She'll find out soon enough. Deep down, though, he knew the real intention behind it. By sending her to the other side of the aquarium, he was keeping her away from the imminent explosion. If everything goes like before, at least she has a chance to survive, he thought, glancing at the girl for a moment. But then, something different happened. A detail that hadn't occurred the first time. His phone started ringing. He frowned, pulling the device from his pocket while muttering under his breath. Huh? This didn't happen before. Sorry, Ella. I'll see who it is. No problem. Ella replied with a gentle smile. Ryan unlocked the screen and groaned when he saw the name on the display. Jensai Suao? Of all times? He answered the call, already frustrated. Hello? You said you'd only need me in 2 days. On the other end of the line, Jensai's voice was firm and direct. Change of plans. Your target is near you and is about to be attacked. Ryan closed his eyes for a brief moment, containing his irritation, before clenching his fist. What the hell? I'm in the middle of a date with my Russian girl. Chapter 95, Villain Speeches. Lady Raiko. Don't run off like that. Kuro's worried voice was lost in the crowd as she tried to keep up with the lively young woman in front of her. Raiko barely paid her any mind, running backwards for a moment just to give her mate a mischievous smile. Come on, Kuro. I can't wait to see the aquarium. And then, in the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the crowd. Lady Raiko. Kuro shouted again, pushing her way through the throng, clearly exasperated. But Raiko was already far away, hurrying to the aquarium with haste and excitement. That's when something caught her attention. A couple. But not just any couple. Her eyes lit up when she saw the silver-haired girl, almost shimmering under the ambient lights. A beauty that stood out among everyone there. What a beautiful girl. She murmured to herself, fascinated. But then, her eyes landed on the boy beside her. Elegant, dark-haired and well-dressed, interacting with the girl in a relaxed way. And her boyfriend is a hottie too. With a mischievous smile, she decided she would ask them. Excited and still panting a little from the run, she approached without hesitation. Excuse me, sir. The two turned at the same time, coming face to face with a young woman in a light blue dress. She took a deep breath and asked, her voice full of excitement, sorry to bother you, do you know where the swordfish are? She put her hands behind her back and tilted her head in a sweet way, almost like a puppy asking for affection. The beautiful silver-haired girl opened her mouth to answer, but before she could say anything, her companion was faster. It's in Wing C1. He said confidently. Raiko smiled broadly and nodded, grateful for the answer. Thank you. Ki-hi-hi. She turned to run to the reception, but before she could take 2 steps, she heard a familiar voice approaching. Lady Rikuu. Kuro appeared breathless, her expression exaggeratedly disapproving as she wagged her finger in disapproval. You can't just disappear like that. Raiko just laughed, giving the maid a light touch on the shoulder. Look. See that cute couple over there. Kuro glanced back quickly and blinked when she saw the young silver-haired girl. Wow. That girl is really a stunner. But, before the subject could change, Kuro quickly turned to face her firmly again. But don't try to distract me. Raiko completely ignored the reproachful tone and, with a playful glint in her eye, arched her eyebrows. And the guy is a hottie too, don't you think? She laughed, covering her mouth with her hand mischievously. Kuro let out a deep sigh. There was no way to overcome Raiko's excitement. Accepting her fate, she followed the young woman to the reception, where they bought the tickets for the aquarium. Before even putting them away properly, Raiko was already shooting ahead. I already know where the swordfish are. I really want to see them. Just don't run. Kuro grumbled, tired. But Raiko, already expecting that answer, spun on her heels and grabbed the maid's hand excitedly. Then run with me. And without giving her time for any protest, she pulled Kuro along, going straight to where the handsome boy had indicated. I think it's this way. Raiko murmured, turning her head from side to side as she looked for something familiar around her. Beside her, Kuro narrowed her eyes and sighed deeply. Is it just me, or is this the penguin area? Her tone carried an obvious exhaustion. Raiko spun on her heels, observing the surroundings before lightly tapping her own chin. I'm sure this is Wing C1. Kuro closed her eyes for a moment, took a deep breath, and then crossed her arms. Yeah. I think he tricked you. Raiko made a theatrical pout, puffing out her cheeks. The handsome ones always deceive us. Before Kuro could answer, an unknown voice echoed suddenly around them. Well. Looks like this reward is going to be easier than I thought. The malicious tone made Kuro react immediately. In a single fluid movement, she pulled Raiko behind her, her gaze turning cold and sharp. Lady, stay behind me. Her voice took on a serious tone, completely different from before. Raiko felt a shiver run down her spine. What was happening? How did they find them so fast? How did they find us? Her voice trembled. In response, a second man emerged from the shadows, a smile full of mockery on his face. You made it too easy, little girl. Kuro maintained her defensive stance, her eyes quickly scanning the surroundings. At least 6 men surrounded the two of them. Then, one of the criminals twirled a knife between his fingers and laughed. You were too naive to post that photo. Kuro's blood ran cold. She turned sharply to Raiko, her expression a mixture of disbelief and irritation. You posted a photo? Raiko shuddered, her eyes filling with tears as she shook Kuro's waist exaggeratedly. Sorry. I just wanted to show my friends that I was having a fun day. Her voice came out trembling, almost tearful. I didn't know they were going to find me. I only have 20 followers. The men began to close in, cutting off any chance of escape. Kuro gritted her teeth. The situation was bad. Time to collect the bounty. One of the men sneered, his eyes gleaming with greed. But Kuro didn't give him time to celebrate. With an agile movement, she lunged at him before he could react. "Lady, protect yourself," she shouted before delivering a brutal kick to the man's ribs, sending him flying backwards with the force of the impact. The dry sound of the blow echoed, and the other thugs reacted immediately. "Get them." 5 of them split up, 3 charged at Kuro, while 2 ran towards Raiko. Kuro stood firm, her actions calculated and precise. Every blow she delivered was accurate, knocking down one enemy after another. But the numerical disadvantage was beginning to weigh on her. 3 opponents at the same time. Even for her, this was problematic. And, even worse, Raiko was completely exposed. Raiko realized how bad the situation was and did the only thing she could: she ran. "Don't worry about me, Kuroie," she shouted as she darted off in the first direction available. But, internally, her thought was different. "I'm screwed." One of the men crouched down and summoned something. Something horrible. A deformed creature emerged from the ground, resembling a grotesque mole, its blind eyes and jagged teeth gleaming in the dim light. With an animalistic grunt, it lunged towards Raiko. The second pursuer continued running after her, unhurried. Raiko ran as fast as her legs would carry her, but she wasn't fast enough. The monster caught up to her. She felt something heavy and rough grab her, pulling her to the ground. "I'm totally screwed," she exclaimed, turning and facing the creature climbing on top of her. Her heart raced. The putrid smell and grotesque appearance of the monster made her eyes water with pure despair. "I don't want to die like this," Raiko screamed, tears streaming down her face as she tried to break free. She closed her eyes tightly, bracing for the worst. And then bam! A sharp bang echoed through the corridor. The weight on top of her gradually lessened until it disappeared completely. Hesitantly, Raiko opened one eye. The creature's head was blown apart, a dark goo oozing out as its body began to dissolve. Sounds of footsteps approached. And then, a male voice, filled with sarcasm and disdain. "Damn. That's even uglier than I thought." Raiko turned, still fallen, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Her momentary fear turned to surprise as she recognized the approaching silhouette. "Hey, girl, was that yours?" The handsome guy she had seen earlier asked casually, scratching his head with the hand that held a gun. "Sorry, but I shot as soon as I saw it. It was uglier than a wrinkled balls." The shock passed, and Raiko quickly sat up, pointing an accusing finger at him. "I tease you. The liar WHO told me the swordfish were in C1. Ryan tilted his head, as if really trying to remember. "Huh? Weren't they?" "No, they weren't," she yelled, still panting. "And why'd you show up out of nowhere like that? If you want to kill me, you'll have to die first." It was an attempt to appear brave, but her trembling legs betrayed the opposite. Ryan let out a nasal laugh, but before he could answer, a new voice came from behind Raiko. "Wow. Looks like there are a lot of people after the bounty." The man who was chasing her finally caught up with them, observing Ryan with a measuring gaze. Ryan raised an eyebrow. "Bounty?" he asked, as if that was news to him. The man smiled wryly. "Hey. You gonna pretend you don't know? That ain't gonna fly." He pulled out a knife, twirling it between his fingers. Ryan lowered his gun slowly, a malicious smile appearing on his lips. "How much are we talking about, buddy?" The man let out a low laugh. "Over $1 million, just to give you an idea." Ryan put his hand to his chin, thoughtful. "Damn. Over $1 million?" He sighed. "I'd even consider it. If it were at another time." The man lunged at Raiko, the blade flashing in his hand as he prepared to stab her. Help me!" Raiko screamed, terror taking over her voice. In the background, Kuro also screamed, trying to run to save her, but it was too late. She wouldn't make it in time. Time seemed to slow down. Raiko's heart pounded in her chest. Her thoughts became jumbled. It's real now. I'm going to die." And then bam! Another shot echoed through the area. The knife flew from the attacker's hand, spinning in the air before falling with a metallic clink on the ground. "Well," the nonchalant voice resounded as footsteps approached. "Seems to be a pretty generous bounty." Ryan walked towards them, the cynical smile never leaving his face. But at the moment, he tilted his head, pointing at himself with the gun barrel. "I'm in the money doesn't buy way IFU mindset, you know." The attacker clutched his injured hand, his teeth gritted in pain as he glared at Ryan. "You bastard. You're going to have to bam." Another shot. This time, right in the center of the head. The man fell to his knees, his body completely limp, while Ryan, unhurried, turned his face to Raiko and smiled sideways. "I wonder why I didn't just shoot him in the head." He let out a theatrical sigh, shaking the gun lightly. These villain speeches are so annoying, don't you think? Raiko, still fallen, looked at him with wide eyes, unable to say anything. Before she could react, Kuro arrived running, her face filled with despair. Lady Raiko. Chapter 96, Stronger Ones? Kuro ran desperately towards Raiko, her eyes wide with concern. Lady Raiko. Raiko turned to her, still gasping for breath, but forcing a smile. I'm fine, Kuro. But before she could finish the sentence, spam. The dry sound of a gunshot cut through the moment. Raiko froze. Her eyes widened as she saw Kuro fall to the ground, lifeless. Raiko's breath hitched, and a scream of pure despair began to form in her throat. Ah! And then time warped. The scene rewound in the blink of an eye. Lady Raiko. Kuro ran towards Raiko. Raiko, perplexed, turned automatically. I'm fine, Kuro. Meanwhile, Ryan scratched his head with the gun, exhaling a long, bored sigh. Okay. I shot just for fun. He thought to himself. After all, I'm pissed off that they messed up my date with the hottie Ella. A few minutes earlier Ryan's phone vibrated. He looked at the screen and sighed when he saw the name. Jensai Suo? With an eye roll, he answered. Plans have changed, Jensai's voice came from the other side. You need to protect a girl until the arrival of the Six Eyes boy. Ryan frowned. Six Eyes what boy? He asked, visibly confused. After all, his mind was in a much more pleasant place at that moment. Ella. Ella, beside him, tilted her head, curious. Our target is near you. Jensai continued, without patience for further explanations. And, by a stroke of luck, they've put a 30 million bounty on her head. Some assassins are already moving. Ryan ran a hand over his face, already foreseeing the headache that was to come. Okay, I get it. And what exactly do I have to do? His voice carried pure boredom. Protect the girl and deliver her to a man named Satoru Gojo. He should be arriving soon. Ryan took a deep breath, trying to find the slightest motivation to care about it. Right, I should have 1,000 questions. He huffed. But I know you'll ignore half of them, so I'll just ask one, who is the person? I'll send you a photo to identify her. Jensai's voice carried a slight tone of satisfaction. Ryan, on the other hand, smiled with disdain. Don't get excited, old man. You'll have to make it up to me for getting me into this ahead of time. Humph. It will depend on your performance at the moment. Jensai's tone was slightly sarcastic. Ryan sighed, already losing patience. Is that all? For now, yes. And the call ended. Ryan stared at the cell phone for a moment before grumbling, what a pain. He always throws me into these messes without explaining anything properly. Ali blinked a few times, worried. Kuze-kun. Did something serious happen? He relaxed his shoulders and forced a smile, looking for a way to minimize the situation. Yes, unfortunately. He paused, choosing his words carefully. I'll need to solve a big problem for my grandfather. But I still want to be with you, so. He smiled sideways. How about I go to your house after I finish this cleaning for the old man? Ali's eyes widened, blushing immediately. In my house? Ryan tilted his head, feigning innocence. Yes. Any problem? And no. No problem. She shook her hands, visibly nervous. Ryan approached her, his sharp eyes analyzing her every reaction. Great. Then wait for me. I'll be right there. Before Ala could react, Ryan placed a kiss on her cheek but so dangerously close to her lips that the girl was completely speechless, her skin burning with embarrassment. Satisfied with the effect he caused, Ryan smiled sideways. I'll go buy some things to wait for you. Ala said hastily, quickening her pace and leaving Ryan behind. Ryan stood still for a moment, one hand on his waist and a playful smile on his face. She's really cute. Glad I managed to get around the situation by abusing her embarrassment. With a satisfied sigh, he picked up his cell phone and opened the photo that Jensai had sent. And then, his eyes widened. Damn. It's the fish girl. He chuckled, incredulous. So that's why there's so much explosion out of nowhere. I better pick up the pace too. And so, Ryan headed for the C1 wing, where he knew he would find Raiko. After all, it was he who had said that the swordfish would be there. And that's how Ryan had gotten here. Lady Raiko. I'm so glad you're okay. Kuro helped Raiko up, relieved, but soon gave Ryan a suspicious look. Who are you? Raiko, still a little dizzy, raised her hands hastily. Calm down, Kuro. He helped me with that guy. Ryan crossed his arms and smiled sideways. Look, I know there's a lot of weird stuff going on. But there's still one breathing over there. The two turned and saw the man who had invoked the curse earlier. He growled with irritation, holding a wounded arm. Damn. Looks like in the end I'm the one who's going to have to do everything alone. Well, At least the reward is all mine. He crouched down, making strange gestures with his hands. At the same moment, a new creature began to form. This time, it was a humanoid aberration, slender and twisted, with deformed limbs and a grotesquely large mouth. Ryan wrinkled his nose, taking a step back. Seriously, what's with you guys and these hideous things? Never thought about summoning something at least minimally pleasant to look at? Raiko blinked, confused. Hideous. Wait, you're seeing them and don't know what curses are? Ryan scratched his chin, as if trying to remember something. Ah. That's right. These shits are called curses, right? The man laughed mockingly, while the creature jumped towards them. What bad luck. A newbie doesn't stand a chance. Before the thing could reach them, bam. Ryan lowered his hand and pulled the trigger unhurriedly. The bullet hit the creature's head squarely, causing it to plummet like a sack of potatoes. The silence was immediate. Kuro and Raiko stared at the scene, incredulous. The man, in turn, widened his eyes, his mouth opening in an incredulous whisper. How the hell did he hit a curse with a gun? He gritted his teeth in anger. You bastard. It's a cursed tool, isn't it? Ryan spun the pistol on his finger and gave a lazy smile. No, it's just an M1911. Beautiful, don't you think? He then pointed it at the man again and pulled the trigger. Click. Nothing. Ryan blinked. He looked at the gun. He looked back at the man. And then smiled sideways. Whoops. Forgot to reload. How do you forget something like that? Raiko and Kuro shouted in unison. The man grinned mockingly, twirling a knife in his fingers as he sneered, what an idiot. Without that tool, you seem so defenseless. Ryan, unhurried, tucked the gun into his waistband, as if he didn't even care. His smile was pure mockery. Well. Looks like we'll have to settle this with our fists, what do you think? The man made a face of disgust, but his posture remained arrogant. I'm going to rip your tongue out, you arrogant. He growled, tightening his grip on the blade. Ryan shrugged, as if it were the most trivial thing in the world. Looks like I brought my fists to a knife fight. He tilted his head slightly, as if he were really reflecting on the situation. Then, he flashed a confident smile. Poor knives. The man lunged forward with speed, but Ryan didn't even seem worried. Kuro, about to intervene, was interrupted by a casual comment from him. Take care of the girl, I think she hurt her foot. She hesitated, but when she looked at Raiko, she realized that Raiko really felt pain when she put weight on one of her feet. Ryan, on the other hand, he moved as if it were just a warm-up. He dodged the blade with ease, grabbing the enemy's arm at the same moment. Before the man could react, Ryan twisted the limb with a dry snap. The bone broke like a twig. The scream of pain echoed in the corridor. Without giving him time for anything else, Ryan struck his face with his elbow, spinning the man with a precise kick that made him fall to his knees. Damn. You weren't even worth a whiff. But, before Ryan could finish the job, a voice cut through the air. Hey, you. We'll take over from here. He raised his eyes, finding a young man with white hair, sunglasses, and dark clothes. His expression was full of superiority. You can leave the rest to the stronger ones. Ryan raised an eyebrow, his sideways smile widening. Stronger ones? The white-haired boy shrugged, maintaining his pose. Don't take it the wrong way, kid. I may have arrived a little late, but it's better to leave the cleaning job to the professionals. Meanwhile, the man was still screaming, writhing while Ryan held him, immobilizing his movements with an iron grip. Ryan narrowed his eyes, and his sarcastic smile became even sharper. Ah. I think I get it now. And then, without warning, he lifted the man as if he weighed nothing, a movement so fast and brutal that it surprised everyone around. And threw him with all his might towards the young man with white hair. He's all yours. Enjoy. The violence of the impact was absurd. The man's body was torn in half in the process, flesh and bone shattering as it flew through the air. But something strange happened. Just before the man's remains hit their target, they simply stopped in the air. As if an invisible barrier had frozen them in time. The white-haired young man frowned, adjusting his glasses. Oh, man. There was no need for that. His tone was nonchalant, but behind it, there was something more. Something that made Ryan raise his eyebrows, intrigued. Chapter 97, What technique was that? A man of imposing and refined presence approached slowly, his hands tucked into his pockets, as if he were in no hurry. His black hair was tied in a casual bun, with a few loose strands falling over his face, framing a relaxed and perceptive expression. His voice, laden with a nonchalant tone, cut through the air. Wow. Your strength is remarkable. I'm starting to wonder if you're really a non-sorcerer. Or if you have some technique to hide your cursed energy. He stopped beside the white-haired man, observing the havoc Ryan had wreaked by throwing the enemy as if he were a rag doll. His sharp eyes analyzed everything with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. But if that were the case, you'd probably be known already, don't you think? Satoru? The man's dark, traditionally cut suit reinforced his aura of sophistication and mystery. The loose trousers gave a distinctive touch to the look, while the earrings in his ears added a rebellious air to his already striking presence. His slanted smile, laden with secrets, made his figure even more intriguing. Beside him, the other presence was impossible to ignore. The young man with white hair radiated a magnetic, almost arrogant confidence. His bristly strands seemed to capture the light in a peculiar way, giving him a luminous and imposing aura. Yeah. He just made a heck of a mess, that's for sure. Satoru adjusted his round-lensed sunglasses, concealing his eyes, but not the provocative smile that plastered his face. Hey, are you after the star plasma vessel? He asked in a casual tone, as if he were commenting on the weather. His dark uniform, well fitted to his body, highlighted his relaxed posture. With his hands still buried in his pockets, he conveyed the image of someone who dominated any environment effortlessly. Ryan, in turn, adjusted his shirt and muttered to himself, Satoru? Then, he raised his gaze and, imitating the other's nonchalant tone, asked, before answering. Are you the famous Satoru Gojo? The sorcerer opened a presumptuous smile and pointed to himself naturally. The one and only. In flesh and blood. Ryan sighed, wiping his hands with an almost theatrical disinterest. Oh. Okay. Then I guess I can go back to doing what I was doing before solving this problem. Gojo raised his eyebrows and looked at his companion beside him. Hey, Gito. When you say I'm too full of myself, is that how I act? Gito ran his hand over his forehead, responding with pure disdain, yes. That's exactly how I feel. Before the conversation continued into more provocations, Raiko, still trying to understand the situation, burst out, wait a minute. I don't understand anything. Who are you all? Ryan, with no intention of lingering there, simply raised his hand in a dismissive wave. I've done my part. I'm out of here. But before he could take more than 3 steps, Gojo's voice called him with an amused tone, hey, wait a minute there. Ryan stopped, casting a glance over his shoulder. His sarcastic tone came naturally, what is it, man? If it's about the corpse, don't even bother complaining. It didn't even hit you, so there's no reason to whine. Gojo laughed and pointed at him. You can't just leave like that, without explaining yourself. And besides, we don't even know your name. Do you think this is a joke, buddy? Kuro, who until then had been watching the scene cautiously, turned to Raiko, explaining, these two are sorcerers from Jujutsu High. I already expected them to be responsible for your escort, Miss Raiko. His gaze, however, stopped at Ryan with a suspicious air. But I've never seen this boy before. Ryan sighed, massaging his temples. Great. The old man didn't explain properly how to act in these situations. He rolled his eyes and muttered to himself before finally answering, ugh. I can't believe I have to explain everything to you guys. Without paying much attention to the tense atmosphere, he pulled out his cell phone and started typing, as if that were the least of his problems. Raiko, in turn, observed Ryan's nonchalant posture and, even feeling the tension between him and the sorcerers, murmured to herself, you know. He kind of saved my life, so I guess I should thank him. The environment fell silent for a moment, while the sorcerers watched Ryan with a mixture of interest and caution. Yeah, he really saved us by saving you. But the blame for us being late is all on Gojo. Gito sighed, putting his hands in his pockets with an air of boredom. Gojo frowned and cast a sidelong glance at him. Hey. You said you'd give me plenty of time to buy a soda, so don't come throwing this at me. While the two argued between themselves, Ryan took advantage of the distraction and quickly typed a message to Yuno on his cell phone. Good afternoon, my cute Yandeer. Could help me, please? Luckily, the answer came almost immediately. Having problems? Without wasting time, Ryan continued typing, keeping his face neutral so as not to attract attention. More or less, I just want to get out of a boring conversation. The answer came so quickly that he was sure Yuno was having fun with it. Then I'll leave you there. Ryan's eyebrow twitched, and he clenched his fist slightly.